Chapter 333, Xiao Clan, Xiao Yan. Chapter 333, Xiao Clan, Xiao Yan. The strongest faction within the Jiama Empire, the Misty Cloud sect, had been passed on without break from one generation to another, resulting in this old sect standing at the peak of the Jiama Empire. If it hadn't been for the sect rules, which prohibited the seizure of the power from an emperor, the Misty Cloud sect would have probably completely controlled the entire Jiama Empire during the few times when there was a change in dynasty. This was also the reason why the imperial family of each empire was extremely afraid of the huge being that was close by. When it came to this generation of the Jiama Empire imperial family, they finally possessed a strength that could cause the Misty Cloud sect to pause due to having the guardian Jiaxing Tian and the protection of a mysterious unique beast. Therefore, the battle-experienced elite soldiers who the imperial family sent to the foot of the Misty Cloud sect could live in peace. The imperial family had stationed the soldiers there for many years. Its intention was something almost everyone was clearly aware of. They were guarding against the Misty Cloud sect. In the face of such an action by the imperial family, the Misty Cloud sect did not respond too intensely. Other than some of the young disciples within the sect feeling bitter and going to the camp and creating trouble initially, the upper echelons of the sect had remained quiet over this matter. This was because they knew that the imperial family could not tolerate anyone sleeping beside their couch. The Misty Cloud sect was already so accustomed to receiving the suspicion of the imperial family. As long as the Misty Cloud sect did not collapse, the military force at the foot of the mountain would never dare to make any possible moves. Not one of the dynasties of the Jiama Empire had really dared to attack the Misty Cloud sect. This was because they clearly understood that it was a huge hornet's nest. A poke at it would cause the sky to overturn. The Misty Cloud sect was built on top of the Misty Cloud Mountain, and the Misty Cloud Mountain was only tens of kilometers from the capital. The two of them were very close together, much like two huge beings relying on one another. Although Xiao Yan had already waited for 3 years for this day to come, he did not use his purple cloud wings to hurry over. Instead, he walked at a steady pace as he headed to the snow-white mountain peak penetrating the clouds, which was located at the edge of his sight. He wore a black robe and carried a huge ruler, much like an ascetic person. The black-robed young man walked slowly on the unobstructed main road. The huge black ruler on his back was extremely eye-catching. From within the occasional horse carriage which came and went on the road, there would be surprised gazes thrown at him. Xiao Yan appeared to not have seen these gazes. His footsteps were neither soft nor heavy. Although the heaviness of the heavy Xian ruler was enough to shock anyone who came into contact with it, Xiao Yan was already extremely familiar with its weight after being in contact with it for 2 years. As a result, he was not the slightest bit delayed despite traveling with it. Only shallow footsteps remained where his feet landed, leaving no signs of the awkward scene back then when a deep pit was left where his feet stepped. Leaving a footprint with every step, Xiao Yan moved at a steady pace. Although his figure appeared skinny, it emitted a calmness and easygoing manner which caused people to throw him a sidelong glance. Walking with a calm heart in this manner was not a total waste of effort on Xiao Yan's part. When he had just left the city's gate, threads of his qi were still repeatedly overflowing from within his body due to him having just broken through to the Dou Qi class, causing the surrounding passerby to involuntarily stay away from Xiao Yan. The pressuring qi was not something these dojo or those who were not even dojo could withstand. Since Xiao Yan began walking until this moment, his qi, which was overflowing out of his body, had already began intruding into the deep regions of his body. When one looked over again, he did not appear any different from an ordinary person other than the huge ruler behind his back. When the sun had broken through the restraint of the horizon and slowly climbed high into the sky, Xiao Yan finally stopped walking. He stood on the slope and eyed the huge foot of the mountain which was at the edge of his sight. Huge army tents began to appear on the grass plain. Through the white-colored tents, Xiao Yan could faintly see some soldiers being drilled. It is indeed as others have said. The Jiama Empire imperial family has stationed elite troops at the foot of the Misty Cloud Mountain. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and walked down the slope. He followed the main road and slowly neared the foot of the mountain. Although this was a military camp with extremely tight defense, it did not obstruct any passerby who wanted to ascend the mountain. Therefore, after being randomly glanced at by some sentries standing by the side of the road, Xiao Yan easily followed the main road and climbed up the foot of the mountain. As fresh green color began to appear on both sides of Xiao Yan, the sound of troops performing drills gradually disappeared from the side of his ears. He lifted his head slightly and green rock stairs, that reached the limits of his sight, appeared in front of him. At one glance, it appeared like a flight of stairs which led to the heavens. Standing at the bottom, Xiao Yan lifted his head and eyed these old stone stairs which had been around for an unknown number of years. His eyes were slowly shut. There appeared to be a vague and soft ringing of swords being clearly transmitted from the edge of the rock stairs as it quietly reverberated through the forest. It was like a clock chiming, intoxicating people's minds. The silence persisted for a while before Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. He gently patted the heavy Xian sword which lay on his back. His gentle footstep finally landed firmly on the ancient rock stairs which appeared a little moist. At this moment, he had officially arrived for the 3 years agreement. The moment his footstep landed, Xiao Yan was able to sense that his spirit appeared to be releasing a qi which he had suppressed for 3 years. 3 years ago, a young man left his home while carrying hatred, humiliation, and anger, appearing both reckless and childish. He entered the mountain range and ventured into the desert. Under blade, blood, and flame, he was like a pupa, swiftly changing himself. 3 years had milled away his tenderness and witnessed his growth. All of this effort was because of today's 3-year agreement. An unknown emotion filled his chest as Xiao Yan's footsteps maintained a uniform speed. His gaze stared directly at the end of the rock stairs as he passed by one step at a time. Appearing to have passed through the obstruction of space, his gaze was shot onto the young lady's body which was seated cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. Nailan Yanran. Xiao Yan's mouth moved slightly. His voice was calm as it carried some other emotions when the name quietly left Xiao Yan's mouth. Fog shrouded the end of the long rock stairs. Behind it was a huge open ground. The entire place was completely built using huge rocks of uniform color, appearing ancient and grand. A huge towering stone monument stood in the middle of the open ground. On the stone monument, there was a record of the names of past sect leaders and those who had been of great service to the sect. As one watched the surroundings of the open ground, one could see nearly 1,000 people seated above this open ground. These people were seated in a semicircle. Without exception, all of them wore moon-white-colored robes. A cloud with a long sword striking through on their sleeves fluttered with the wind, much like something alive, faintly emitting a little weak meaning of the sword. At the highest spot of the open ground, there were some towering rock chairs by the stairs which deviated from the rest. As the stairs gradually went up, those seated were generally older. The highest stone platform was currently empty without a single person on it. Below it, there were over 10 white-robed old men who were seated cross-legged as they closed their eyes and rested. On the surface, one could not see even the slightest uniqueness from these old people, but the robes on their bodies, which were like steel that did not even make the slightest movement regardless of how the wind blew, was sufficient to let people know that these old people were not simple individuals. Under these white-robed old men, there was an independent stone seat. A lady wearing moon robes had her eyes closed. As the wind blew past, her clothes pressed onto her pretty figure, revealing the perfect curves and figure underneath. As one's focus shifted to the calm and indifferent pretty face, she was surprisingly Nailan Yanran. Although there was only around 1,000 people present above the open ground, the place was entirely quiet. Other than the whistling of the wind, there was not the slightest bit of strange noise emitted. Occasionally, a quiet strong wind would blow past the open ground. Immediately, everyone's eyes saw white robes drifting, much like the clouds in the sky descending. Such a sight was really shocking when one glanced over it. Occasionally, a sound of rushing wind would suddenly appear in midair. Immediately, a human figure would appear on the towering tip of a tree. As one cast a glance, one would realize that there were actually quite a number of human figures standing on the top of some of the huge trees around the open ground. Not only was Hai Buodong present, but also Fei Ma and Jia Xingtian. Even Nailan Jia along with the heads of a few clans and their youngest generations like Mu Zhan who had some conflict with Xiao Yan in the past, were also present. It appeared that there were indeed quite a number of people who were invited by the Misty Cloud sect this time around. The human figures who had come over did not recklessly make any noise and break the quiet atmosphere of the open ground. Although some of the strong Misty Cloud sect disciples sensed these guests who had arrived, they did not have even the slightest reaction. They merely quietly sat cross-legged on the ground. It appeared that they have already received some orders. Standing on the top of a tree, Hai Buodong's gaze slowly swept across the quiet square. His face was slightly grave. Looking through the eyes of a strong person like him, one could naturally find some of the details which other people had difficulty discovering. From his senses, the breathing of the nearly 1,000 Misty Cloud sect disciples were actually completely following the same rhythm. The breathing of each of them led the other. If one moved anywhere, one would receive a swift and violent continuous attack much like a storm. In this entire place, these 1,000 people appeared to be of one body. When they struck, the 1,000 of them would attack together. Even a Dou Huan would have to temporarily avoid their cutting edge. They truly are worthy of being the Misty Cloud sect. Hai Buodong sighed gently in his heart. He could not help but praise with a sigh. Just how difficult was it to train all these disciples to coordinate with such deep understanding? Hai Buodong turned his head over and exchanged glances with Fei Ma and Zhao Lao. He was able to see a grave look from within the other party's eyes. Clearly, the unified large array of the Misty Cloud sect also caused them to feel fear within their hearts. The spacious square was totally quiet. Time slowly and quietly drew by. The huge sun on the sky slowly climbed until its peak. The warm sunlight was poured down, spreading across the entire peak. At one instance, a soft footstep suddenly and quietly sounded from below the green-colored rock stairs outside the square. The soft sound was slowly transmitted over, causing a slight change in the completely integrated breaths. In the open ground, all of disciples of the Misty Cloud sect opened their eyes. Their gazes were fixed on the green rock stairs. Footsteps which were neither light nor heavy were being emitted from that spot. On the stone platform, Nalan Yenran had also gradually opened her bright pupils. Her gaze paused at the spot. For some unknown reason, her already indifferent heart suddenly began to jump a couple of times in a disorderly manner. The sound of the footsteps grew increasingly close and clear. It reached the point where it caused the few white-robed old men on the stone platform to open their eyes and throw their gazes at the same spot. From the distant sky, sunlight suddenly poured down. It passed through the cover of the misty cloud layer and coincidentally shone on the rock stairs. At that spot, a tall and skinny figure finally began to slowly appear in front of countless of gazes. Under the watch of nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes on the open ground, the black-robed young man carrying a huge black ruler on his back lifted his feet and climbed the final step of the stairs. The gaze of the young man was void of joy or sorrow as it swept across the huge square. Finally, it stopped on a beautiful lady on the stone platform who was similarly throwing him a pair of bright pupils. Xiao Yan gently lifted his foot and then placed it down. He repeated the same action for 3 steps. Only the soft and deep sound of his footsteps drifted across the silent square. Once the 3 steps fell, the young man lifted his head. He watched the lady and opened his mouth faintly. Xiao Clan, Xiao Yan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334, 3-Year Agreement. Chapter 334, 3-Year Agreement. The dull and simple words slowly drifted across the huge square. They caused the calm atmosphere which had been present throughout the entire ground to be in slight unrest and disorder. In the open ground, countless Misty Cloud sect disciples carried all sorts of different emotions in their gazes as they stared at the black-robed young man near the edge of the rock stairs. They were not unfamiliar with this young man who was called Xiao Yan. The relationship between Nalan Yenran and him had already become a topic in everyday conversation of many Misty Cloud sect disciples. Of course, each time his name was mentioned, most people would refer to it mockingly with disdain. A child of a small clan wanted to marry Nalan Yenran, whose status within the Misty Cloud sect was as noble as a princess. In these people's eyes, it undoubtedly appeared that Xiao Yan had overestimated his ability. This was especially so after the 3-year agreement was spread within the sect. This ridicule became even stronger. Naturally, one of the reasons for ridicule did not exclude them being jealous. As the junior sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, which was beyond the reach of many, countless of Misty Cloud sect disciples viewed her as the goddess in their hearts. When they met, these people had always faced her exquisite face, which had maintained an indifferent and otherworldly expression. Anyone who wanted to come into closer contact with her would return in failure. Xiao Yan, as the man who had nearly become Nalan Yenran's husband, would naturally and easily receive some abnormal jealousy. Due to the jealousy, along with some rumors, these Misty Cloud sect disciples would naturally have a poor impression of Xiao Yan, whom they had never met before. When they spoke, most of them would degrade him as much as possible, appearing as though they would not stop until they described Xiao Yan as being totally worthless. However, as they eyed the young man who still maintained a calm and leisurely manner despite facing the united chi of nearly 1,000 Misty Cloud sect disciples, some of the more astute disciples felt a little odd in their hearts after they discarded the negative emotions within their hearts. This indifferent attitude did not appear to be something that the trash of the Xiao clan, whom their comrades had usually spoke of, could do. Nalan Yenran's bright eyes stared at the young man with a slightly skinny figure a short distance away. Her gaze paused on that delicate and handsome face. At that spot, she could still vaguely recognize the outline of the young man back then. It was just that 3 years had grinded off the tenderness and sharpness of youth. The young man currently in front of her no longer had the cutting-edge vigor which had suddenly erupted in the hall of the Xiao clan's home back then. Replacing it was a profound restraint. He really has changed. A sentence quietly popped up within her mind. Nalan Yenran's gaze was a little complicated. She had never thought that the useless person back then would actually really be able to come to the Misty Cloud sect without fear, much less remaining as indifferent as the wind while not revealing the slightest anxiety or paleness, even when faced with nearly 1,000 disciples of the Misty Cloud sect. Nalan clan, Nalan Yenran. Nalan Yenran slowly stood up. Her pretty figure was tall and straight, much like a proud and unyielding snow lotus. Her bright eyes stared at Xiao Yan while her voice was as calm as the latter. That is the little fellow of the Xiao clan? Wasn't it said that he was a useless person who could not store Dou Qi? On the huge tree, Jia Xingtian eyed Xiao Yan with a pair of eyes that contained some astonishment. He softly laughed, "Coco," but seeing this bearing of his, he does not look like a person who forcefully pretends to have strong exterior while being empty inside. Moreover, even if his calmness is acted out, being able to maintain this calm in front of the united force created by those old fellows of the Misty Cloud sect is not something an ordinary person can do. Fa Ma, who was a short distance away from Jia Xingtian, nodded slightly. His old and sharp eyes slowly swept across Xiao Yan. A moment later, he paused on the latter's face. His eyebrows were suddenly knit slightly together as he said, for some unknown reason, he seems to have a familiar feeling about him. "Coco, you also have such a feeling?" Hearing this, Jia Xingtian laughed softly. His eyes were filled with a deep meaning as he stared at Xiao Yan and said, "Looks like we may have seen him somewhere before." The frown on Fa Ma's forehead deepened a little. His eyes flickered as he stared at Xiao Yan, but did he not continue to say anything more? "Hey, old man Nalan, is this the young fellow from the Xiao clan who nearly became the son-in-law of the Nalan clan? He doesn't appear to be the useless person from the rumors. This bearing and mental strength is something that I have hardly seen in the young people whom I have met." Mu Chen turned his head and said. He smiled at Nalan Jia, whose eyes had paused on Xiao Yan's body since the beginning. He gloated a little within his smile. A son-in-law who was abandoned because he was thought to be useless had currently appeared even more outstanding than some of those who were called geniuses. Although Nalan Jia would not feel pain until the point that he did not want to live because of this, he would more or less feel a little upset. Nalan Jia's expression was ugly as he ferociously cut Mu Chen with his gaze. He was too lazy to say any unnecessary things to him. With a cold laugh, he continued to focus his gaze on that delicate and handsome man. The emotions in his heart rolled. Although Nalan Jia had already known that Xiao Yan had abandoned the reputation of being a useless person for quite some time, the calmness and mental strength which the latter currently displayed caused his heart to feel a great shock. On top of this shock, he also sighed softly in a regretful manner. With the situation having reached this point, saying anything more would not help change the situation. He could only hope that the grudges between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran would thaw after this 3-year agreement was over. It was best if they could reconcile. Of course, this may well be an unrealistic dream. Even if the two of them could no longer be together in the future, allowing Xiao Yan to cease carrying hatred toward the Nalan clan in the future would cause Nalan Jia to quietly feel a little better. After all, from how Nalan Jia currently saw it, this young fellow basically possessed all the requirements to be a strong person. An outstanding mental strength, excellent training talent and the perseverance to continue struggling for 3 years just for a promise. With these few things, Xiao Yan's future path toward becoming a strong person will be much smoother and unobstructed. Nalan Jia did not think that being the target of the grudge belonging to a young man with limitless potential was something that one could be happy about. Looks like I should send someone to get in contact with the Xiao clan. Nalan Jia softly sighed in his heart as he shook his head. He threw his attention to the open ground. The current him could only wait for the 3-year agreement which was about to begin. After Nalan Yanran stood up, the 10+ white-robed men above the square had finally begun to slowly open their eyes. Their gazes were thrown on the black-robed young man on the rock stairs. As they exchanged glances with one another, they felt an astonishment. The uncertainty in their hearts was exactly the same as what was within Nalan Jia and the others. No matter which direction one looked at the currently Xiao Yan, one could not see the Xiao clan's trash who suffered all sorts of ridicule back then. "You are Xiao Yan from the Xiao clan?" A white-robed old man who was at the center raised his eyes and scanned Xiao Yan. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth and spoke those words. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the white-robed old man at the middle. He realized that this person should have quite a high position within the Misty Cloud sect. Ever since the latter opened his mouth, the surrounding old men wearing a similar robe remained silent. "I am the first elder of the Misty Cloud sect, Yun Lang." Before Xiao Yan could respond, the old man simply continued as he pleased and said, "The sect leader has yet to return today. Therefore, the 3-year agreement this time around will be presided over by the old me. The purpose of the competition this time around is to learn from each other. Stop when you. Life and death are dictated by the heavens." A soft voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Yun Lang's words. The gazes on the open ground turned towards the voice. Finally they paused on the body of the quiet black-robed young man. All of their expressions were different. Many people did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually say such words. One should know that his opponent was the Misty Cloud sect's successor whom the sect had focused on grooming. Kuko, a bold young man. Above the tall trees, some old fellows with strange characters could not resist laughing. Some of them even raised their thumbs at Xiao Yan. Nalan Yanran's eyes were lifted slightly. She watched the black-robed young man in front of her. Within those dark black eyes appeared to be a pulsing and fluctuating light, which was difficult to hide. Was that resentment? A long while later, she nodded her head. Her voice was cool. As you wish. Hearing Nalan Yanran's response, Yunlang knit his eyebrows slightly together. The sudden interruption from Xiao Yan had caused this first elder who held quite a high position in the Misty Cloud sect to be displeased. He was also aware that Xiao Yan had already been removed of his reputation of being trash a long time ago. However, Nalan Yanran's talent was also not lower than his. Additionally, there was the Misty Cloud sect grooming her. The growth of her strength could be called extremely rapid. If they were to fight, Yunlang was not optimistic of Xiao Yan's chances. Young man, you should always leave some leeway in everything you do. But since you have made such a request, do as you like. Life and death will be determined by the heavens. Yunlang waved his hands and said faintly. An arc was lifted at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. In his heart, he could not resist laughing coldly. Leave some leeway? Back then, Nalan Yanran had been ruthless. Did anyone ask her to leave some room for others? Xiao Yan's hand slowly held the hilt of the ruler. He abruptly drew it out and the heavy Xian ruler carried the sound of wind being compressed. It slanted toward the ground and a breeze was created from its body, stirring all the dust on the ground. A faint green-colored Dou Qi shrouded the surface of his body as Xiao Yan stared at Nalan Yanran. I have come according to the 3-year agreement. Today, let's settle all of our past grudges. Please repay all the humiliation that you have given the Xiao clan back then. Nalan Yanran extended her hand and an emerald-colored storage ring glow on her finger flashed. A long pale green-colored sword appeared. The sword edge was slightly tilted, reflecting a dense coldness under the pouring sunlight. Nalan Yanran's pretty eyes exchanged glances with that pair of dark black pupils. She sighed a little regretfully as she faintly said, I will be in charge of my own marriage. Even though 3 years have passed, I do not think that I did anything wrong back then. I have the right to choose my fate. Perhaps some of my actions were inappropriate when I was choosing, however, I think that I would still make this choice even if I could go back in time. Your actions were inappropriate? Xiao Yan laughed softly. Just a simple inappropriate action and she wanted to shrink away from her own rude and unreasonable behavior? Was this not far too simple? Xiao Yan's expression gradually returned to its indifferentness. The palm holding the ruler's hilt was becoming increasingly tight. A moment later, his foot abruptly took a step forward. On the spot where it landed, the hard green rock surface actually had a few crack lines spreading out. A ferocious and surging green-colored Dou Qi which contained some green-colored flame seedlings violently surged on Xiao Yan's surface. Let's begin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335, Nalan Yanran, defeated? Chapter 335, Nalan Yanran, defeated? Sensing the rise of strong Dou Qi on Xiao Yan's body, astonishment flashed across Nalan Yanran's pupils. This young man who had endured supercilious looks and ridicule in the Xiao clan back then was now really totally different. As Nalan Yanran held the pale green longsword in her hand, a faint green-colored swirling wind rolled and drifted on her body. Sharp wind blades retracted and appeared within the swirling wind. Occasionally they would blast out, leaving numerous scars which were neither shallow nor deep in the tough green rock. The blades gradually moved up, pointing at Xiao Yan from far away. Under the reflection of the sunlight, the edge of the blades emitted dense and stern glows. As the Dou Qi on the both of them soared, the atmosphere of the open ground instantly flew heavy. The surroundings had once again become quiet as all the gazes were thrown on the two people. Many of them wanted to know just how far the useless young person back then had actually reached after these 3 years of training. In the square, Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes and immediately exhaled a long breath. His eyes were suddenly shot open and a green-colored flame flashed past his dark black eyes. The Dou Qi on his body had once again become much deeper at this moment. Xiao Yan's palm tightly held the ruler's hilt and sensed the heavy feeling that was repeatedly transmitted to him. He raised his eyes and stared at the lady with a willow-like figure opposite him. The two exchanged glances in midair. Both of their gazes were somewhat complicated. Once the 3-year agreement is complete, the grudges between the two of you will be completely settled. I hope that after today, all the disputes, on the stone platform, Yunlang eyed the two people who were giving tit for a tat. He coughed softly. However, before he could say all that he wanted to, his expression once again became ugly as he stopped his mouth. This was because Xiao Yan, who was on the open ground, had already ignored his words under the watch of countless of gazes. He was the first to break the stalemate of their imposing presences. Xiao Yan swung the heavy ruler and his body suddenly turned into a black shadow as he violently charged at Nalan Yanran. Let's fight. Nalan Yanran. It has been 3 years. As the black shadow charged, a low roar which had been suppressed for 3 years was involuntarily emitted from within his throat. Under the gaze of everyone on the open ground, the black shadow was like an outraged magical beast. The heavy Xian ruler gently nestled on the ground. Along the way, it left a long trail of sparks and a deep scar on the green rock surface. Nalan Yanran's expression was calm as she faced the black shadow which charged directly at her. Her chi method was of the wind affinity. Therefore, her speed and brisk agility were things that she was very good in. Just as Xiao Yan was about to approach a distance of 10 meters from her, Nalan Yanran finally made her move. Her toes gently pressed against the surface of the ground and her body was like a falling leaf amidst a violent storm, drifting and evading. In the twinkle of an eye, she interlaced with the black-colored human figure rushing over as they passed by each other. The moment they intersected, the longsword in Nalan Yanran's hand slashed horizontally in an extremely natural manner. Borrowing the rushing force from her agility, a few tiny wind blades had already taken the lead and left the sword ahead of her, cutting toward Xiao Yan's neck. The swiftly charging body abruptly stopped and a huge black ruler was lifted slightly. Following a clanging sound and some tiny sparks, the wind blades completely disappeared without even creating the slightest obstruction to Xiao Yan's attack. After withstanding the wind blades, Xiao Yan gently lifted his eyes. His indifferent pupils glanced at the graceful body that brushed past him. With a wave of his hand, the heavy Xian ruler carried a ferocious force as it smashed horizontally toward Nalan Yanran's back. The pressure from the force caused the dress of Nalan Yanran to press tightly onto her skin, outlining her slim narrow waist. Sensing the whirring sound of the heavy force behind her, Nalan Yanran's eyebrows twitched gently. She appeared a little surprised at the acuteness of the other party's perception. The longsword in her hand stabbed out violently, causing the pale green longsword to leave a green-colored arc within the empty air. The sharp tip of the sword appeared to pass through the obstruction in the air and with a clear clang sound, the sword tip directly smashed into the heavy ruler. As the two came into contact, the strong and powerful force contained on the huge ruler caused the slender longsword to be forced to bend into an arc which was extremely soul-stirring. The alarmingly dangerous appearance of the sword being about to snap caused some astonishment to surface on the faces of those Misty Cloud sect disciples. After having Dou Qi poured into the sword's body, the sword was sufficiently strengthened to receive an extremely great and heavy force. Yet, in the very first contact, the long sword was forced to bend. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the force contained on the black-colored large ruler was. Although the long word was bent into an alarming arc, it ultimately did not break because of this. Just as the tip of the sword was about to press on Nalan Yanran's arm, the latter pressed her feet gently on the ground. The green blow on the long sword skyrocketed. The sudden energy surge flicked the heavy ruler aside with a bang. Borrowing the pushing force from between the two of them, Nalan Yanran soared up into the air. Her pretty face was serious. The long sword in her hand suddenly trembled rapidly. Immediately, it began to slowly spin. Each time the long sword moved by a little, it would leave behind a sword shadow afterimage that seemed substantive. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword? It is really unexpected that Nalan Shijie actually managed to successfully learn a middle Shen class Dou technique like the Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. She is really a source of admiration. TL, Shijie, an older female of the same generation who shares the same teacher or is from the same sect. I heard that Nalan Shijie has managed to reach the point of creating 5 sword images after learning Wind Spirit Fractal Sword for a year. I have trained for nearly 2 years, but I can only create 4 of them. It has only just begun yet Nalan Shijie has actually used a Dou technique of this class. I think that she wants to quickly end this, no? That fellow from the Xiao Yan is really unlucky at it. When Nalan Yanran displayed that strange Dou technique, those Misty Cloud sect's disciple below could not resist whispering privately among themselves in their shock. Seeing their manner, it appeared that they recognized the background of the Dou technique that was displayed. Moreover, this Dou technique was likely something that was regarded as something difficult to be proficient at. Not only these disciples, but even a few of the 10+ white-robed elders on the stone platform nodded their heads slightly. The heavy ruler inserted in the ground as Xiao Yan lifted his head. With narrow eyes, he watched the energy after images that were slowly appearing following the movement of Nalan Yanran's longword. Relying on his outstanding perception, he could sense that the few after images contained a huge amount of energy within them. She is worthy of being called the junior sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect. She is able to use such a strong Dou technique as she pleases. Xiao Yan held the hilt of the heavy Xian ruler tightly in his palm. He slowly rotated half a circle while being on the ground. Immediately, he stomped heavily on the ground and an energy explosion blasted from where his foot was, pulling over all the gazes on the open ground. Following the explosion, Xiao Yan borrowed the reflected energy from it and his body suddenly shot violently and directly at Nalan Yanran in midair. The green-colored Dou Qi surged forth and threads of flame seedlings strangely twined around the ruler's body. However, they were hidden under the green-colored Dou Qi and one would have difficulty discovering them if one did not perform a careful inspection. Nalan Yanran knit her eyebrows slightly together as she glanced at Xiao Yan, who was violently shooting toward her from below. The movement of the long sword in her hand did not stop because of this. Her feet stepped on empty air and a pale green-colored Dou Qi spewed out from her feet. Instantly, it formed huge sharp wind blades and viciously cut toward Xiao Yan. Sensing the rushing wind sound of the wind blades from above his head, Xiao Yan raised his hand and nothing happened for a second. Then, a pushing force that shot above Xiao Yan surged from Xiao Yan's palm. The huge group of wind blades disappeared completely by this pushing force before they could be anywhere near Xiao Yan. Due to this pushing force, Xiao Yan's charging figure had also become slightly slower. Xiao Yan was about to once again borrow a timely force as he prepared to block Nalan Yanran from completing her Dou technique when a clear cry suddenly sounded from a spot not far above him. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. As the cry fell, the long sword in Nalan Yanran's hand abruptly pointed at Xiao Yan below. Her feet pressed gently on the empty air and a faint breeze appeared under them. Borrowing this breeze, Nalan Yanran swiftly moved backward. The 5 blurry energy sword after images that were left behind in mid-air trembled slightly. One after another, they shot violently toward Xiao Yan below. The blurred swords made up of energy appeared to have torn space as a pale green-colored energy arc began to spread out from the tip of the sword. 5 sword shadows that had their tips linked to the others held much like a falling star from the sky. With a slight frown, Xiao Yan's palm randomly discharged a force. His body borrowed the pushing strength of the force to retreat swiftly. The 5 blurry energy swords coincidentally cut past the surface of his body and their sharp wind caused Xiao Yan's skin to feel a keen pain. Nalan Yanran's pretty figure turned half a circle in midair. Immediately, she became like a white-colored lotus as she landed on the ground in a light and agile manner. She suddenly waved her hand horizontally. As she did so, the blurred energy swords which had missed actually turned around and once again violently stabbed toward Xiao Yan, who was in midair, without any point to pivot himself. Eyeing the blurry energy swords which had once again come to pierce him, Xiao Yan was a little startled. Immediately, he frowned slightly as the corner of his gaze drifted around him. Being in midair, he really had difficulty avoiding the swift and sudden attacks of these blurry energy sword this time around unless he used the purple cloud wings. Since I cannot dodge, then I will forcefully receive it. As this intention fell within his heart, the green-colored Dou Qi on the heavy ruler in his hand abruptly soared. That huge energy that was suddenly released caused countless of people below to have astonished faces. The green-colored flame seedlings flashed and rose. As the heavy ruler was swung, it carried a powerful force as it viciously smashed at the blurry energy swords in front of the shocked gazes under him. Bang! As the two came into contact, a ferocious energy explosion sounded in the empty space above the open ground. The intense green light caused some people to involuntarily shut their eyes. Nalan Yanran quietly stood in the same spot while she raised her head to watch the sky. The piercing green light did not appear to be much of an obstacle for her as her bright pupils stared at the spot where the explosion occurred. She understood only too clearly just what kind of power the Wind Spirit Fractal Sword possessed. The blow earlier was something that even a 7-star dosher would have great difficulty completely withstanding. If Xiao Yan was able to resist this strike, Nalan Yanran would also be able to roughly estimate just what extent he had reached during these 3 years. The green light was gradually being reduced in the sky. A black-colored shadow abruptly shot explosively toward Nalan Yanran, who was standing on the ground. A powerful sound of wind compressing caused one's eardrums to feel pain. The speed of the black-colored shadow's violent attack caused Nalan Yanran's pretty face to change a little. Her toes pressed on the ground as she instantly pulled back nearly 10 meters with her body appearing as though it was gliding over the ground. Bang! The black-colored shadow violently landed on the ground and heavily smashed at the spot where Nalan Yanran had landed earlier. Immediately, an intense sound reverberated throughout the square. Rock fragments flew around and numerous crack lines began spreading around the spot permeated with dust. Nalan Yanran's retreating body slowly came to a stop. She faintly eyed the spot which was pervaded with dust. With such an attack speed, it was not quite possible for it to pose much of a threat to someone like her who trained in a wind affinity chi method. Nalan Yanran gently waved her spacious large sleeves. A breeze appeared out of nowhere and blew over the square, lifting off the dust around. The moment before the dust was lifted, Nalan Yanran's eyes shrunk slightly. The Dou Qi all over her body abruptly skyrocketed. At the same time, her body swiftly retreated. She repeatedly swung the longsword in her hand. Numerous sharp sword fragments appeared on the route which she used to pull back. At the very moment when Nalan Yanran was pulling back, a black figure from within the dust once again shot explosively forward. This time around, the speed appeared to have instantly become many times higher than what it was earlier. The terrifying speed caused the black shadow to appear as though it were flickering. A few illusionary shadows surfaced before he approached Nalan Yanran. The wind blade blockade which she had placed earlier was completely shattered by the former in the most violent method. Quite a good speed, but how can it suddenly increase by this much? A seriousness and some uncertainty surfaced on her pretty face as Nalan Yenran mumbled quietly within her heart. Her eyes glanced at the black shadow which appeared formidable as it charged over. She was just thinking of taking offensive measures when a cold feeling suddenly rushed out from her skin. She suddenly turned her head. A black shadow had appeared behind her just like a ghost. The black shadow raised its head, revealing Xiao Yan's indifferent face. The current him had his hands tightly clenched into fists. The huge black-colored heavy Xian ruler had already completely disappeared. His fist borrowed the force from his half-rotated body as it viciously smashed at Nalan Yenran's back while carrying a terrifying force. The space where the fist passed by actually emitted an ear-piercing energy explosion. This blow was actually this strong. Octane blast. A low roar sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. The force contained in the fist once again soared. Finally, it smashed solidly on Nalan Yenran's back in front of those stunned gazes of the Misty Cloud sect's disciples around them. The terrifying force directly caused Nalan Yenran's pretty body to be thrown into midair like a kite whose strings had been cut off. She was like a weak flower that was being scraped away by a violent wind. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled. He gradually spread his fist and beckoned with his hand. The black shadow which had shot toward Nalan Yenran a moment ago flew over. Immediately, it was inserted heavily into the green rock surface in front of him. The large shadow which had attracted Nalan Yenran's attention earlier was actually this heavy Xian ruler. Nalan Shurjia has been defeated. Countless of stunned gazes eyed Nalan Yenran, who fell from midair like a butterfly which had lost its wings. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This junior sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect had actually been so easily defeated? On the stone platform, Yunlang and the other elders merely calmly watched Nalan Yenran, who was slowly descending. If one thought that she would lose so easily, one would have really underestimated the training of the Misty Cloud sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, The True Strength of Both Parties. Chapter 336, The True Strength of Both Parties. All the gazes on the open ground paused on the slowly descending Nalan Yenran. All of their expressions were different as they did so. This fellow seems to be quite good. On top of a huge tree, Jia Xingtian smiled as he stared at Xiao Yan. Immediately, he shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, the attack this time round did not cause much damage to Nalan Yenran even though it appeared ferocious. The flying flock agility Dou technique does indeed live up to its name." Ah. Fa Ma by the side nodded slightly. His gaze stared at the falling Nalan Yenran and softly laughed. The girl from the Nalan clan is not weak either. It looks like Yun Yun has really tried her best to groom that girl during these 3 years. Hai Guodong frowned slightly. He stared at Nalan Yenran and his eyebrows abruptly twitched a moment later. The energy within her body is swiftly increasing. Additionally, it faintly has the sign of having broken the limit of a Dou Qi. TSK. What a profound method of hiding her strength. Even I did not discover it. The secret technique of the Misty Cloud sect is indeed extraordinary. Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma smiled. Regardless of how one put it, the training that Nalan Yenran received as the next Misty Cloud sect leader was naturally not something that an ordinary Misty Cloud sect disciple could compare with. Moreover, the Misty Cloud sect also had Piquing Gui's help. Adding all these to Nalan Yenran's strong foundation, it was not considered ridiculous for her to reach the Dou Qi class at this age. Looks like the fight this time around is going to be somewhat intense. That little fellow from the Xiao clan is also not someone ordinary. In addition, the huge black ruler in his hand is also a little strange. Fa Ma stared at the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand as he spoke. Seeing the airflow which he creates when his feet land on the ground, that ruler seems to have some weight. Have the both of you realized that after the ruler leaves his hand, not only did his speed increase, but even the eruption and density of his Dou Qi had instantly become much stronger? Jia Xingtian was worthy of being a strong person who even Hai Guodong feared. Even the slight movement when Xiao Yan landed on the ground was actually observed by him to such a detail. Yes. Hearing Jia Xingtian words, Fa Ma nodded slightly. It appeared that he had also sensed these changes. From the looks of things now, this competition will be a hard-fought one. But what causes me to be curious is what exactly does this little fellow rely on? He is actually able to escape from the reputation of being a useless person 3 years ago and catch up with the progress of Nalan Yenran, who has received the Misty Cloud sect's training, with such swiftness. Jia Xingtian was uncertain as he softly said, "I don't know. Our Alchemist Association has never met him, so we have never investigated him. Fa shook his head. His gaze glanced at the open ground and suddenly said, "That girl from the Nalan clan is about to use her true strength." The slowly falling Nalan Yenran strangely floated in the air just as she was around half a meter from the ground. She gently waved her hand and her body flipped in the air. After which, she landed on the hard green rock surface in a light and agile manner. Eyeing Nalan Yenran, who was actually unhurt after landing on the ground, a sigh of relief involuntarily sounded throughout the square. Nalan Yenran's pretty eyes were serious. She eyed Xiao Yan on the opposite side, whose expression was still calm. In a soft voice, she said, "You have really surprised me. No matter what, I, at the very least, believe that you are no longer that useless young master of the Xiao clan from back then." Xiao Yan did not give any reply to the somewhat lamenting words of Nalan Yenran. He merely lifted his eyes and glanced indifferently at her. As he sensed the slowly soaring pale green-colored energy within Nalan Yenran, he softly mumbled in his heart, "Is she finally about to display her true ability? I do not want to say anything more about all that happened back then." Nalan Yenran slowly raised her hand. The green glow above the pale green-colored longsword became increasingly dense as her gaze stared at Xiao Yan. "But the current me represents the Misty Cloud sect. I will not hold anything back for its reputation." As Nalan Yenran's voice slowly fell, the robe on her body and her black hair on her head suddenly moved despite the absence of wind. A forceful presence gradually rose from within her body. The extent of the strength of the imposing presence caused the surrounding Misty Cloud sect's disciples to widen their mouths in shock. Numerous soft cries involuntarily sounded. This Qi has Nalan Shurjie advanced to a Didosher, but... Seeing the expressions of the Misty Cloud sect disciples around, it appeared that even they were uncertain about Nalan Yenran's actual strength. It is really unexpected that niece Nalan has already reached the Didosher class at such an age. She is really quite admirable. Mu Qin turned his head and said with a smile to Nalan Jie after eyeing Nalan Yenran, who was emitting a powerful force. His laughter contained some envy. Although Mu Zhan was currently a 9-star dosher and appeared to be merely half a step away from a Didosher, Mu Qin knew that this half a step was something that was extremely difficult to cross if one did not have sufficient luck. Nephew Mu Zhan is also not weak. Nalan Jie smiled and gave a polite response. The strength that Nalan Yenran suddenly displayed also caused him to sigh in relief. Regardless of how one put it, Nalan Yenran was ultimately a member of the Nalan clan. If she were to lose this competition today, not only would the Misty Cloud sect lose face, but the Nalan clan would also feel ashamed. Moreover, Nalan Yenran had even impulsively said that if she lost, she would become his slave when she made the agreement back then. When he thought of the eldest young lady of the Nalan clan and the future successor of the Misty Cloud sect becoming someone else's female servant, there was some indication of ugliness on Nalan Jie's old face. This girl. As he slowly released his breath, Nalan Jie eyed Xiao Yan, who was calmly watching Nalan Yenran. He softly said, "Ah, nephew Xiao, I am really sorry. This competition has far too many complications for Nalan Yenran. I'm afraid that we can only wrong you. In the future, I will order the Nalan clan to compensate the Xiao clan." Hearing his confident words, it appeared that he was not optimistic of Xiao Yan being able to win this competition. However, one could not blame him. Xiao Yan's current age was not even 20. Regardless of how outstanding his training talent was, the difficulty of reaching the Didosher class at his age was extremely great. After all, he did not have the support of a huge faction like the Misty Cloud sect behind him. Of course, this was indeed so under normal circumstances. Were it not for the 3 lines green spirit pill, Xiao Yan would really only be lingering below that of a Didosher. Unfortunately, the situation Xiao Yan was in was not considered normal. Therefore, this thought of Nalan Jie was bound to be faced with disappointment. The blazing sun hung high in the air and the sunlight poured down from the distant sky, dispersing the faint mist that shrouded the square. It shone upon the bodies of everyone present, causing their skin to feel a little warm. The nearly 1,000 Misty Cloud sect disciples sat on the ground around the square, forming a semicircle. They sat on the rock surface like wooden pillars, and the pouring sunlight from the sky did not cause their body to make even the slightest movement. The endurance of these people was something that Xiao Yan could not help but praise despite not having a good impression of the Misty Cloud sect. Seeing how they were able to train the talented people whom had been picked up from all over the land in such a manner, the Misty Cloud sect really did not simply rely on its empty reputation to stand above the Jiama Empire for so many years. On the stone platform just behind the rock monument located at the middle of the square, the 10+ white-robed old men were narrowing their old eyes as they watched the 2 people in the square. Occasionally, they would whisper something among themselves. First Elder, the fight has only just begun, yet Nalan Yenran was forced to use her true strength. On the other hand, the little fellow from the Xiao clan appears to have remained very calm. A white-robed old man turned his head and softly said beside Yun Lang. His voice carried a little worry. His mindset is indeed quite good. Yunlang's finger gently skimmed off some of the non-existent dust on his robe as he said casually, but this kind of competition isn't something where one can just rely on their mentality. The progress of Nailan Yenran during these few years is something that caused even us old fellows to feel shocked. Moreover, the sect leader appears to have passed her some of the sect's secret technique. No matter how outstanding that young fellow's talent is, at the very least, it is somewhat impossible for him to catch up with Nailan Yenran now. All of you need not be overly worried. Since Nailan Yenran has already displayed her true strength, this battle should likely be over soon. Once we chase away that little fellow from the Xiao clan, I will not need to worry about it any longer. Yunlong faintly said. Hearing Yunling put it in this manner, that white-robed old man could not say anything more. He nodded his head, turned around and glanced at the rock platform below. Suddenly, he said, Dou Qi, is something wrong? Upon hearing the question, a white-robed old man who was sitting on the second level of the stone platform turned around. Seeing his appearance, it was surprising that Dou Qi was the one who had accompanied Nailan Yenran to the Xiao clan in order to cancel the engagement back then. His current expression was a little strange. Moreover, the source of the expression on his face seemed to be Xiao Yan in the open ground. Ever since Xiao Yan appeared in his eyes earlier, Dou Qi's expression had turned into this manner. This was because he had discovered that the young man earlier had actually faintly appeared to be somewhat similar to the mysterious black-robed person whom he had seen at the Mo clan within Yen City back then. Impossible. That mysterious man is a Dou Huang. With Xiao Yan's age, even if he had the talent of the heavens, he cannot possibly reach that step. Dou Qi violently shook his head, wanting to throw away the ridiculous thought within his mind. However, the two faces continued to slowly merge together. At one instance, when the two faces were completely merged together, Dou Qi's entire body trembled. He exhaled his coarse breath as he recovered. He suddenly realized that his entire robe had actually been drenched in cold sweat. Are you all right? The 10+ elders of the Misty Cloud sect watched the cold sweat-filled face of Dou Qi with surprise as they knit their eyebrows together and asked. It's nothing. Dou Qi swallowed a mouthful of saliva that had intruded into his dry throat. He hesitated for a moment, only to shake his head. He did not voice the thought within his heart. Even though the two faces appeared extremely similar, he still did not believe that the mysterious black-robed person was Xiao Yan. If the latter really had that kind of strength, did he need to exhaust himself and come to have a tough fight with Nailan Yenran? It was definitely an illusion. Seeing his manner, he is at most at the Dou Qi class. No matter what, he is definitely not that mysterious black-robed person. Dou Qi clenched his teeth, slowly raised his head and continued to throw his gaze into the open ground. On the open ground, Nailan Yenran's rising imposing presence from within her body slowly stopped increasing when it finally reached the Dou Qi class. With the wave of the long sword in her hand, a clear ring of the sword sounded above the open ground in a relaxed manner. At the tip of the sword, a green-colored sword's aura was expanding and shrinking. It was pointed at Xiao Yan from a distant away and a wild wind instantly appeared out of nowhere. Eyeing Nailan Yenran on the opposite side as her force ceased rising, Xiao Yan pursed up his lips. He softly muttered, as expected. Around a 2-star Dou Qi. Let's start preparing to go all out. Xiao Yan twisted his neck and gently exhaled. His palm held the heavy Xian ruler above the ground. Immediately, he used his strength to insert it into the ground. The green-colored Dou Qi on his body was like a flame as it abruptly surged. A long while later, the Dou Qi disappeared and a green-colored Dou Qi armor appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Dou Qi armor? This fellow is also actually a Dou Qi. Eyeing the armor, which appeared to be made up of a substantial substance, waves of noises made when inhaling cold air sounded around the open ground. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, An Intense Fight. Chapter 337, An Intense Fight. This is going to be fun now. Sensing the open ground which had suddenly become quiet, Jia Xingtian stared at the Dou Qi armor on Xiao Yan's body which was faintly emitting a green-colored glow. His face had some shock and amazement. This armor was only in its infancy shape, but regardless of how one put it, being able to summon it out meant that that person had already entered the Dou Qi class. Reflecting on what he saw from this point, it appeared that the gap between Xiao Yan's and Nailan Yenran's strength was not very big. The thing that caused Jia Xingtian to be shocked was how this little fellow of the Xiao clan, who did not have a strong backing behind him, could actually swiftly catch up to Nailan Yenran in these 3 short years. One should know that behind Nailan Yenran was this huge being known as the Misty Cloud sect which was grooming her and providing support. This young fellow is not someone simple. Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma exchanged glances with each other. Both of them could see this emotion within the other's eyes. Ah! On another side, Nailan Jie's face, which had only just relaxed for only a short while, then once again tensed up. His eyes stared intently at the Dou Qi armor on Xiao Yan's body. A long while later, he finally let out a long breath. He slowly closed his eyes and the expression on his face held some bitterness. This time around, Nailan Jie truly felt a regret. He regretted not having stopped Nailan Yanran back then. If Nailan Yanran did not create the whole issue of cancelling the engagement, this young person who relied on himself as he changed into a strong didosher from a useless person in 3 short years would become a son-in-law whom the Nailan clan would be extremely satisfied with. In the past, Nailan Jie was furious with Nailan Yanran's act of cancelling the engagement because he was extremely prideful. The agreement he and Xiao Yan's grandfather made was something that he felt humiliation for after she broke it off. If it were not because of this reason, who would be willing to let his own outstanding granddaughter marry a young master of the Xiao clan who was merely a useless person back then? Now, however, the young man who had revealed his sharp edges in front of Nailan Jie caused the latter to clearly see the terrifying potential contained in the former's body. The value that such a potential could bring in the future had far exceeded the limit which Nailan Jie could imagine. He clearly understood that there was no large faction like the Misty Cloud sect supporting Xiao Yan from behind. And even without such a support from behind, Xiao Yan, however, was still actually able to swiftly catch up to Nailan Yanran's speed within 3 years. This kind of training talent could only be described with one word: terrifying. Therefore, only at this moment did Nailan Jie really sense just how great a loss the Nailan clan had suffered through the impulsive action of Nailan Yanran back then. A didosher that was not even 20 years old. Who could guarantee just what extent he would grow by after some years? A Dou Wan was sufficient to support the entire Nailan clan. If Xiao Yan were to reach this class in the future, who could guarantee that the strength of the Xiao clan would not abruptly soar? It may even reach the point of threatening the 3 large clans. As he thought of that serious consequence, the bitterness on Nailan Jie's face grew even denser. A long while later, he opened his eyes and once again let out a sigh. Suddenly, he appeared much older. Ah, Xiao Ling, you have such a good grandson. By the side, Mu Chen and a few other heads of different fractions eyed the bitter expression of Nailan Jie. Although they were wise enough not to prod the other person's wound, they could not help but gloat within their hearts. Due to Nailan Yanran, the relationship between the Nailan clan and the Misty Cloud sect was increasingly close. This caused many groups within the capital to become a little afraid. The Nailan clan losing out was something that many were happy to see. On the stone platform beside the open ground, the 10+ white-robed old men were shocked until they were at a loss as they eyed the Dou Qi armor which Xiao Yan had suddenly summoned. A long while later, they gradually recovered. They exchanged glances with one another while serious expressions appeared on their faces for the first time. Looking at the current situation, it appeared that they had greatly underestimated this person who was once the trash of the Xiao clan. First elder, a white-robed old man frowned slightly as he whispered. Let's wait and see. There was not much change on Yunlong's face. He gently waved his hand and suppressed the worry of the other few elders. His gaze rested on the skinny back of the young man in the square and slowly spoke, although his strength has somewhat exceeded my expectations, there is still some gap between him and Nailan Yanran. Moreover, the Dou techniques that Nailan Yanran practices are all the advanced ones in our Misty Cloud sect. On this point, I doubt that nameless little fellow can compare with her. Let's watch quietly. Yunlang's gaze paused on the open ground. His face was calm, but the hands which were inserted within his sleeves were tightly clenched. He appeared to have felt some sort of uneasiness. On the open ground, Nailan Yanran's gaze swept over Xiao Yan's body. The indifferentness on her pretty face finally had difficulty hiding her shock this time around. Although she did not underestimate Xiao Yan's training talent, she had never thought that Xiao Yan could actually directly leap to a didosher class from being someone who was not even a dosher within 3 years. This kind of training speed was something that Nailan Yanran, who had the help of the Misty Cloud sect and Piquing Gui, could not help but feel stunned about. Nailan Yanran slowly inhaled a mouthful of somewhat icy cold air. The indifference on her face had gradually disappeared. Her seriousness increased. It appeared that the current her had truly begun to take Xiao Yan seriously. Nailan Yanran tightly held her long sword. This time around, she did not say any unnecessary words. This young man in front of her, whom she had once regarded as a useless being, was worthy of using all of her effort in order to ensure her victory in this fight. The long sword shook and a clear ringing of the sword sounded. Following the sword ringing, the pale green-colored Dou Qi on Nailan Yanran's body abruptly soared. An instant later, the Dou Qi disappeared and a delicate pale green Dou Qi armor covered her exquisite pretty body. The Dou Qi armor which Nailan Yanran had summoned was undoubtedly much slimmer and more elegant compared to Xiao Yan's one. Her body, which curved at the right places, was wrapped by that tight body armor. It emitted the beauty of a heroic spirit, causing her, who was originally the focal point of the place, to attract the attention of everyone's eyes. Although the color of both of their Dou Qi armor was similar, Nailan Yanran's Dou Qi armor was clearly much more refined if one were to compare their outer appearances. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's one appeared a little crude. From this, one could see that despite the two of them being Dou, there was still a gap between their strength. The powerful Dou Qi surged forward within Nailan Yanran's Qi paths like a flowing river. She gently lifted her pretty eyes and the tip of her feet abruptly pressed gently on the ground. Her body turned into a light ray, and she took the initiative to begin her attack on Xiao Yan as everyone watched. The distance between the two of them was but 10 meters. For Nailan Yanran's speed, this was something that could be covered in a few seconds. Her body flashed and reappeared, placing Xiao Yan within her attacking range. She waved her sword, making it appear much like a venomous snake which had come out of its hole as it carried a sharp rushing wind sword glow and trickily pierced at Xiao Yan's chest in a vicious manner. Xiao Yan indifferently watched the tip of the sword which repeatedly became enlarged within his pupils. His palm completely left the hilt of the heavy Xian ruler. Due to him leaving the heavy Xian ruler, the currently rising Dou Qi in his body roared as they surged within his veins. A feeling of being filled with energy lingered within Xiao Yan's body. When the pale green-colored substance, which was like a small rotating wind that covered the sword, was about to reach a spot half a foot from Xiao Yan's chest, he finally made a move. He violently kicked on the heavy Xian ruler which was inserted in front of him. His body moved half a meter to the left and agilely dodged Nailan Yanran's aggressive attack. Thousand Wind Blade. Nailan Yanran was not surprised that Xiao Yan was able to dodge her attack. Her hands swiftly turned and 5 spiraling sword blades which were agglomerated from wind-type Dou Qi instantly formed on the tip of her finger. With a soft cry, 5 sharp sword blades left her finger. They twined around each other, turning into tiny green lines as they charged at Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner, while carrying a sharp piercing wind sound. 5 sharp rotating sword blades broke through the obstruction of the air and almost instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The green-colored ray of light abruptly trembled and the 5 rotating sword blades immediately spread out from the middle. After which, they targeted 5 vital points on Xiao Yan's body and shot out explosively. The ferocious wind that they carried as they flew past caused Xiao Yan to narrow his eyes. What a fast speed! The speed at which the rotating sword blades attacked was fast enough to cause Xiao Yan to feel shocked. From such a close distance, it was clearly impossible to completely dodge all of them. Therefore, in the little time that remained, 3 green-colored flames were swiftly flicked out from the tip of Xiao Yan's finger. These tiny flames were shot out in different directions and perfectly blocked 3 rotating sword blades. They also managed to incinerate them as desired. Although Xiao Yan had blocked 3 of the rotating sword blades, there were still 2 more of them which ruthlessly shot toward the left and right arm of Xiao Yan. The sword blades struck the Dou Qi armor and a wave of sparks and a ear-piercing chafing sound was emitted when the two came into contact. Due to the exhaustion of energy, the sword blades slowly disappeared. At the same time, 2 significantly big holes appeared on Xiao Yan's Dou Qi armor. Although these holes were gradually being repaired by Dou Qi, one could still vaguely see some traces of blood from them. It appeared that this attack caused Xiao Yan to receive some external injuries. Of course, from Xiao Yan's point of view, such external wounds would naturally not affect his combat ability. Therefore, his left foot abruptly stomped heavily on the ground after withstanding this round of sharp attack unleashed by his opponent. As an explosive sound was created, his body turned into a black-colored shadow. He appeared to be nestled on the ground as he closed the gap between him and Nailan Yanran in a flash. His palms supported himself on the ground while his feet carried a ferocious force which violently whirled and smashed toward Nailan Yanran's neck. From the whirling sound emitted from the air, it appeared that the force which Xiao Yan used was merciless. Sensing Xiao Yan, who had actually appeared this close to her with such swiftness, Nailan Yanran knit her eyebrows together. She immediately twisted her waist and her body became like a catkin within a violent storm. Although she had only pulled back a short distance of half a foot, she had coincidentally escaped Xiao Yan's attacking range. Without any hesitation, Nailan Yanran waved her longsword after she had dodged the other party's attack. She turned into a green shadow as she cut at Xiao Yan's legs in a lightning-like manner. Sensing the thick cold sword aura approaching, Xiao Yan's right hand abruptly opened while facing his front. A ferocious shapeless force violently surged and heavily struck Nailan Yanran's chest. The sudden attacking force caused Nailan Yanran, who could not react in time, to take a couple of steps back. As she had the protection of the Dou Qi armor, however, Xiao Yan's attack this time around did not have much impact other than breaking the opponent's attack. Xiao Yan's heart also understood this point very clearly. Originally, he did not expect that this attack would cause much harm toward Nailan Yanran. Therefore, when she was retreating, his palm violently struck the ground. The ferocious force caused a few crack lines to spread on the hard, green rock surface. His body leapt up and moved closer to Nalan Yanran like a ghost. Immediately, he unleashed his fiercest attack since he had arrived, much like a volcano erupting. Xiao Yan specialized in close combat. Therefore, his hands, arms, elbows, legs, head, and every part of his body had at this very moment, were turned into terrifying weapons that could kill. His arms and elbows danced and a frightening energy caused explosions to repeatedly appear in the surrounding empty air. Each time the force missed, it would leave quite a deep pit scar on the green rock surface. When faced with this incomparably aggressive attacks of Xiao Yan, Nalan Yanran did not show any sign of weakness. Although the opponent was just beside her, she managed to rely on the uniqueness of her agility Dou technique to repeatedly dodge Xiao Yan's attack. She waved her long sword, emitting a stern sword aura as the sword glinted, thus leaving behind countless of cut marks on the ground. As the fight between the two gradually entered an intense phase, powerful Dou Qi appeared to be surging within the two bodies and was released at a gushing speed. When the Dou Qi collided, powerful energy explosions repeatedly sounded on the open ground. Green blows flashed in the open ground. Hot Dou Qi and sharp sword blades repeatedly shot out from the cover of the green glow. Two shadows continuously moved swiftly within the square. Clear ringing of the sword and the sound of metal clashing was emitting unceasingly from the points where the two meet. The strength of their attacks had also become increasingly wild following the increase in the intensity of the fight. Progressively, it left everyone present speechless. Eyeing the repeatedly flashing and moving blurry figures in the square, the expressions of the surrounding Misty Cloud sect disciples were all a little dull. In the battle earlier which had come to a stalemate, they could clearly sense that Nalan Yanran had at the very least displayed 3 Xian-class Dou techniques. However, these Dou techniques which were sufficient enough to help her easily defeat some strong people who were stronger than her were completely diffused by Xiao Yan, whose strength was clearly a little weaker than her own. Only at this moment did these disciples of the Misty Cloud sect finally understand just what a silly rumor it was when their comrades described Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan as being a useless person and how he overestimated his own ability. Being able to fight with the most outstanding person of the younger generation of the Misty Cloud sect for so long without being defeated, proved that this delicate and handsome young man in front of them was far from an ordinary person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, Wind's Peak, Dazzling Sunset. Chapter 338, Wind's Peak, Dazzling Sunset. On the huge green rock square, powerful Dou Qi and sharp wind blades repeatedly shot out, leaving behind numerous clear and visible deep scars on the surrounding hard surfaces. Everyone held their breath at this moment. Their gazes followed the two human figures which appeared and disappeared as they moved in flashes. The increasingly intense and heated battle caused many people to have their hearts jump to their throat while they watched the explosive battle of both parties. Their original impression of Xiao Yan was someone who should have been defeated upon first contact, but he had unexpectedly not shown any signs of being at a disadvantage in the fight. Instead, with those extremely ferocious close-ranged attacks of his, he actually faintly looked like he was suppressing Nalan Yanran in terms of attacks. This really stunned the Misty Cloud sect's disciples who had originally thought that victory was easily within their grasp. Of course, this was not only so for the ordinary Misty Cloud sect's disciple. After Xiao Yan had quietly used the Heavenly Flame to completely block all of the Xian-class Dou techniques which Nalan Yanran had repeatedly displayed, the Misty Cloud sect's elders on the stone platform finally began to display uneasy expressions. The few Dou techniques which Nalan Yanran had displayed basically belonged to the advanced and difficult-to-learn type. Moreover, their power was also quite great. With Nalan Yanran's strength, even if her opponent was a strong person 2 or 3 stars above her, it would not be possible for him to easily block these few Dou technique which she displayed. However, the reality that had appeared in front of them clearly told Yunlang and the others that those Dou techniques which had great power were actually blocked by Xiao Yan, whose strength was slightly weaker than Nalan Yanran, without suffering any injuries. First Elder. That Xiao Yan appears to be a little strange. Each time Nalan Yanran's Dou technique is about to reach his body, a strong and strange energy appears. It is this strange energy that causes Nalan Yanran's Dou techniques to be unable to obtain any actual results. After staring at the open ground intently with his eyes, a white-robed old man could not resist turning his head and softly informing Yunlang with a serious face. Hearing the soft voice of the white-robed old man, the other few elders, including Yunlang, nodded slightly. With their strength, they could naturally sense the strange energy which contained some heat. However, Xiao Yan displayed his heavenly flame while moving at high speed and his technique was done skillfully and with great familiarity. Therefore, even though Yunlang and the others could only sense something, but were unable to know just what exactly Xiao Yan used. Don't panic. Allow me to carefully sense it. Yunlang's face was gloomy as he waved his hands. He slowly shut his eyes and immediately used the Dou Qi in his body to connect with the energy in the outside world which possessed the same affinity. He then began to watch Xiao Yan's every action from all directions. Hearing these words from Yun Lang, the other few elders exchanged glances and maintained silence. They continued to throw their gazes into the increasingly intense battle. Not long after these elders became quiet, two rushing wind sounds suddenly sounded in the air. Immediately, two human figures appeared on the top of a huge tree located on the surroundings of the open ground. Their gazes swept on the inextricably locked battle below and could not help but feel a little surprised. After the two human figures appeared, Jia Xingtian and the rest who were to the tip of large trees threw their gazes over. When their gazes swept onto the faintly handsome-looking middle-aged man who was wearing a pale green robe, they were momentarily startled. Immediately, they laughed and greeted him. An endless stream of people instantly flocked over. From this it could be seen just what kind of status and position this person held in the Jiama Empire. Even people of Jia Xingtian's and Fa Ma's level were this polite to him. The person who came was Piquing Gu He of the Jiama Empire, with Lu Ling followed close behind him. The Lu Ling at this moment was no longer as arrogant as he was in the capital back then. He quietly stood behind Gu He and smiled as he greeted Nailan Jie and those people of the older generation. Looking at this manner of his, it appeared that he had changed quite a bit because of his failure at the alchemist grand meeting. Coco, it is really unexpected that both old Jia and old Fa are here. But the sect leader isn't present today, so there is no one to greet you. I'm sorry. Gu He cupped his hands toward the two of them and said courteously with a smile. He similarly did not dare slight these two extremely strong people who possessed quite a great reputation in the Jiama Empire. This is? Gu He's sweeping gaze suddenly paused on Hai Buodong's body. Hesitation flashed across Gu He's face. With his outstanding spiritual perception ability, he could naturally sense the partially hidden surging force of the latter. Hai Buodong. Hai Buodong cupped his hands towards Gu He. The usual indifferent face he used on strangers had unprecedentedly revealed a somewhat stiff smile. Although he was much greater in seniority compared to Gu He, only those people in this world who had a big fist and great ability would truly receive equal or respectful treatment from others. He might be a Dou Huang, but Gu He, as the most outstanding alchemist grandmaster in the Jiama Empire, was someone who even a Dou Huang had to treat equally when they met. This was because everyone knew just what kind of enormous gathering power a Tier 6 alchemist possessed. Ice Emperor Hai Buodong? Hearing Hai Buodong mentioning his own name, Gu He was startled and his expression was immediately a little lost. A long while later, his expression recovered to normal and with a smile, he politely spoke to Hai Buodong. Back then when Gu He was still training, I heard so much about old Hai's name. Seeing you today, your prestige isn't any less than what it was back then. Hai Buodong smiled. Since the other party treated him in this manner, he naturally could not be any less polite. After the two of them courteously exchanged some words, Gu He finally turned his gaze towards the battleground. Upon seeing the extremely close and intense fight, his eyebrows immediately twitched. He asked in astonishment, that fellow is Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan? Coco, that's right, but he isn't a useless person. A bitter laughter sounded beside Gu He. When the latter glanced over, he realized that it was Nailan Jie who had replied. Gu He nodded his head. His gaze returned to Xiao Yan, who had turned into a black shadow on the battleground. It was naturally a lie if he said he was not surprised. He clearly understood that the latter was a useless person who had not even reached the doja class 3 years ago. 3 years later, however, he had actually soared to a level which was sufficient to contend with Nailan Yanran. It should be known that Yun Yun had gotten him to refine an unknown number of medicinal pills to raise Nailan Yanran's strength. Despite the Misty Cloud sect and his own support, however, this Xiao Yan actually managed to follow closely behind with just 3 years. Just what kind of support from an enormous faction and terrifying training talent did he need to do this? A seriousness was added to the originally indifferent and smiling face. He frowned slightly and his spiritual strength broke out of his body from his forehead. In a lightning-like manner, it immediately moved and hovered over the open ground. Xiao Yan movement speed, which was originally as fast as lightning, appeared like a movie which was played in slow motion as it slowly played out within Gu He's mind. In this slow motion, every single action of Xiao Yan was completely exposed in Gu He's perception. Under the watch of various strong people who did their best to observe the fight, the two people on the open ground, which appeared like blurry intertwining figures in the eyes of the ordinary Misty Cloud sect's disciples, had become extremely clear. The flashing and moving intertwining figures on the battleground once again came into contact and pulled back, following the sound of an explosion. The two figures were each forced back by more than 10 meters with their bodies skidding against the surface of the ground. The figures which were forced back came to a slow stop. Finally, Xiao Yan and Nailan Yanran's figures clearly appeared in front of everyone's gaze. Upon seeing the manner of the two of them, everyone were stunned. Numerous criss-cross sword scars had already appeared on the Dou Qi armor on Xiao Yan's body. Under those deep sword scars, one could faintly see bright red fresh blood. Clearly, he did receive some of Nalan Yenran's counterattacks in that almost wild close-range fight earlier. Xiao Yan's outer appearance was quite ugly, but Nalan Yenran was also similarly in a bad state. Her originally clean moon dress had appeared somewhat disorderly at this moment. One could see a clear footprint at a spot around her lower abdomen. Her messy black hair was stuck onto her clean forehead where some perspiration had appeared. The back of her teeth bit her bottom red lip while her breathing became a little hurried. From the manner of these two people, it appeared that each of them had won and lost in the intense battle earlier. After the two of them revealed themselves, the private whispers which were originally present on the open ground once again became completely quiet. Everyone was infected by the giving a tit for a tat manner of the two of them and did not dare to say anything to break it. A breeze blew over the open ground. A few withering leaves followed the wind, rotated around and swept past, between the two of them. The silence persisted for a long while. Finally, Nalan Yenran took the lead and did something. Her clever eyes carried some complicated emotion as she deeply watched the indifferent face of the young man opposite her. Her hand was slowly extended to remove the green ribbon which was restricting her long black hair. She slowly swung her head. The black hair on her head was like the moonlight as it poured down. It moved along her arm and vertically down toward her delicate waist. Under the hot sun, the girl undid her retrained hair and the black hair rolled down. It emitted an ethereal, agile presence. The moving scene caused the hearts of those who were already infatuated by her to beat even faster. She wants to use that thing? Seeing Nalan Yenran's sudden action, Yunlang and the others on the stone platform were startled. Immediately, they began mumbling to themselves. Looks like the fight should be ending soon. But to be able to force Nalan Yenran to this extent, this little fellow from the Xiao clan is really very strong. A white-robed elder sighed softly. Is she about to take out her trump card? This girl is actually forced to this extent. A surprise surfaced on Gui's face as he softly said while standing in the tree. When Jia Xingtian and the others around him heard these words of Gu He, they were stunned. Immediately, they threw their surprised gazes back on the battleground. As her black hair fell down, Nalan Yenran's eyes slowly shut. A moment later, she suddenly opened her eyes. The black hair on her head abruptly moved automatically despite the absence of any wind. Her long hair floated and danced. Following this, her body actually began to suspend in the air without borrowing any help from a launching force or a pair of wings. As Nalan Yenran's body slowly rose into the air, the energy around her body appeared like boiling water at this moment as they began rising violently. Circular pale green-colored substantive ripples spread repeatedly from her body. The longsword slowly moved upward and was finally tilted in such a way that it pointed toward Xiao Yan below. At one instance, the longsword trembled gently and the sunlight from the sky suddenly began to move toward the longsword and agglomerated together. In just an instant, the glow on the longsword surged. The eye-piercing glow was like a second sun in the sky. Xiao Yan, let's decide the victor. Nalan Yenran's white pretty face appeared somewhat transparent as it reflected the glow. She shakingly pointed toward Xiao Yan below and for the very first time, she shouted that name which she had once greatly loathed. Xiao Yan lifted his head and eyed the eye-piercing glow. Under that glow, a terrifying energy was wildly being agglomerated. Is she finally using her trump card? Since that is the case. As her pretty eyes stared at the young man whose body was straight and tall, Nalan Yenran inhaled a deep breath of air. Her hand tightly held the long sword which had become extremely heavy while she began moving the sword at a pace so slow that it was almost impossible for one to sense that it was moving. Following the movement of the long sword, the energy ripple which it emitted also became increasingly intense. Xiao Yan watched the sky indifferently. His right hand was gently extended and with a puff, a green-colored flame sudden appeared under the watch of everyone present. This is, although some of the ordinary Misty Cloud sect's disciples were unaffected after the appearance of the green-colored flame, the elders as well as Gu He and the other strong people on the tree suddenly widened their eyes. This was especially so for Fa Ma's group. The feeling of familiarity in their hearts grew increasingly intense. The moving long sword in the sky abruptly came to a stop. Nalan Yenran bit her lips with the back of her teeth. Both of her hands held the repeatedly dancing longsword with all her might. The terrifying energy contained in it was something that caused her to have difficulty controlling. At a certain instance, the energy on the longsword was brewed to its peak condition. Finally, Nalan Yenran ceased suppressing it. Her pretty face was grave-looking and following a clear cry, the eye-piercing sunlight already reflecting off the longsword began to inflate abruptly. In an instant, the intense light on the sword actually concealed the light from the sun in the sky. Wind's peak, dazzling sunset. A tender cry fell from the sky and the terrifying energy fluctuation was finally unleashed. A sharp sword aura shot explosively toward Xiao Yan from all directions in the sky much like a storm falling. The tough and hard ground actually cracked apart under the pressure of this sharp sword aura, forming crack lines which spread to the edge of the open ground. Sensing the terrifying sword arrow in the sky, the Misty Cloud sect disciples hurriedly placed their hands against each other's. Waves of Dou Qi rose from within their bodies and finally formed an enormous energy cover which enveloped over half the square. Only by relying on it did they manage to shake off the pressure created from the sword aura in the sky. It actually is Win's peak. It is really unexpected that Yun has even taught her this. However, with her ability, she cannot even display 20 or 30% of its strength. Zhao Tian muttered as he raised his head and watched the sword aura which was like a sun that was falling down. It may be time that this little fellow, Zhao Tian, turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan on the battleground. He had yet to say everything he wanted to when his eyes suddenly shrank. He noticed that Xiao Yan had suddenly took out a pale purple Yaoan, Dan1. He threw it into his mouth and chewed a little. Immediately, he widened his mouth and a cluster of purple flame was spat out and stopped in Xiao Yan's left hand. Yaoan/Dan1 are pills which are not proper medicinal pills. They either have no medicinal effect or very little of it. This posture, Zhao Tian's gaze stared intently at Xiao Yan who was spitting out the purple flame. His eyes were narrowed to the point where they were almost a straight line. That day, on the Imperial Family Square, that young man who was called Yan Xiao also did this. Zhao Tian slowly turned his head and exchanged glances with Fa Ma. The expressions of the two of them were extremely strange and interesting. It appeared that they had finally confirmed something, that Yan Xiao is Xiao Yan, but... Of course, Fa Ma, Zhao Tian were not the only ones who had discovered something because of this action. Nailan Jia, Mu Zhan, and the others in the huge tree were similarly stunned at this very moment. Actually, the most important person was not the few of them. Instead, it was the one who was suspended in midair and had just displayed this terrifying Dou technique. Nailan Yanran. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, Exposed. Chapter 339, Exposed. This is? Nailan Yanran was startled as she watched Xiao Yan below from her position high in the sky. The familiar action of spitting purple flames which he had displayed earlier as well as the green-colored flame in his hand caused the young man called Yan Xiao, who had left an extremely deep impression in her mind, to slowly surface. The somewhat skinny figure of the two of them gradually began to come into contact within her mind. Immediately, they merged perfectly. Other than that face, the expression or presence of the current Xiao Yan did not differ with the young man who had beat the young alchemist from the Chu Yun Empire with his own strength at the Imperial Family Square back then. Yan Xiao, Xiao Yan. Yan Xiao, Xiao Yan. A soft mutter was emitted from her mouth. At this moment, Nailan Yanran had appeared to come to a sudden realization. She abruptly understood some things. The mysterious young person who had used the alchemist grand meeting to become the leader of the younger generation of the Gemma Empire, and the very person who had even caused Nailan Yanran to involuntarily feel an admiration for despite her haughty character, was actually this young man whom she had viewed as trash 3 years ago. The back of Nailan Yanran's teeth bit on her bottom red lip. The expression on that pretty face of hers repeatedly changed while her hands covered her mouth. That stiffened body of hers appeared to have been struck by lightning and was numb to the point where it was almost detached from her control. This sudden discovery had caused Nailan Yanran's calm mind to instantly become a cluster of blue. Her originally indifferent face had become somewhat pale at this moment. This was the first person of similar age and opposite gender who had caused an admiration and unusual emotion to form in Nailan Yanran's heart in all these years. Yet he was actually the young man whom she had viewed as useless and stepped on his pride back then. This kind of gap which appeared to be of two different worlds caused Nailan Yanran to have a giddy feeling as though she were dreaming. He is Yan Xiao. The sudden discovery also caused Zhao Tian, Fa Ma, Nailan Jia, and the others on the tops of the trees to descend into a dull state. Perhaps, the first two had a faint feeling since the beginning of the fight, but they still felt somewhat absurd when the truth was revealed in front of their eyes. Yan Xiao, Xiao Yan. Ah, we are really muddled in our old age. Fa Ma shook his head inside. He eyed the skinny figure of the young man on the battleground. With a bitter smile, he said, "It is really unexpected. Not only does this fellow have such an outstanding talent for refining pills, even his training talent is also this terrifying. Ah, indeed most heroes come from among the young. He is indeed a young man who has extraordinary talent. This time around, the Nailan clan and the Misty Cloud sect have really chosen the wrong party to suppress. They have really suffered a great loss." Zhao Tian's expression was a little strange. Having seen Xiao Yan's performance at the alchemist grand meeting, it was only natural that he clearly understood just what kind of enormous potential this young person possessed. As long as one gave him sufficient time, Jia Xingtian believed that even with the Misty Cloud sect's strength, they might have to be afraid of him. This time around, this Nalan clan has really poured their regret all the way into their intestine, feel a great sense of regret. The faces of Mu Chen, Primer Tingshan along with the others on the huge trees were similarly filled with shocked. A moment later, their gazes all swept toward Nalan Jie who had become completely stunned. Their faces could not help but reveal some pity. Who? Nalan Jie exhaled a long breath before he immediately, violently, inhaled another one. After repeating this for a couple of times, Nalan Jie finally relaxed that comical dull expression on his face. His hands were forcefully acting calm as he patted his sleeves. However, the repeatedly shaking leaves near the peak of the tree just under his feet exposed the panic and loss he felt within his heart. Xiao Yan, is that Yan Xiao? Nalan Jie's gaze stared intently at the young man in the battleground. In his mind, the back of that figure wearing an alchemist robe gradually covered over Xiao Yan, finally merging perfectly together. The corner of Nalan Jie's mouth involuntarily quivered a little. The expression on his face currently had a brilliance which one could not describe with words. If the ability that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier had already caused Nalan Jie to feel bitterness, the other identity which had suddenly appeared truly caused Nalan Jie's heart to abruptly tighten. A young person who not only had outstanding training talent, but also possessed a terrifying talent when refining pills, that one could not stop praising, was someone that any huge faction would fight over. Whoever had him would basically have an extremely strong person in the future. His Nalan clan, however, had actually pushed this young man, with an extremely frightening talent, out the main door. During the period of time that Xiao Yan adopted the identity of Yan Xiao, Nalan Jie could be considered to have become quite familiar with him during their contact with each other. It was also due to this that he could sense the impressiveness of this young person even more clearly. Among the younger generation whom he had met over the many years, the former was definitely the leader regardless of whether it was in terms of talent or mental strength. With Xiao Yan possessing these two things, Nalan Jie did not doubt that the level which this young person could reach in the future would surpass many of the strong people at the peak of the Jiama Empire. This person, who should have become a thick shield for the Nalan clan as well as a strong person with limitless potential, had already been thrown out from the Nalan clan's camp in the most hurtful manner by Nalan Yanran. This resulted in the current situation where they held their weapons against each other. The two completely different situations had caused waves of throbbing pain to spread from his heart. Ah! Nalan Jie let out a long breath. At this moment, he could not say anything more. With the hard feeling Xiao Yan had for Nalan Yanran, did Nalan Jie really think that he could cause Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran to reconcile just because of his words? For this 3-year agreement, Xiao Yan had undergone tough training for 3 years. Even though Nalan Jie did not have exact news of Xiao Yan during these 3 years, anyone could imagine that it was impossible to swiftly rise to Xiao Yan's current level, within 3 years, without undergoing a lonely hellish training which an ordinary person would have difficulty receiving regardless of how outstanding one's talent was. Nalan Jie let out an intense cough and his originally sleek red face had turned pale and dark without him noticing. Due to his complicated emotions, he currently appeared to have suddenly become much older. His sickly manner caused everyone around him to understand that the blow this time around was really too large for this person helming the Nalan clan. After all, who could maintain being calm when they saw a useless son-in-law who was originally abandoned by their clan suddenly change into someone who had an identity that was enough to stun everyone? This was especially so when this son-in-law would have originally become the thickest shield of the Nalan clan and helped them block the blows from a wild storm. Unfortunately, this shield had already become a sharp spear which was pointed toward them. The tip of the spear even reflected a denseness that caused Nalan Jie to feel a chill within his bones. Yan Xiao. This Xiao Yan is actually Yan Xiao? On the other side, Lu Ling's face was also filled with shock and he let out an involuntary cry as he stared at Xiao Yan in the battleground. Yan Xiao? That young person who would become the champion of this season's Alchemist Grand Meeting? Hearing this, Gui frowned slightly, turned his head and asked. Yes. Lu Ling nodded his head and said with a bitter smile, it is really unexpected that he is actually Xiao Yan. All of us have been deceived by him. As he spoke these words, Lu Ling finally heaved a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. Since Yan Xiao was Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would not have any feelings for Nalan Yanran. Since this was the case, the person whom he originally viewed as his strongest competitor had abruptly disappeared. This was undoubtedly a happy thing for Lu Ling. According to what I know, the Xiao Yan 3 years ago did not know how to refine medicine, alchemy skills. From then until now, only 3 years have passed. Yet he is actually able to refine a 3 lines green spirit pill, a tier 4 medicinal pill of such grade. If this is true, then isn't his talent in refining medicine a little too terrifying? Gui said in a deep voice. Although it is a little embarrassing to say this, he is the only person among the younger generation whom I admire. His talent in refining pills is really very frightening. Lu Ling seriously said. You will also admit defeat? Looks like your failure in the grand meeting this time around was somewhat beneficial to you. At the very least, you are no longer as arrogant as you were in the past. Gui said as glanced at Lu Ling, feeling a little surprised. With his knowledge of this disciple of his, he naturally clearly knew of the haughtiness in the latter's bones. It was really unexpected that Lu Ling would feel respect for this Xiao Yan who was clearly a little younger than him. Hearing this, Lu Ling laughed awkwardly. He did not dare continue the conversation with knowledge that his past arrogance had given Gui a headache along with a feeling of helplessness. The green-colored flame in his hand should be a kind of heavenly flame, while the purple-colored flame seems to be a type of beast flame, which he likely obtained from some sort of high-tier magical beast's body. Gui was undoubtedly an alchemist grandmaster. With one glance, he managed to identify the background of the green lotus core flame and the purple flame. To be able to control two kinds of flames with such familiarity, the spiritual strength of this Xiao Yan isn't weak. It's no wonder that even you have lost to him. Being able to control two flames at the same time is something that even some tier 4 alchemists have difficulty doing. The ignorant just simply watched the excitement while the experts observed the essence and skills. With just a mere rough glance, Gui was able to see some of the unique points of Xiao Yan. Lu Ling hurriedly nodded his head by Gui's side. But why does this green-colored flame give me a sort of familiar feeling? Gui suddenly knit his eyebrows together and said in an uncertain soft voice. Green-colored heavenly flame. Gui slowly muttered from his mouth. His expression suddenly flickered between being bright and dark as it changed. Suddenly, he recalled how he had spent a great amount of effort in the Tager Desert back then and even broke into the deep regions of the desert, coming into conflict with Queen Medusa. At the very end, all of it seemed to be for a kind of green-colored heavenly flame, no? After returning from the desert, Gui had also clearly thought out some things. In their journey to the Tager Desert this time around, they seemed to have been plotted against by someone else. The group's effort had finally ended up benefiting that mysterious person. His eyes slowly narrowed. Gui stared intently at Xiao Yan's face. For some unknown reason, he kept feeling that this face appeared to belong to someone whom he had met. He continued frowning. At one instance, his eyes suddenly shrunk. He had finally remembered. The person whom they had unintentionally rescued from the hands of the female snake person chief at the desert back then was Xiao Yan. This thought began to stir in a lightning-like manner within Gui's mind. All the doubts he had back then appeared to have fallen into place at this moment and everything made sense now. No wonder his group's trail was so clearly grasped. No wonder there was someone who took the lead, secretly sneaking into the city while they were held off by Queen Medusa and obtained the heavenly flame. One by one, all the mysteries began to intertwine with each other. Finally, the delicate and handsome face of the young man suddenly appeared. Who? Gui let out a deep breath. He had come to a sudden realization. Back then, the person who had become the beneficiary during the time they were entangled with Queen Medusa definitely had some relation to Xiao Yan which the latter could not shrink from, even if it were not Xiao Yan himself. What a good fellow. He actually played us all. Gui inserted his hands into his sleeves. With narrow eyes, he watched Xiao Yan in the battleground. His heart suddenly had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The lineup of that group of his back then could basically dominate the entire Jiama Empire. However, they ended up falling for the plans of a young man who was not even 20. Although I don't know how exactly you did it, but now, you should first settle this difficulty in front of you. Nalen Yenron's Wind's Peak is not something that can be easily ignored. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340, Small-Scale Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. Chapter 340, Small-Scale Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. A cool wind cut through the sky, causing the startled and absent-minded Nalen Yenron to recover. After she did so, she waved her hand and as a conditional reflex, she appeared to be trying to grab the light sword which had been shot explosively downward. However, with her current strength, it was already a great strain to display the wind's peak. It was impossible for her to direct it like her limbs. Therefore, she could only watch with her eyes as the longword, which carried an impressive force from all directions, as it violently smashed like a hot sun toward Xiao Yan standing in the open ground. Her heart was currently a total mess. She understood that in her heart she held a favorable impression, and perhaps a little spirit of competition of never wanting to admit, toward the young man called Yan Xiao. A man who possessed strength that subdued others, without having a beautiful face. It was due to having these complicated emotions that Nalen Yenron abandoned the indifference she usually had when speaking to others in her conversations with Yan Xiao. Her warm and soft tone was something she had used for the first time in many years on a male who was not her elder or relative. Although the time she wasn't in contact with Yan Xiao for very long, Xiao Yan had used this identity to unbridledly squander all of his outstanding ability that caused people to be repeatedly shocked. With that heavenly flame in his hand, he cured the searing poison which even piquing Gu he could do nothing about. When he participated in the alchemist grand meeting, he stood out from various outstanding alchemists from various countries. Moreover, he had even been the savior at the very last moment to turn the tide of the competition, creating a miracle under a hopeless situation and helped the Empire's Alchemist Association snatch back their honor which they were about to lose. One by one, Theseus' feats, which caused people's blood to boil, had caused a countless number of different young ladies to feel an affection for him. Under the aura of these kinds of prominent results, even an outstanding lady like Nalan Yenran could not resist feeling a little dazzled. What girl has never imagined within her heart that the Prince Charming she loves not receiving cheers from tens of thousands of people? Without a doubt, heroes love beauties, but similarly beauties also love heroes. The action of Yan Xiao back then, where he did his best to protect the reputation of the Jiama Empire's Alchemist Association, may not have been his original intention, but in the eyes of the Jiama Empire's citizens, he was worthy of the word hero. Regardless of how indifferent and haughty Nalan Yenran was, she was also a lady. Moreover, the moment that the young man had received tens of thousands of cheers was indeed also the moment where he became the most attractive to others. From the messy emotions in her heart, Nalan Yenran even had the impulse to pull back the longsword earlier. However, after she failed this action, she suddenly became quiet. She bit her bottom red lip with the back of her teeth as she stared at Xiao Yan below. The emotions within her eyes was like tens of thousands of threads being entangled together, appearing complicated and difficult to separate. Xiao Yan lifted his head and eyed the piercing glow which was becoming increasingly large in his eyes. He had also discovered the reactions of those people around him, but he was not too concerned. As something that would be exposed sooner or later, he did not think of hiding his other identity for very long. Green-colored and purple-colored flames slowly rose on his hands. The pressuring force that hit him from the sky above pressed the clothes tightly against Xiao Yan's skin. The purple-colored flame flickered repeatedly. Only the cluster of green-colored flame swayed with the wind and did not show any sign of weakening. Xiao Yan raised his hands to an equal height and immediately but slowly narrowed the distance between them. Seemingly having sensed the imminent collision, the two flames suddenly began to fluctuate intensely. The flame seedlings crazily began to leap around as their hot temperatures began to swiftly rise. What is he thinking of doing? As they eyed the strange action of Xiao Yan's, Fama, Guhi, and the others on the huge trees were all stunned and their faces were at a loss. This fellow is actually thinking of merging two different kinds of flames together? Guhi was indeed worthy of being called a Tier 6 alchemist. After some thought, he understood Xiao Yan's intention. His face was instantly stunned. Is he crazy? He is actually thinking of merging two different flames? Isn't he afraid of the backlash from the flames? As a Tier 6 alchemist, Guhi naturally had a clear understanding of the resistance and incompatibility of two different flames. The difficulty of trying to successfully merge two different flames together was almost unimaginable. Even Guhi himself did not dare guarantee that he had that kind of ability. Of course, he had also never attempted such a thing before. After all, not everyone in this world had Xiao Yan's ruthless vigor, or one went all out without fearing death. For an alchemist, the backlash of a flame was the most terrifying thing. Fami exchanged glances with Jia Xingtian. They may also have had some doubts present on their forehead, but with the prior miracle created at the alchemist grand meeting, they understood not to carelessly look down on this little fellow who was still quite young. There did not appear to be any shortage of miracles when it came to this extraordinary young man. Is he about to use that thing? As he eyed Xiao Yan's action, Hai Buodong's brow twitched. His hands began to feel a little uneasy. Although he knew that this type of merger did not pose any threat to him, Hai Buodong had some psychological trauma after that extremely large-scale explosion from the merging the other time, which had nearly caused a few Dou Huang to meet their demise. Therefore, as long as he saw this fellow merging flames, he could not resist having an impulse to disappear somewhere far away. However, it was fortunate that Hai Buodong did not lose himself as he did the last time. He forcefully suppressed his qi in his heart, which had become a little hurried, while his eyes stared intently at the battleground. The green and purple-colored flames grew increasingly close. A ferocious energy ripple repeatedly surged out from the two flames. Occasionally, the flame seedlings would spring forward emitting a loud explosion that was like a wave of thunder, causing everyone present to become a little shocked. Xiao Yan's expression was calm as he eyed the changes of the two different flames. He was quiet for a moment before his hands instantly and abruptly clapped heavily together. Bang, bang. The two colored flames were violently knocked against each other. Waves of muffled thundering sounds were repeatedly emitted from Xiao Yan's palm. However, Xiao Yan totally ignored them. He rubbed his hands slightly together and a spiritual strength was spread out of his body in a lightning-like manner. Immediately, it wrapped around the two clusters of flame and following his past experience, he began to control it with great familiarity and ease. As the rubbing between Xiao Yan's hands grew increasingly fast, a faint glow suddenly began to spread from his palms, just like that of muffled thunder. A moment later, the muffled thunder came to a sudden stop. Xiao Yan gently exhaled. His palms, which were tightly held together, gradually parted. A green-purple double-colored glow from his palms suddenly pervaded all over. The brilliant glow gradually weakened. As everyone's eyes hurriedly swept over, their faces were immediately stunned as they watched the green-purple flame lotus which was slowly rotating, suspended above Xiao Yan's palm. This is Gu. He was shocked as he watched the two-colored flame on Xiao Yan's hand. His mouth parted as he instantly swept his spiritual strength, which was spread all over the open ground, over that flame lotus. His eyes instantly and abruptly shrunk. What a huge violent energy! The heavenly flame and another flame merged together, resulting in a huge explosive force to form due to their incompatibility. This fellow is actually able to perform this step. As a Tier 6 alchemist, Dou Qi clearly understood that merging two flames together could create an extremely huge amount of explosive energy. However, trying to merge two flames together and getting it to explode upon instruction required the person controlling it to maintain the two flames at an equilibrium. It was difficult to control such an equilibrium. Should any of the two flames break this equilibrium, these two flames would first explode before they could be shot out. If this happened, not only would Xiao Yan fail to hurt his opponent, but he would also end up causing himself to be seriously injured, losing more than he gained. Dou Qi did not know if he could perfectly merge the two kinds of flames with his own ability. This was because he had never tried doing so. However, with his many years of experience, he could tell that the difficulty of this kind of merger should not be inferior to that of refining a Tier 4 or even a Tier 5 medicinal pill. Nevertheless, the young man below appeared to have easily and smoothly completed this extremely dangerous merging. How could this not cause Dou Qi to feel shock? There is no grievances in losing against him. Dou Qi sighed, turned his head around and spoke to Lu Ling. Lu Ling's expression was serious as he nodded his head. Although his spiritual perception could not possibly be as meticulous as Dou Qi's, he could still vaguely sense just what kind of enormous energy that the two-colored flame lotus, which was merely around the size of his palm, possessed. It is really difficult to say just who will win or lose this match. Dou Qi mumbled as he shook his head. What is that thing that he has created? Yun Lang, who was on the stone platform, frowned and asked uncertainly upon seeing the green-purple flame lotus suspended above Xiao Yan's hand. No idea. The few elders beside him looked at each other and shook their heads in ignorance. Yun Lang knit his brows tightly together. He slowly fondled his beard with his hand. For some unknown reason, an uneasiness had rose within his heart. All the gazes present on the open ground were gathered on Xiao Yan's palm. Although they were uncertain what kind of power that green-purple flame lotus had, the Misty Cloud sect's disciples appeared to have sensed something. A couple of the disciples who were nearer to the battleground of the two of them could not stand the heat and had increased the thickness of the defensive cover on the surface of their body. What a strong energy! This fellow is really more and more difficult to see through. His trump cards appear to come out one after another endlessly. Fama lifted his gaze from the flame lotus and exchanged glances with Jia Xingtian. He then shook his head as he sighed with a little worry in his heart. Since they had come to know this fellow, the two of them had felt the sense of shock an unknown number of times. Xiao Yan's hand slowly moved up and down. That suspended green-colored flame lotus also followed his hand as it repeatedly moved in the same direction. Xiao Yan raised his head. The pressure brought about by that sharp and hot sword nearly caused Xiao Yan's body to incline slightly. Xiao Yan parted his feet slightly as that huge amount of energy pouring down discharged onto the ground. He inhaled a deep breath and was silent for a moment. His finger abruptly flicked out the lotus as he softly muttered, "Go, angry Buddha lotus flame." As his voice fell, the green-purple flame lotus abruptly left his hand, turned into a flowing light which flashed toward the hot sunlight sword. Under the watch of countless of tensed gazes on the open ground, the two rays of light swiftly flashed in midair. Finally, they violently collided around 10 meters from the ground, much like two meteorites. Bang! The sound of a huge explosion reverberated throughout the entire Misty Cloud Mountain at this very moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341, End. Chapter 341, End. The thundering sound suddenly exploded in the sky above the huge open grounds. Like the anger of a thunder god, it caused people's minds and spirits to involuntarily tremble in fear. After the loud sound, the two incomparably ferocious energies burst out like an erupting volcano after they collided in midair, wildly emitting the terrifying energy that was contained in each of them. Immediately, a wild wind appeared in the sky above the open ground. It whistled past. When it arrived at the spot where the two energies had come into contact, even the air had become somewhat vague and distorted after being struck by the powerful energy in the sky. The wild wind blew past, and the assaulting energy ripple that spread out in the sky was like the flame of the heavens descending, engulfing the square and the area Nailan Yenran was in. Glug. Glug. Dot. The energy ripple came into contact with some of the defensive covers that the Misty Cloud sect disciples had set up. However, they clearly had underestimated the terrifying force that had been emitted when the two energies collided. Immediately, some of the fragile parts of the cover were instantly destroyed, smashed to pieces by the energy wave. Some of the weaker Misty Cloud sect disciples' faces became pale and began wildly throwing up blood. Increase the thickness of the cover. Yunlong hurriedly cried out as he eyed those Misty Cloud sect's disciples who had suffered a crushing blow under the energy strike. Yes. Hearing Yunlang's cry, the Misty Cloud sect disciples present immediately cried out in unison. The united cry shot directly to the clouds and actually managed to temporarily suppress the loud thunder sound in the sky. Ha! Dot. As the orderly cry resounded, numerous different colored Dou Qi glows immediately surged out of the bodies of the Misty Cloud sect disciples. This Dou Qi lingered in the air above them and instantly came into contact with one another. They swiftly merged and in the blink of an eye, formed a multicolored Dou Qi cover that enveloped half the open ground. Bang! Just as the defensive barrier was formed, another terrifying energy ripple burst forth from the sky. It violently smashed against the defensive cover. Immediately, the cover appeared to be like the surface of a lake after a huge rock had been thrown in, with numerous ripples repeatedly spreading out from the epicenter. This time around, however, the defensive cover which the Misty Cloud sect disciples had created in unison did not face the same danger of being broken. The moment the energy in the sky collided with each other, those on the tall trees surrounding the square, with the exception of Fa Ma, Jiaxing Tian, Haibuodong, Guhi and others with strong abilities, waved their hands and summoned forth energy shields on the surface of their bodies as a precaution. At the same time, they retreated some distance away. Although Nailan Yenran's and Xiao Yan's strength were around that of a Dou, the energy that erupted after the attacks of the two of them collided was something that even a Dou Ling would not dare to receive without any defense. The tough square continuously shook under the strike of the powerful energy ripple. Numerous crack lines slowly appeared and finally began to spread all over. Xiao Yan raised his head. His expression was grave as he eyed the attacking energy wave which came at him in a lightning-like manner. As he sensed the terrifying force contained within it, Xiao Yan's back trembled slightly. The purple cloud wings, which were over a meter long, launched from his shoulders. His feet gently pressed on the ground and his body appeared like it was sliding as it swiftly pulled back. At the same time, that attacking energy wave, which was visible to the naked eye, whizzed as it followed closely behind, much like a billowing wave. Wherever it passed, the hard open ground was damaged until it was in a terrible state. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the attacking energy wave, which was like a screaming wave. As he pulled back swiftly, the corner of his eyes drifted a little to the left and then to the right. Immediately, the corner of his mouth bent slightly. His feet rotated and his body suddenly turned toward another spot. When he rotated, the attacking energy wave which was following close behind, carried rock fragments all over the place and continued rushing at him. As he watched the attacking energy ripple which appeared to have a spirit, Xiao Yan was not overly surprised over. This was because the angry Buddha lotus flame which he had shot out contained some spiritual strength which he had adhered to it. Therefore, when the two forces collided, some of the remaining energy would follow the path of the spiritual strength to search for the creator. Xiao Yan remained ignorant of Nailan Yenran's exact condition due to the cover of the intense light, but she should have also received an similar extremely severe energy attack. Xiao Yan's swiftly retreating body abruptly paused. His feet left a footprint which was half an inch deep on the green rock under his feet. The pair of wings on his back suddenly flapped and his body instantly left the ground and lifted into the air. The instant that his body did so, the shocked faces of the Misty Cloud sect's elders behind were also revealed to him. Due to its initial motion, the attacking energy wave did not have the time to turn around to chase Xiao Yan. Instead, it aggressively billowed toward Yunlang and the others on the stone platform. What a cunning fellow! After feeling stunned, Yunlang swiftly recovered and softly scolded in an angry manner. His palms abruptly slammed heavily on the ground as he cried, "Heavy rock wall." As his cry fell, the ground in a spot a few meters in front of Yunlang began to churn violently. A loud bang immediately sounded and a huge rock wall broke through the ground and appeared. Like a colossus being, it protected Yunlang and the others behind it. Bang! The attack energy wave which sped past ferociously crashed onto the rock wall. The instantaneous violent collision caused the surrounding misty cloud sect's disciples to involuntarily cover their ears. Rock fragments repeatedly fell from the rock wall and tiny crack lines also began to swiftly spread. However, Yunlang did not show the slightest sign of panic. After he summoned the rock wall, he raised his head and focused intently on Xiao Yan, who was flying in the air. With a shocked voice, he said, "Dou Qi wings? No, don't tell me it's a flying Dou technique? Humph, what a lucky fellow. He even possesses such a rare thing. That cunning fellow. He actually forced us to take action to defuse that attack energy wave which was chasing after him." An elder patted off the dust on his head as he helplessly said angrily, "Nalan Yanran's situation does not appear to be too good. Moreover, that Yan Xiao actually possesses a flying Dou technique. Although Nalan Yanran can temporarily stay in the air because of her agility Dou technique, she would definitely be no match for him. Should they fight in the air, she would not be as agile as him and will be at a disadvantage." Another elder raised his head, eyed the sky and frowned as he spoke. The piercing sunlight appeared to pose no obstruction to him. "First elder. The situation now has somewhat exceeded our control. That Xiao Yan is really very strong." Yunlang frowned tightly as his palm slowly fondled his beard. A long while later, he said in a deep and soft voice, "Let's wait and see first. Try not to let Nalan Yanran lose. Otherwise, where will the Misty Cloud sect put its face in front of so many strong people?" "What do you mean, First Elder?" Hearing this, the white-robed old men around were stunned and their brows were knit together. "Let's wait and see first." Yunlang shook his head but did not say much. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. "Yanran is injured." Glug. In the sky, which was isolated by a strong light, Nalan Yanran's body was like a catkin in a wild wind. Her body borrowed the slight breeze as it repeatedly shook in a light and agile manner, using this to dodge the waves of attacking energy which billowed over. However, the range and number of attacking waves of energy was really far too great. After dodging 10+ attacks in a row, Nalan Yanran's strength was finally exhausted. As her body slowed, an attacking energy wave heavily slammed into her body. Immediately, her pretty face paled and she could not resist spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Nalan Yanran's palm held her chest, forcefully resisting the pain that was transmitted from within her body. She had just stopped moving in the air when her eyes abruptly shrunk. When she turned her head around, she noticed that a black-robed young man with his arms folded around his chest had appeared a short distance behind her. The purple-colored wings on his back were flapping as his dark pupils coldly watched her. The two pairs of eyes exchanged a glance in midair. Nalan Yanran bit her red lips tightly. Her hand suddenly made a virtual push toward Xiao Yan. Immediately, a large number of pale green-colored wind blades appeared in front of her from nowhere and swept toward Xiao Yan. Borrowing the reverse force, Nalan Yanran's body swiftly fell toward the ground. She clearly understood that if she were to fight in the air, Xiao Yan, who possessed a pair of wings, would gain an advantage. This was especially so under the current situation where she was badly injured. Just as Nalan Yanran had begun to move, Xiao Yan took the lead. The wings on his back flapped and his body abruptly plunged downward. His body immediately trembled slightly as he narrowly dodged the wave of wind blades. His flying speed then abruptly soared as his body flashed and appeared above Nalan Yanran like a ghost. He lowered his head and eyed Nalan Yanran, whose pretty face had changed slightly. "It is over, Nalan Yanran, thought." As a gentle breeze blew past his ear, Xiao Yan stared at the exquisite face. His voice had suddenly become a little hoarse. 3 years of tough training where he had experienced loneliness and withstood blood and sweat during that time. All of it was merely to enable him to one day truly defeat the shame which was recklessly left behind by a young lady in the hall of the Xiao clan. Seeing the delicate and handsome face at such a close distance, Nalan Yanran was even able to spot the vague outline of that stubborn young man back then. Her eyes were a little blurred. The figure of the ordinary young man who wore the long alchemist robe at the alchemist grand meeting once again surfaced in Nalan Yanran's mind. A self-mocking look could not help but appear on her face. "Is this your revenge? Creating an illusionary person who was so outstanding that even I am mesmerized, only to break it apart, letting me know that the useless person whom I looked down on back then was someone who could truly cause me, Nalan Yanran, to view in a new light. Xiao Yan, the me back then indeed looked down on you because of your strength. Reality has already proven that I am really short-sighted." Nalan Yanran lifted her pretty face. She stared directly at Xiao Yan, who was swinging his hand which was about to smash over. As she bit her bottom lip with her back of her teeth, the stubbornness on her face was almost exactly the same as Xiao Yan's back then. "But I have already said before. Even if I were to go back in time, I would still go to the Xiao clan to cancel the engagement. I don't need them to decide on my marriage. I am unable to keep a stranger company for the rest of my life." Xiao Yan watched the stubborn Nailin Yanran indifferently. Some fatigue flashed past his dark eyes. His body abruptly fell downward as his hands were gently imprinted on the latter's chest. His mouth was nestled beside her ear. A muttering was slowly emitted as though he was talking to himself. I have never said that you are wrong to cancel the engagement. It is just the method that you chose to do so was wrong. Unfortunately, the arrogant you never thought about this point. But since things have reached this stage, there is no longer a meaning in arguing about who is right or wrong. In the future, we will not cross paths. You can continue to be your junior sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect while I continue to be a practitioner undergoing tough training. The 3-year agreement is over, Nailin Yanran. As the mumbling slowly fell, a hidden force within the hand that was pressed gently on Nailin Yanran's chest immediately erupted. This words of Xiao Yan caused Nailin Yanran's face to turn white. Xiao Yan, please give the Misty Cloud sect face and concede to Nailin Yanran. After this, the Misty Cloud sect will give you a thanks that is satisfactory. The moment when Xiao Yan was about to strike, a cry that was concealed to everyone was suddenly transmitted to his ears. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was raised in ridicule. He had identified the owner of this voice. Was it not a little laughable and childish for Yun Lang, the first elder of the Misty Cloud CCT, to quietly transmit his voice to try to persuade him at the last moment like this? Xiao Yan gently laughed. He lowered his head and eyed the square. Without any hesitation, his hand abruptly shook and the surging force within his palm exploded forth like a volcano. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342, Renewed Storm. Chapter 342, Renewed Storm. Glug. A turbulent force moved along Xiao Yan's hand and burst forth. A muffled groan which contained pain was emitted from Nailin Yanran's throat. Immediately, a mouthful of fresh blood moved along the corner of her mouth and rolled down. The bright color silhouetted against her red sleek mouth appeared enchanting. Nailin Yanran's eyes faintly contained some complicated emotions as she stared at the young man's face which had remained cold. She slowly closed her eyes as her arms hung downward. Her body was like that of a terribly defeated scene as it followed the wind and weakly fell down toward the ground. In the next moment, the entire place was silent. All of the gazes were paused on the silhouette which was falling from midair. The faces of those Misty Cloud sect's disciples were filled with disbelief. Nailin Yanran was the most outstanding person among the younger generation of the Misty Cloud sect. At the age of 13, she agglomerated and formed a vortex, successfully advancing to a doja. At 16, she climbed to a dosher. At 20, she had become a didosher. A 20-year-old didosher. Although one would not dare to say that this kind of training speed was the most outstanding one in the many years that the Misty Cloud sect has existed, it was more than sufficient for her to be ranked among the top 10. However, this person, who was so outstanding that many ordinary people respected her from deep within their hearts, had actually lost to the one who was known as the trash of the Xiao clan. This had undoubtedly caused those Misty Cloud sect's disciples who had been viewing Nailin Yanran as a female god in their hearts to feel a deep sense of defeat. However, as they recalled the progress of Nailin Yanran's training, some people involuntarily associated the issue with Xiao Yan. When these somewhat smart people chased away the hard feelings in their hearts and seriously calculated Xiao Yan's age and training speed, a gasp suddenly rose in their hearts. 3 years ago, Xiao Yan was not even a doja. However, 3 years later, his strength had already caught up to Nailin Yanran, having been raised to the didosher class. In 3 years' time, Xiao Yan had leaped past the doju and dosher class, directly rising and stepping into the didosher level. If one said that Nailin Yanran's training speed was something that others would feel a respect for, then Xiao Yan's one would probably cause people to be terrified. Abandoning Xiao Yan's face whose tenderness had appeared to be honed away, the hearts of some of those who knew the situation in detail could not resist trembling. Only at this moment did they recall that Xiao Yan was nearly 14 years old 3 years ago. 3 years later, he would be 17. The maturity and calmness which Xiao Yan had been displaying had concealed his true age from many people. There were many people who had merely just reached the doja class at this age. However, this person who was once the trash of the Xiao clan had already begun to formally step onto the journey to becoming a strong person. A 17-year-old didosher. Back then, the founders of the Misty Cloud sect, those few prodigy who had once shocked the continent, had also coincidentally reached the didosher class at this age. As they recalled all of this, some people quietly swallowed their saliva. They exchanged glances with one another and their faces were instantly covered with horror and cold sweat. Of course, Xiao Yan's training speed was related to the help Yao Lao had given him. However, if Yao Lao had not quietly absorbed Xiao Yan's Dou Qi back then and Xiao Yan wouldn't have had to waste that golden period of time, who knew if Xiao Yan would be able to reach the didosher class at an earlier time? However, if Xiao Yan did not have the honing of his character during the 3 years when he was a useless person, who could guarantee that Xiao Yan would be able to have the mental strength which even caused many people of the older generations to admire? One's loss may be a blessing in disguise. Ah! The expression of Nailan Jie on the huge tree had become much darker at this moment. His straight body was bent slightly as he let out a long breath. As he sighed, his bitterness was so rich that it was difficult to diffuse. Something that was originally very good had ended up in the current situation where he had not only lost an outstanding grandson-in-law, which would cause everyone to be jealous of, but also his face. He had really made a double loss. Hearing Nailan Jie sigh, Mu Chen and the others beside him could only wisely glance at each other and shake their heads with a bitter smile. Xiao Yan's performance had already far exceeded their expectations. This little fellow who appeared to have been training by himself was actually able to defeat Nailan Yanran, who was specially groomed by the Misty Cloud sect. The speed of his growth during these 3 years was something that stunned even Mu Cheng and the others. What an extraordinary little fellow! Fa Ma sighed. Although Xiao Yan had gained a little advantage with his flying dou technique during the fight earlier, a sharp-eyed person could tell with a glance that he had experienced real blood and sweat while training for such a sharp combat awareness to form. This was far from what Nailan Yanran, who was pampered and trained with a careful training method, could compare with. He is indeed not a simple person. Given time, this fellow will definitely become someone great. Jia Xingtian nodded his head. This faint evaluation of his was something that he had given to such a young person for the first time in many years. Hai Buodong stared into the sky and his heart sighed in relief. Quickly following this, however, it became tense once again. This was because he knew that the most dangerous part of their journey to the Misty Cloud sect was not the fight with Nailan Yanran, but those elders of the Misty Cloud sect. Moving his gaze downward, Hai Buodong swept his gaze across the elders of the Misty Cloud sect who were seated on the stone platform. When his gaze swept past the slightly green-faced Yunlang, H's brows were slightly knit together. He flicked the hands under his sleeves gently and some cold air slowly shrouded his palm, preparing to handle an abrupt change at any moment. Damn little fellow, dot. Carrying some anger with his hands, Yunlang slammed it heavily on the rock table by his side. His face was green. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would not give them any face. The voice which he had used to remind the latter earlier actually did not have any impact. First Elder, what do we do next? Nailan Yanran has already lost. A Misty Cloud Sect's elder asked with a bitter laugh. Yunlang's face changed repeatedly. Nailan Yanran represented the entire Misty Cloud sect. Now that she had lost the fight, it would undoubtedly hurt the reputation of the Misty Cloud sect. With their sect leader currently absent, he, as the first elder, would naturally need to think of all the ways to save the reputation which they had lost. But if we don't have a suitable excuse in front of the leaders of so many fractions, how do we save our face? If we forcefully try to do something, won't it appear that our Misty Cloud sect is no different from bandits? The thought repeatedly rotated within Yunlang's heart. As his heart fretted over how to save the situation, Yunlang's gaze suddenly paused on the white-faced Guya's body below. Currently, the latter's appearance was as though he had seen a ghost. He stared at Xiao Yan in midair. That shocked manner of his caused the already fretful Yunling to be even more furious. He could not resist calling out softly, Guyi, be cautious of your image. You are the deacon within the Misty Cloud sect. Hearing Yunlang's cry, Guya's body trembled once. Finally, he recovered. He turned his head over, pointed his quivering hand toward Xiao Yan in midair while his mouth shivered. His suppressed soft voice that could not hide his fear. First Elder, he is the mysterious person who killed Mo Chang. These words that Guyi released was like a huge explosion that shocked the heavens. The expression of all the Misty Cloud sect elders on the stone platform changed drastically in an instant. Xiao Yan indifferently watched the falling graceful figure. He called the bitterness and sadness on Nailan Yanran's face earlier and some fatigue once again flashed across his eyes. For this so-called 3-year agreement, he had left his clan, left that cute girl whom he was worried about. Now that the 3-year agreement was finally over, his body and even his spirit had at this moment appeared to have put down a heavy burden which had pressed on him until he had difficulty breathing. Finally, it is over. With a soft sigh, the pair of wings in front of him were flapped. His body followed the path in which Nailan Yanran fell as he slowly descended. Just as he was about to land on the ground, a white shadow suddenly drifted from Nailan Yanran's chest. It followed the wind and drifted toward Xiao Yan. After grabbing the white shadow with his hand, Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at it and his body suddenly stiffened. The white shadow was merely a white paper which was very neatly folded. Perhaps it was because it had been folded countless of times, but some small holes were appearing at the edge of the white paper. This white paper was something that Xiao Yan was extremely familiar with. Back then, in the hall of the Xiao clan's home, a young man had peeled out this white paper from the table and in a cool manner, wrote a divorce letter which had shocked everyone. Xiao Yan slowly unfolded the white paper. The somewhat innocent writing vividly appeared on the paper. As his gaze swept downward, the handprint, which was tainted with blood, shone eye-piercingly under the sun. Xiao Yan stared at this divorce letter for quite a while before gently shaking his head. He glanced at Nalan Yanran, who was on the verge of hitting the ground. With a wave of his sleeve, a force appeared out of nowhere and carried her on its back, while she slowly descended onto the green rock surface. ****. Nalan Yanran supported her chest with her hand as she let out a few intense coughs. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her hand supported the ground and with some stubbornness, she raised her head. When she eyed Xiao Yan, who was standing a short distance away and the white paper in his hand, the expression on her face changed repeatedly. A long while later, she appeared to have made a certain quiet decision. Under the gaze of everyone, Nalan Yanran stood up with some difficulty. Her somewhat hoarse low voice carried a bitterness that was difficult to hide. "Xiao Yan, you have won. According to our agreement back then, if I were to lose in the fight, I, Nalan Yanran, will become your slave. However, for the reputation of the sect, please pardon me for being unable to do as what was agreed. In any case, my arrogant and unreasonable image has already been deeply affixed within your heart. In that case, let me be willful once more. Looking back now, the method I used to handle the matter in the Xiao clan was indeed inappropriate. Therefore, please help convey my apologies to Uncle Xiao in the future." As these words fell, Nalan Yanran's hand was abruptly extended vertically. It swayed gently and the long sword, which was not far from the side of a Misty Cloud sect disciple, was immediately pulled over by a suction force. Nalan Yanran's hand quickly grabbed the long sword. She clenched her silver teeth and waved her long sword. The sharp edge of the sword violently cleaved at her neck. The sudden action of Nalan Yanran directly caused the faces of all the Misty Cloud sect's disciples, including those elders, to change drastically. They did not expect that Nalan Yanran would actually commit suicide just because she had lost the fight. However, the former did not have any intention of joking. The longsword danced and without any unnecessary words, she directly cut at her neck. Although there were some elders present who had the intention to save her, the distance between them and Nalan Yanran meant that they could only watch the sharp blade become increasingly closer to Nalan Yanran's neck. Clang! The longsword carried a thick cold sword aura and cut across the air. Just as it was about to come into contact with the snow-white skin, however, long fingers appeared from nowhere and immediately and violently clipped on the blade. Following a clang sound, the longsword suddenly came to a stop. The sharp blade was on her fragile neck, leaving behind a shallow bloody scar. Fresh blood slowly flowed down, leaving behind eye-piercing bloodlines. When her longsword was stopped, Nalan Yanran abruptly lifted her head, only to find a pair of indifferent dark black eyes. "I don't have much interest in taking you as a slave. Therefore, you need not do such things to keep the reputation of the Misty Cloud sect intact." Xiao Yan glanced at Nalan Yanran, who had bit her red lips and could not resist feeling helplessness rise up in his heart. Although he had beat Nalan Yanran, it did not mean that he could truly let Nalan Yanran become his slave. Regardless of how one put it, Nalan Yanran was the junior sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect. Those Misty Cloud sect's elders would definitely not allow him to do such a thing, which would damage the reputation of the Misty Cloud sect. Moreover, if Nalan Yanran were to really commit suicide on this spot, it was likely that the Misty Cloud sect would immediately become furious. The relationship between them would truly become that of enemies. This was not something that Xiao Yan would be happy to see. The 3 years agreement is already over. In the future, we will no longer have any entanglement with one another. Your loss today can be considered as a small price for the wrong method that you have adopted back then," Xiao Yan said indifferently. The finger which was clipped on the longsword pulled abruptly and was carelessly flung. The longsword shot out and immediately pierced the ground violently in front of the Misty Cloud sect's disciple from earlier. The hilt of the sword vibrated repeatedly. You should also know that this kind of paper agreement does not have much binding power. Xiao Yan gently swung the divorce letter in his hand. He gently flicked his finger and a green-colored flame rose from his finger. In front of Nalan Yanran, it immediately burnt the paper into a pile of black ashes that floated in the wind. "Today, I will repeat the words that I have said to you 3 years ago." Xiao Yan carried a smile on his face. His soft voice slowly reverberated over the quiet open ground. "Nalan Yanran, in the future, you and our Xiao clan do not have any relationship. Congratulations, you are free." As she eyed the smiling, delicate and handsome young man, Nalan Yanran's face had a complicated expression. She had finally obtained the thing which she had chased after. For some unknown reason, however, her heart appeared to be very empty. "Everyone, the exciting show is over. Please return to your homes. Xiao Yan lifted his head and smiled at everyone in the tall trees. Immediately, he turned around and took a few steps. He pulled out the huge heavy Xian ruler from the ground and carelessly sheathed it on his back. After which, he slowly walked out of the square in front of countless of gazes. As the sunlight poured down, that back which looked a little lonely, had appeared much more relaxed than when it had first appeared. Xiao Yan's footsteps stepped out of the open ground. Just as he was about to take a step down the stairs, the faint voice which caused Xiao Yan's heart to sink, finally sounded. Mr. Xiao Yan, please stay behind. There are some matters which our Misty Cloud sect would like to personally verify. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, A Trouble Which One Cannot Escape From. Chapter 343, A Trouble Which One Cannot Escape From. Hearing the voice which slowly rang out over the open ground, Xiao Yan's footsteps which were about to descend the stairs paused abruptly. With his back facing the square, he lifted his head and inhaled a long breath. The fist within his sleeve was tightly clenched. On the huge tree, Hai Buodong eyebrows shifted as he frowned intently. His gaze swept toward the middle of the square. At that moment, the expression of Yunlang and the others appeared a little strange. Damn it, has he been recognized by someone? Hai Buodong softly muttered. The powerful Dou Qi within his body quietly began to circulate. As Yunlang's voice fell, numerous gazes in the open ground were once again thrown toward the skinny back of the person who was about to descend the stairs. Nalan Yanran wiped the traces of blood off the corner of her mouth. She lifted her head and watched Xiao Yan's back with a pair of complicated eyes. Immediately, she turned around and spoke to Yunlang and the others. First elder, in today's fight, Yanran was indeed weaker than him. Yanran, this has nothing to do with your fight. You should stand aside for now. Yunlang waved his hand, his expression appeared unexpectedly solemn. Seeing Yunlang's expression, Nalan Yanran was momentarily shocked. She hesitated for a moment but in the end could only nod her head, drag her injured body and slowly withdraw to the side. The Misty Cloud sect disciples that had been in that spot hurriedly stood up and gave their seats to her. What is it? Fa Ma and the others on the large trees were somewhat at a loss when faced with this sudden change in the situation. They exchanged glances and their faces were all filled with doubt. Don't tell me that the Misty Cloud sect is intent on forcing him to stay behind after losing the fight? Jia Xingtian said. They should not dare to do such a stupid thing since it would only cause the Misty Cloud sect to lower its reputation. Fa Ma shook his head. He suddenly turned his head toward Hai Buodong behind him and asked uncertainly, Old Hai, is there something wrong with you? As Fa Ma was an alchemist, his spiritual perception was comparatively stronger than Jia Xingtian. Therefore, he was very sensitive and could sense the Dou Qi suddenly flowing turbulently within Hai Buodong's body. It's nothing. Hai Buodong shook his head and carelessly replied. His gaze, however, was staring intently at Xiao Yan's back. If his identity were to be exposed today, there would really be some trouble. After Yunlang's voice fell, the entire square descended into silence. There were only countless gazes which were adulterated with doubt, focused on the black figure, which did not make the slightest movement. Yunlang stared intently at the skinny back and a faint Dou Qi ripple began to brew on his palm. As soon as Xiao Yan made any action to flee, he would immediately stop him. The atmosphere of the quiet open ground was depressing and strange. The silence persisted for a while. Finally, the back which appeared like a solid rock statue moved a little. As the figure moved, Yunlang's eyes were also slowly narrowed. His body leaned forward slightly, much like an eagle which was about to plunge forward and capture its prey. Is there something wrong, Elder Yunlang? A sudden indifferent voice which suddenly appeared, finally broke the silence of the square. It also caused Yunlang, who was leaning slightly forward, to stiffen his body. Once again, countless gazes in the square turned. However, they were all currently gathered on Yunlang's body. Other than some people, most of the Misty Cloud sect's disciples were unclear why Yunlang would suddenly stop Xiao Yan with his voice at this moment in time. Yunlang slowly stood up while being the center of attention. His gaze was dark and fierce as it stared at Xiao Yan. In a deep voice, he said, I wonder if Mr. Xiao Yan has heard the news about the Misty Cloud sect's external deacon, Mo Chang of the Mo clan, dying a few months ago? After Yunlang spoke these words, private whispers began to immediately spread across the open ground. Mo Chang's position within the Misty Cloud sect was not low. Moreover, he had an outstanding socializing method. This had resulted in him having quite a good relationship with the members of the Misty Cloud sect. Back then, when he died, a commotion arose within the sect. The law enforcement team had even been dispatched to Yen City to investigate. According to the information they had gathered, however, they only knew that two extremely strong, mysterious people had appeared and killed Mo Chang. However, the Misty Cloud sect did not have much information regarding the two mysterious people. Therefore, the death of Mo Chang had been a thorn in the hearts of some elders who had quite a good relationship with Mo Chang. At such a moment, however, Yun Lang had suddenly brought this matter up. It was undoubtedly irrelevant. Could it be possible that he thought that the person who killed Mo Chang was Xiao Yan? As this thought flashed across their hearts, everyone felt it was somewhat funny. It should be known that Mo Chang had already stepped into the Dou Ling class for many years. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was at the very most a Didosher. The gap between the two of them was like that of the sky and the earth. How could Xiao Yan be related to that matter? Yun Lang ignored the private conversations occurring in the square. He simply stared intently at Xiao Yan and waited for his response. Xiao Yan's hand trembled slightly within his sleeves. He pursed up his lips and inhaled a deep breath within his heart. Suppressing his intense heartbeat, Xiao Yan slowly turned around and once again faced the countless Misty Cloud sect disciples within the huge square. A voice which carried a tone as indifferent as the wind reverberating across open ground. Elder Yun Lang, what are you implying by saying this? Don't tell me that you think that Mo Chan was actually killed by me? Is that so? Yun Lang softly laughed. He pointed to Gu Yi at his side and a low deep voice sounded. Yan Ran and Gu Yi had coincidentally participated in Mo Chang's birthday celebration back then. Therefore, they were also present. During that time, Gu Yi had personally exchanged blows with that mysterious person and saw the other party's face during the time that they fought. However, he had merely got a quick glimpse, so it was a little blurry. It was due to this only a moment ago did he dare say for certain that the mysterious person is you, Xiao Yan. Yun Lang's eyes widened as he let out a stern and loud cry. Silence. A deathly silence. The atmosphere of those within the huge square appeared to have solidified. The expression on everyone's face stiffened at this moment. Numerous dull gazes were foolishly eyeing Yun Lang, whose face was completely stern. Their minds, which were originally working, had slowly ceased operation under these words which were like an earth-shaking explosion. On the huge tree, Fa Ma and Jia Xing Tian were also stunned by Yun Lang's words. When the matter at Yen City occurred back then, Jia Xing Tian had personally hurried over. Therefore, he knew that the mysterious person who had killed Mo Chang back then definitely had strength that was no weaker than his own. If it was indeed Xiao Yan who killed Mo Chang, did that not mean that he was truly already on the same level as them? A young man in his teenage years, who was still at a stage between being a youth and a young man, was a Dou Wang. Even if one started training in his mother's womb, something like that was absolutely impossible. The two of them exchanged glances. Their brows were knit together. Although they clearly knew that conjecture of Xiao Yan being the mysterious person was very comical, their experience was far from what those of the Misty Cloud sect's disciples could compare with. These words of Yun Lang may appear extremely funny, but with his status, would he utter such ridiculous words without any basis? In other words, did he really have evidence to prove that Xiao Yan was the person who killed Mo Chang? If that were true, then did it not appear that this little fellow seemed to be a little overly terrifying? Behind Fa Ma and Jia Xing Tian, who were filled with doubt in their hearts, Nailan Jie, Mu Chang, and the others had similarly entered a confused state at this moment. The words of Yun Lang were really a little too much of a blow to them. If what Yun Lang said was true, did that not mean that the strength which Xiao Yan currently displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg? Under the solidified atmosphere of the entire place, Xiao Yan raised his head. His gaze slowly swept across the square. Each and everyone's dull expressions were absorbed into his eyes. A long while, his gaze paused on Nailan Yanran, whose pretty face was completely stunned. He suddenly laughed, turned his gaze toward Yun Lang and said, Elder Yun Lang, I do feel a deep regretful for the death of your sect's deacon, Mo Chang. However, this does not mean that you can randomly slander anyone. Everyone knows that Mo Chang was at the Dou Ling level. Back then, the mysterious person had killed him in an extremely quick and straightforward manner. From all of this, it appears that the strength of the latter should at least be around that of the Dou Wang class. Don't tell me that you think I have that kind of strength? If that is the case, aren't you a little far too flattering in your opinion of me? As for the evidence you have mentioned, it is merely Gu Ye's one-sided story. With just this, you actually judge me to be the person who killed Mo Chang. Isn't this a little too funny? Yun Lang coldly watched the smiling Xiao Yan. He also knew that Xiao Yan would absolve himself in this manner. Honestly speaking, if Gu Yi had not used his life to warrant his words, even Yun Lang himself did not dare guarantee that Xiao Yan was truly that mysterious person. After all, the two of them were basically as far apart as the heavens and earth. How could they be associated with each other? As he sighed in his heart, Yun Lang recalled the terrified manner of Gu Yi earlier, which did not appear to be a mere act. His heart once again calmed down. Turning his gaze abruptly to Nailan Yanran, who was off to the side, he said in a deep voice, Yanran, you were also present back then. Although you did not see the appearance of the other party, you should at least know something about the figure or some unique points between the two, no? Yunlang's words immediately pulled all the gazes in the square over to Nalan Yanran, whose pretty face was still a little pale. This included the gaze of Xiao Yan, who stood at the edge of the square. The sudden question caused Nalan Yanran, whose mind was still in a pace-like state, to be startled. She slowly turned her head, her eyes observed that indifferent young and delicate face. Immediately, her gaze began to carefully move over the latter's body. As Nalan Yanran swept her gaze over, the hearts of everyone on the open ground were abruptly raised. At such a moment, the words of Nalan Yanran may not have a decisive impact, but it undoubtedly would increase Xiao Yan's suspicion. The atmosphere of the square was quiet. A long while later, Nalan Yanran withdrew her gaze and shook her head. She slowly said, First Elder, that mysterious person back then was wearing a very large robe, covering his actual figure. Therefore, I am unable to identify him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan quietly released a sigh of relief within his heart. The expression of Yunlang and the others, however, became a little ugly. That's right. I have just remembered. Back then, the mysterious person had displayed a kind of extremely terrifying white-colored flame when he killed Mo Chang. A somewhat sharp voice was suddenly shouted from the red-faced Guye's mouth. Hearing Guye's shout, the expressions of Fa Ma, Jiaxing Tian, Nalan Jia, and the others changed drastically. They had suddenly recalled that Xiao Yan had once used an extremely mysterious white flame during the alchemist grand meeting. At this moment, an aghast covered the hearts of everyone, but... At this moment, Xiao Yan's expression slowly became gloomy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344, Imminent. Chapter 344, Imminent. At this moment, everyone seemed to have sensed something. The atmosphere of the open ground was once again deathly quiet. Numerous shocked gazes stared at Xiao Yan, who stood on the edge of the open ground. This fellow, don't tell me, is he really that mysterious person who killed Mo Chang back then? Jiaxing Tian muttered. His normally smiling face had finally become serious at this moment. That is something that no one knows. However, Xiao Yan really did use a type of white-colored flame during the alchemist grand meeting. Although the flame merely appeared for a moment before disappearing, I dare to guarantee that it should also be a type of heavenly flame. Fa Ma's soft voice contained an aghast that was difficult to hide. Two kinds of heavenly flame existing together within a single body? Heavens, was this not a little too crazy? Ah, we still ended up leaving some loose ends. Hai Buodong sighed helplessly in his heart as he turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan on the square. Currently, whether he was to fight with the Misty Cloud sect or do something else would entirely depend on Xiao Yan's performance. The deathly quiet atmosphere covered the entire open ground. Xiao Yan was quiet for a long time before he suddenly took a step forward. As he took this step, it immediately caused the Misty Cloud sect's elders to tense their entire bodies. Faint Dou Qi that was partially concealed began to shroud them. I'm sorry, I do not know what affairs manager Guyi is talking about. Xiao Yan lifted his head and eyed the Misty Cloud sect's elders who were prepared to take action at any moment. His brow was slightly knit together and his tensed body began to relax a little. His voice was calm when he spoke. Honestly speaking, he did not want a falling out with the Misty Cloud sect. This huge faction, which has stood in the Jama Empire for so many years, had a foundation that caused Xiao Yan's heart to fear regardless of how strong he was. Therefore, he would not completely become enemies with them until the last moment. Humph, you don't know? Hearing this, a cold smile surfaced on Yunlong's face. In a stern voice, he cried out, Xiao Yan, the Yan Xiao who had become champion after participating in the alchemist grand meeting is a disguise of yours. On this point, I can find more than 10 people as witness. Do you think you can deny it? Xiao Yan was silent. Back then, in order to obtain the champion spot when he participated in the alchemist grand meeting, he had exposed far too many trump cards. Yunlang, as the first elder of the Misty Cloud sect, naturally had an information network which far exceeded Xiao Yan's expectation. Therefore, Xiao Yan did not feel surprised should he be able to find sufficient evidence. With regards to the silence of Xiao Yan's, which represented a quiet admission, the corner of Yunlang's mouth rose up as if to gloat. He continued, in the alchemist grand meeting, you once used a type of white-colored flame. Moreover, its strength is extremely great. This is something that countless people have witnessed. I think that it cannot be a lie, no? The number of people who are able to use a white-colored flame is countless. Don't tell me that all of these people are the murderer of Mo Chang? Xiao Yan curled his lips and laughed coldly. Yunlang coldly said, for other people, using a white flame does not represent anything. However, from Guye's recount earlier, your suspicion was already the greatest. Moreover, you even used the same kind of flame as that mysterious person. If these are all just coincidences, aren't they a little too numerous? The tit-for-tat exchange caused the two people to instantly become the new main characters on the square. Numerous gazes were thrown on Xiao Yan. The gazes of many Misty Cloud sect's disciples were a mixture of fear and shock. They had difficulty believing that the young man who was around the same age as them was actually the mysterious strong person who had easily killed Imo Chang. The background of this Xiao Yan is rather mysterious. Dou Qi fondled his chin as he slowly spoke while staring at Xiao Yan. As he heard the argument between the two of them and then connecting the matter to the green-colored flame, he understood the matter much more clearly in his heart. If what Yunlang had said was true, the mysterious person who had benefited from the fight of others in the vast desert the last time might well be this young fellow who was not even 20 years old. A Dou Huang who was not even 20 years old? As he thought of this, he felt a sort of absurd feeling. Since when did it become so easy to reach the Dou Huang class? Even if he consumed high-tier medicinal pills every day, it would definitely be impossible to become a Dou Huang in less than 20 years. Behind him, Lu Ling also laughed bitterly and shook his head. Not until this moment did he realize just how large of a gap existed between him and Xiao Yan. Each time he thought that the other party had reached his limit, another corner of the iceberg would surface, causing Lu Ling to be unable to catch up even if he wanted to. The argumentative atmosphere in the open ground persisted for a while. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and glanced at Yunlang. He appeared to have also understood that this old fellow was determined not to let him leave today. At that moment, an impatience rose within his heart. He brushed his sleeves and coldly laughed. "Elder Yunlang, I don't wish to waste my breath with you. If you don't have conclusive evidence, it would be better if you don't randomly accuse others. Although the Misty Cloud sect is powerful, it would not be too good if such a reputation were to spread. Moreover, my legs are a part my own body. It is not up to you to decide whether I leave or stay." Once he said this, Xiao Yan turned around and took a step down that rock stairs. "I'm sorry, before we have fully investigated who killed Imo Chang, Mr. Xiao Yan may have to temporarily stay at the Misty Cloud sect for a period of time." Yunlang waved his hand and coldly cried out, "Law enforcement unit, stop him, but..." As Yunlang's cry fell, around 10 plus white-cloaked figures suddenly rushed out of the nearly 1,000 Misty Cloud sect's disciples. Dou Qi wildly surged. As their bodies moved, they instantly surrounded Xiao Yan in between them. Without saying any nonsense, the few cold-faced members of the Misty Cloud sect's law enforcement unit flipped their hands. Long swords flashed out. With a swing of their long swords, the 10 plus sword shadows surrounded Xiao Yan. The law enforcement unit of the Misty Cloud sect was formed from among the disciples with the most outstanding abilities, handpicked by the elders of the sect. If one were to discuss their strength, they would be able to rank among the top within the Misty Cloud sect. Moreover, they coordinated very well. Usually when the 10 plus of them were to strike together, even some of the opponents whose strength exceeded theirs would have difficulty stopping them. This time around, the 10 plus law enforcement unit disciples which had acted against Xiao Yan were clearly at the Dou Qi class based on the Dou Qi cloak which covered their bodies. Get lost. Xiao Yan's expression was cold as he eyed the continuous sword shadows which were attacking from all directions. He let out a cold cry and his palm abruptly grabbed the ruler's hilt from his shoulders. With a wave of his hand, the huge heavy Xian ruler left his back. His feet stepped gently on the ground and his body immediately became like gyroscope as it instantly spun around at a great speed. The black-colored huge ruler carried a powerful force which spread out from the spot where he stood. Clang, clang, clang. As the breeze whistled, numerous clear sounds of metal clashing were repeatedly emitted from the spot where the human figures came into contact. Bang! Following this soft muffled sound, 10 plus figures abruptly shot out from the spot where blows were exchanged. Their feet were dragged across the ground for over 10 meters before they slowly came to a stop. When they lowered their heads and eyed their long swords which were broken, the expressions of the members of the law enforcement unit disciples changed. This fellow really did not rely on luck to defeat Yanran Shijie. TL, Shijie, refer to a female senior of the sect or who shares the same teacher. In one blow, Xiao Yan repelled over 10 disciples of the law enforcement unit. His expression had also become a little gloomy. He turned around and coldly stared at Yunlang. "What do you mean by doing this, Elder Yunlang?" "Mr. Xiao Yan, before our suspicions of you are cleared, I'm afraid that you cannot leave the Misty Cloud sect. Therefore, please obey the old me and stay at the Misty Cloud sect for a period of time. Once the sect leader returns, we will investigate this matter in greater detail," Yunlang faintly said. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. An iciness flashed across his pupils. His gaze swept across the open ground and immediately stopped on Yunlang's body. The hand which he used to hold the hilt of the ruler tightened slightly. He then let out a long breath and his body also began to gradually relax. Sensing Xiao Yan's body relaxing, Yunlang also quietly sighed in relief. Just as he thought that Xiao Yan intended to give up resisting, however, the latter suddenly stepped off the ground. Following an explosive sound, his body turned into a black shadow that shot toward the outside of the square. Stop him! Xiao Yan's sudden action caused Yunlang's face to grow cold as he cried out sternly. As Yunlang's cry fell, Dou Qi by the side was actually the first to take action. Dou Qi violently surged out of his body. His feet stepped on the ground and his body immediately became just like an arrow which was unleashed from a bow. In an instant, he crossed over half the length of the square. His shriveled hand was curled and a few sharp breezes shot out. As the wind interlaced, it actually faintly locked onto Xiao Yan. This kind of swift and precise action was really worthy of being a strong person of the Dou Ling class. The rushing, sharp wind that came from behind him caused Xiao Yan to furrow his brows. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand was abruptly inserted into the ground. His body, which was charging forward, came to a stop. Bending his knees, Xiao Yan immediately shot toward the sky. The purple cloud wings appeared with the trembling of his shoulders. Without any hesitation, he flapped the pair of wings and wildly shot out of the misty cloud mountain. Xiao Yan, you will stay behind. As he eyed Xiao Yan who was charging into the sky, Yunlang let out a stern cry. He waved his hand and the bodies of 3 white robe elders, who were the oldest on the stone platform, vibrated. They actually slowly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in a triangle formation, completely blocking Xiao Yan's path of retreat. 3 surging qis flooded out of the 3 bodies and their powerful suppressing force was firmly locked onto Xiao Yan. In the sky, the Dou Qi wings on the backs of the 3 white-robed elders slowly flapped. Due to the enormous Dou Qi spilling over, they actually caused the surrounding space to become a little distorted. 3 Dou Wangs. The Misty Cloud sect's strength is indeed terrifying. As he eyed the Dou Qi wings on the backs of the 3 white-robed old men, Xiao Yan's expression immediately became a little ugly. Xiao Yan, if you are not guilty, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yunlang lifted his head and coldly eyed Xiao Yan. Immediately, his gaze glanced over toward the people gathered in the huge trees. In a deep voice, he said, "Everyone, seeing Xiao Yan's action, it seems that Xiao Yan is really involved with Mo Cheng's death. Therefore, before the sect leader returns, we cannot allow him to leave. This matter is quite serious and I beg all of you for your understanding." These words of Yunlang which carried a little sternness which caused Fa and the others to knit their eyebrows together. They glanced at each other and decided to temporarily watch the situation. Seeing that no one had come forward to stop them, Yunlang also sighed in relief. His gaze once again turned toward Xiao Yan. He slowly raised his palm and was about to give the order to capture Xiao Yan. "First Elder, is there some misunderstanding regarding this matter? I have exchanged blows with him earlier. If he really is the one who killed Mo Chang, he would not have had such a tough battle with me." Before Yunlang gave the order, Nalan Yanran hesitated for a moment before she could no longer resist opening her mouth to speak. "Yanran, you should temporarily not be concerned about this matter. No matter what, I must at least hold him until the sect leader returns. If I have really wronged him when that time comes, I, Yunlang, will apologize to him." Yunlang waved his hand. His eyes coldly stared at Xiao Yan in midair as he waved his palm down. "Capture him." As Yunlang's voice fell, the imposing presence of the 3 white-robed old men who were in front of Xiao Yan soared abruptly. The pressure of the majestic force was like an imminent thunderstorm that covered the entire square. A huge battle was imminent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345, 3 Strong Dou Wangs. Chapter 345, 3 Strong Dou Wangs. The majestic presence that was spread over the entire square directly caused Xiao Yan's figure to quickly fall more than 10 meters before he managed to remove the suffocating breath within his chest. He raised his head and eyed the 3 white-robed old men in a serious manner. His heart felt that things were getting a little tricky. 3 Dou Wangs had personally attacked him. They appeared to think overly highly of him, who had a tiny name. All of the Misty Cloud sect disciples in the square lifted their heads and eyed the aerial battle taking place above them. They similarly felt that the sect was making too big of a fuss over a small issue by sending 3 Dou Wangs to capture Xiao Yan. It should be known that the strength of the 3 elders in the sky combined would be enough to not have much difficulty stopping someone of the Dou Huang level. Of course, they were not the only ones who had such thoughts. Even Mu Chang and the others on the huge trees felt it was incredible. Due to the special position of the Misty Cloud sect, the strong people within the sect seldom participated in the so-called ranking for the strong within the Jiama Empire. Otherwise, wouldn't these old fellows take up more than half of the spots available? This kind of action would undoubtedly cause some of the strong people to feel dissatisfied within their hearts, something which the Misty Cloud sect was unwilling to see. Therefore, other than the sect leader Yun Yun, there were no others from the Misty Cloud sect in the 10-strong rankings within the Jiama Empire. This also included these 3 old fellows. However, if one were to discuss their strength, they were perhaps weaker than the Windwalker, Fengli, and the other Dou Wangs who were renowned within the 10-strong of the Jiama Empire, whom Gu He had invited to go with him to the desert to search for the heavenly flame. However, if they were to act in unison and use the special Qi methods of the Misty Cloud sect along with coordinated Dou techniques, even a Dou Huang would have difficulty taking them down in a short while. This time around, the 3 of them actually acted together in order to catch Xiao Yan. It was no wonder that everyone in the square was speechless. It seems this little fellow is going to be in some trouble. With these 3 old fellows acting together, even if it was me, I would also be delayed for a while. If he cannot take out the same kind strength that he used to kill Mo Chang, he would definitely have to stay at the Misty Cloud sect today. Jia Xingtian eyed the battle in the sky and said faintly. Fa Ma frowned slightly and nodded. Old Fa, aren't you planning to take action? Regardless of how one puts it, Xiao Yan is also an honored elder of your alchemist association, no? Jia Xingtian suddenly turned his head toward Fa Ma and smiled as he asked. Seeing the situation now, Yunlong appears to have made up his mind to hold Xiao Yan behind. Even if I step forward, I'm afraid that he would not change his decision. Fa Ma shook his head and said, you should also know the strength of the Misty Cloud sect. I am the chairman of the Alchemist Association and represent the interest of the entire association. If I directly acted out to help Xiao Yan, that would damage the relationship between our 2 parties. Therefore, I can only find an opportunity to help him ask for mercy. As long as Xiao Yan is not the murderer of Mo Chang, I think that Yun Yun will give me this face. Jia Xingtian laughed. He naturally knew that it was impossible for Fa Ma to act at this moment and help Xiao Yan resolve this threat. Although their strengths were extraordinary, there were powers behind them and they couldn't act as they pleased. Hai Buodong, who overheard their conversation while standing behind the 2 of them, shook his head somewhat helplessly. It was really unexpected that the situation, which he was most unwilling to see, still happened. However, for the spiritual recovery purple pill, even if the thing in front of him was this huge mountain called the Misty Cloud sect, he could only harden his head and charge forward. Xiao Yan, give up resisting. Before we have fully investigated the truth, we will not harm you. All we ask is that you stay at the Misty Cloud sect for a short period of time. Yunlang placed both his hands behind his back, raised his head and cried out loud. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was smacked together as he let out a cold laugh. His gaze slowly swept across his surroundings, searching for an opportunity to break through. A moment later, however, he gave up this extravagant hope in disappointment. The 3 old men opposite him far surpassed him both in terms of combat experience and strength. Their defense was almost flawless, while their presence, which was spread throughout the open ground, had suppressed the altitude of his flight to a certain limit. If he were to go any higher, the united imposing presence of the 3 Dou Wangs would cause Xiao Yan to vomit blood and retreat. Eyeing Xiao Yan, who appeared to have ignored his words, Yunlang's face shook. He slowly released a breath and did not say any nonsense. With a sudden wave of his hand, he cried out in a deep voice, "Capture him!" Just as Yunlang's voice fell, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, suddenly shot wildly down toward the Misty Cloud sect disciples who were seated cross-legged in the square. In this kind of situation he would only have the chance to escape if he created a commotion. Humph, little fellow, cease putting up a resistance. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan's intention did not escape the eyes of the 3 elders of the Misty Cloud sect. A white-haired old man in the middle flapped the pair of wings on his back. He turned into a wild wind, and when he reappeared, he was actually in the path which Xiao Yan was using to plunge downward. Shay! Xiao Yan frowned intently as he watched the white-haired old man who blocked his route. He softly cursed and flapped his wings, forcefully turning his body. His body had just turned when a white-robed old man strangely flashed to a spot not far from his body. His withered palm aimed at Xiao Yan and he let out a faint cry, finding wind. As the voice fell, a wild wind that came from all directions surged violently out of his palm. Immediately, numerous substance-like ropes began surrounding Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. The wind ropes were extremely swift. In the blink of an eye, they had enveloped all the space around Xiao Yan. The palm of the old man suddenly clenched and the wind ropes swiftly constricted. Immediately, it wrapped Xiao Yan within it just like a silkworm's pupa shell. TL, also known as the cocoon. On the open ground, those Misty Cloud sect's disciples had their mouths wide opened as they watched the white-robed old man who had managed to capture Xiao Yan in his first move. They could not resist marveling at the sight. It was really unexpected that a Dou Wan would actually be strong to such an extent. Xiao Yan, whom even Nalan Shurjia could not defeat, had been captured in merely one exchange. The difference between the two was indeed extremely large. The white-robed elder in the sky who had displayed the binding wind had just kept the wind pupa when his expression changed slightly. Puff! A soft sound appeared. The pupa, which was densely covered by the wind robe, suddenly spat out a green-colored human figure. At any spot where the human figure passed, the wind robe, which was sufficient to endure the attack of a Dou Qi, was instantly turned into nothingness. The heavenly flame, it is indeed very strong. The three Misty Cloud Sect's elders were startled as they eyed the human figure which had shot out of the wind pupa. They exchanged glances before taking off once again. In an instant, the sound of rushing wind spread throughout the sky. It was difficult to see the three human figures clearly. Everyone could only see Xiao Yan, who was wrapped within the green-colored flame as he repeatedly fled in all directions, trying to escape the bindings of the three elders. From his appearance, he looked to be in somewhat terrible shape. After the disorderly fleeing continued for another 5 minutes, the three Misty Cloud Sect's elders finally became a little impatient. Immediately, they ceased acting carefully because of the heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's body. The three human figures flashed in unison and they formed a triangle formation, trapping Xiao Yan within the area of the triangle, which did not exceed 5 meters in length. Wind, fire, wood, wall. The three people let out a low cry. Their palms faced each other from a distance. 3 different colored Dou Qi, which appeared like film, surged out from them and immediately began to move toward each other in a lightning-like manner. In the blink of an eye, they came into contact with each other at the center. A triangular-shaped energy film was formed between the three of them, with Xiao Yan being in the middle of it. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the light film which had covered all directions. He waved his palm and a wisp of green-colored flame surged out. It adhered to the energy wall and its hot temperature caused the light film at the spot to tremble slightly. Each time a certain amount of light film was incinerated, however, another large amount of energy would immediately surge out, repairing it until it was even thicker. Although Xiao Yan had the advantage of having a heavenly flame, it was unfortunate that the difference between their strengths was far too large. Moreover, the other party was actually 3 Dou Wangs who were acting together. If it were not because of the heavenly flame which caused them some fear, they would have long since captured Xiao Yan. Damn it! Xiao Yan eyed the indestructible energy prison, clenched his teeth and cursed softly. Outside the energy prison, the energy on the palms of the 3 Misty Cloud Sect's elders slowly moved. As the energy surged, the triangle-shaped energy prison actually began to shrink. As he eyed the energy prison which was slowly suppressing him as it moved closer, Xiao Yan's expression drastically changed. He flapped his wings and swiftly flashed toward the front side of the energy wall. Green-colored flame rushed out of his palm and violently smashed against the energy wall, as Xiao Yan wanted to borrow the heavenly flame's power to break it. Although this thought of his was good, it was unfortunate that it was an energy wall which the 3 Dou Wangs had created in unison. With just his own strength, how could he break it? When his fist struck the energy wall, only circular ripples spread out. However, there was no sign of the energy wall being shaken. The Xiao Yan at this moment was like a bird being trapped in a cage. No matter how he flapped his wings, he could not escape this heaven's dragnet. While the countless number of people below watched, the triangular-shaped energy wall became increasingly small. At this moment, its original size, which was tens of feet, was merely around 2 to 3 meters from Xiao Yan's body. Everyone on the huge trees faced each other while Xiao Yan was about to be captured. However, there was not one person who took action. Only Nailan Jie's body moved a little. His foot stepped forward, but ultimately, he could not place it down. The expression on his face repeatedly changed. A long while later, he let out a sigh and slowly pulled back his step. Within the triangle energy wall, Xiao Yan, who appeared to know that it was hopeless to escape, ceased his useless resistance. The green-colored flame on his body gradually retreated into his body. He indifferently glanced at the 3 elders outside the energy wall before slowly closing his eyes. Is he giving up? The brows of the 3 elders of the Misty Cloud Sect twitched as they watched Xiao Yan, who had closed his eyes. They waved their hands and the energy wall, which was repeatedly shrinking by small amounts, began to shrink much more abruptly. The triangle energy wall became increasingly small in front of the eyes of countless number of people. Just as everyone thought that Xiao Yan would have difficult time escaping from this calamity, however, a change suddenly occurred. Ah! A somewhat helpless and faint sigh suddenly reverberated slowly across the sky. As this sigh fell, an icy cold air caused the temperature of the entire open ground to swiftly decline. Sensing the temperature that had suddenly fallen, the 3 Misty Cloud elders were startled. Immediately, their expressions changed wildly. Their gazes swiftly swept into the energy pillar, only to find an old back slowly appearing just like a ghost. Once the old back appeared, cold air soared within the energy wall. The energy wall, which was swiftly shrinking, appeared to have received some sort of resistance that they could not withstand. Not only did it not continue to shrink, but it also began to expand swiftly under that soaring, terrifyingly cold air. The expressions of the three elders instantly became extremely ugly as they watched the energy wall, which was becoming increasingly inflated. They hurriedly cried out, "Be careful, retreat." Just as the cry fell, a terrifying cold air suddenly erupted once again. Immediately, the energy wall, which was about to reach its limit, ceased to be able to resist this huge burden. With a huge explosion that resounded throughout the sky, the energy wall, which was created from three Dou wands, was actually forcefully shattered. Countless number of stunned gazes watched the three elders in the sky, who were swiftly retreating. A moment later, their gazes instantly shifted toward the spot where the energy pillar was shattered. Two figures were partially visible there. On the ground below, Yunlang's expression had turned extremely ugly at this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346, Big Battle. Chapter 346, Big Battle. The sudden change that appeared in the sky caused everyone in the open ground to be startled. Their gazes watched that old human figure which had slowly appeared. The expressions of some of the people who knew him immediately changed. Old Hai? Why did he take action? Jia Xingtian's face was completely dumbfounded as he spoke. Fa Ma's expression was similarly a little stunned. He did not expect that Hai Buodong would actually take the risk of causing conflict with the Misty Cloud sect and step forward to help. The two people faced each other, both of them sensing something strange. Given Hai Buodong's character, he did not appear to be someone who would help another in doing something so reckless. Looks like Xiao Yan has a great allure toward old Hai. It even reached the point where old Hai is willing to take action to stop the Misty Cloud sect. This fellow is really making me increasingly curious as to what type of person he may be. Jia Xingtian shook his head. His voice contained some shock that was difficult to hide. He was extremely familiar with Hai Buodong's character. If there was no reward that could move him, then this ice-like fellow would definitely not do something as brash as this. Just what magic did that little fellow who was not even 20 years old rely on in order to move a Dou Huan? Fa Ma nodded slightly. His gaze swept to the sky as he softly said, "Now, let's take a look at what is going to happen next." How could something so unexpected happen? The sudden action taken by Hai Buodong had immediately caused the situation of the square to become a little strange. The weight of someone at the Dou Huan class was something that no one dared to look down on, not even the Misty Cloud sect. Seeing the manner in which Hai Buodong acted, it was clear that he was standing on Xiao Yan's side. In that case, the Misty Cloud sect had to carefully reconsider whether or not they wanted to capture Xiao Yan. If they were not careful, they might really cause a soul-stirring great battle. Those in the square who knew Hai Buodong were a mere minority. Most of the Misty Cloud sect disciples did not have much of an impression of this strong person who had hid his name and lived in isolation for decades. Therefore, when they saw that this old man with an unimpressive appearance was able to break the energy wall that the three elders had created together, shock and disbelief, which were difficult to hide, instantly covered their faces. In the sky, the three elders who had retreated in a lightning-like manner, flapped their wings, and stopped their bodies. They lifted their heads, and eyed the old figure beside Xiao Yan. A seriousness involuntarily surfaced on their faces. Their gazes meticulously and slowly swept past Hai Buodong. A long while later, the oldest Misty Cloud elder appeared to have suddenly recalled something. His expression changed drastically as he let out an involuntary cry, "Hai Buodong? Ice Emperor Hai Buodong? You are actually still alive, . Hearing his cry, the other two old men at his side also recalled this name which had once shaken the Jiama Empire. Immediately, some changes occurred on their faces. The strong Dou Qi in their bodies appeared to involuntarily circulate. Given their age, they were also of the same generation which Hai Buodong belonged to. The only difference was that Hai Buodong was already a strong person who had shaken the Jiama Empire, when they were merely a deacon within the Misty Cloud sect. Therefore, when they saw his appearance, their hearts immediately became alert. Hai Buodong glanced the three of them before turning his head to look at Xiao Yan. He asked, "Are you alright? If you still did not act, I was likely not going to be alright." Xiao Yan waved the huge heavy Shen ruler in his hand and laughed bitterly. It is going to be troublesome today. I alone cannot stop all of them. Hai Buodong softly said. Don't fight with them head on. It will be enough as long as we can leave this place. Xiao Yan's gaze slowly swept across his surroundings. His expression changed slightly as he realized that when he was entangled with the three of them earlier, nearly 100 Misty Cloud sect disciples with middle-aged appearance had appeared on the top of the huge trees around them. Seeing the manner in which they were dressed, which was different from an ordinary disciple, and their bodies which were filled with Dou Qi, it was clear that most of their strengths were not weaker than his own. There is no problem with me leaving, but it is a little troublesome bringing you along. The members of the other party are not ordinary people. Fortunately, however, Yun is absent. Otherwise, it would be completely impossible to leave. Hai Buodong's gaze randomly drifted to his surroundings. A little joy seeped into his words. Then I will trouble old Hai. Xiao Yan nodded his head and laughed bitterly. I will try my best. There was little smile on Hai Buodong's face. Using his own strength to contend against the numerous skilled Misty Cloud sect personnel was something that even he as a Dou Huang would not feel good doing. Hai Buodong, it is really unexpected that we can still see each other again after the farewell back then. Yunlang's ugly expression slowly recovered significantly. He raised his head and eyed Hai Buodong in the sky. Not long after the latter had entered the capital, he had already gotten accurate news of his appearance. Therefore, his expression was not too shocked when he saw Hai Buodong this time around. It was only unexpected that he would actually make a move to help Xiao Yan. Yunlang, your position has risen after all these years. The Yubak then appeared to have only entered the Misty Cloud Sect's Elders Council. It is really unexpected that you have actually become the first elder now. Hai Buodong said faintly. Kuku, this is all because the sect leader trusts these old bones of mine. Yunlang smiled. Immediately, his expression became serious as he stared at Hai Buodong and said, we can reminisce about the past later. You should know of our intention to hold Xiao Yan back. This matter concerns our Misty Cloud sect's reputation. Therefore, I hope that you will not randomly interfere in order to avoid damaging the relationship between the Misty Cloud sect and the Primer clan's relationship. Hai Buodong simply smiled with regards to the warning that Yunlang had issued. He slowly said, I'm sorry. Due to some reason, I must ensure Xiao Yan's safety today. Therefore, I hope that you will let him leave on account of this thin face of mine. In the future, Hai Buodong will not forget this favor of yours. Hearing this, Yunlang's eyebrows were immediately knit together. In a deep voice, he said, Hai Buodong, you know that this is something impossible. As a member of our Misty Cloud sect, Mo Cheng's contribution to it over the years is something that everyone in the sect had witnessed. If we remain indifferent when such a contributor were to die in such a dubious manner, how can we ensure that our disciples will have peace of mind in the future? I also have my own difficulties. Hai Buodong sighed and shook his head. From Yunlang's appearance, it seemed that it was impossible to bring Xiao Yan away by relying on those few words of his. He immediately ceased speaking nonsense. After taking a glance at his surroundings, he abruptly grabbed Xiao Yan. However, before he could make any move, Yunlang, who had been staring intently at him, let out a stern cry, Yunli, the three of you stop him. All deacons of the Misty Cloud sect formed the Misty Wind Fog Array. As Yunlang's cry fell, the three elders in the sky began to move. The three people formed a semicircle shape, completely locking Hai Buodong in. Those nearly 100 deacons of the Misty Cloud sect on the huge trees surrounding the open ground let out an ordered loud cry in unison. Powerful Dou Qi erupted from within their bodies and numerous white-colored, fog-like energies began spitting out of their palms like waterfalls. Over 100 fog-like energies began to intertwine around each other before swiftly spreading. In merely an instant, it formed a bowl-shaped energy cover which was just sufficient enough to completely encase the entire square within. Bang, bang. At the moment that the energy encasement was formed, Hai Buodong protected Xiao Yan with one hand while using an extremely violent and unreasonable manner to ferociously break through the defense of the three elders. In a lightning-like manner, they flashed to the bottom of the energy cover. He waved his hand and an icy energy pillar around 10 feet in height shot out violently and heavily smashed on the energy cover. The energy cover wobbled slightly, but it was strong enough that it was not immediately shattered. Damn it, what a hard tortoise shell. Not literally a tortoise shell, but a tortoise is a sort of insult. Hai Buodong was about to continue attacking the energy cover after letting out a soft curse when three ferocious forces came at him from behind. As the three force flew, they actually began to merge in their power sword after that. This forced Hai Buodong to have no choice but to turn around. With a wave of his hand, a tough, cold, icy mirror was swiftly agglomerated in front of him, blocking the soaring force. You should step aside first. Be careful. Give me 10 minutes. Hai Buodong waved his hand and skillfully sent Xiao Yan behind him out of the battle circle while he said in a deep voice. After sending Xiao Yan away, Hai Buodong's expression gradually became colder. Icy cold Dou Qi gushed out from his body. Immediately, one could see the water vapor contained in the surrounding air immediately begin to solidify into countless of tough ice grains. He flicked his hand and the ice grains carried the whistling wind sound and violently smashed toward the three Misty Cloud sect's elders from all directions. The three elders did not dare to underestimate this person who was once known as the Ice Emperor. The Dou Qi in their body simultaneously surged out and the three different elemental Dou Qis began to merge together, forming an indestructible defense. In the distant sky, Haibuodong's figure flashed. He carried an extremely cold air as he began to launch waves of continuous attacks against the three elders in a tyrannical manner. Although the three of them could merge their Dou Qi to fight their opponents, they were still forced to retreat in defeat under Haibuodong's strong attacks. If it were not for the great coordination between the three of them, they would have long since been someone who was defeated. Cold wind continuously blew through the sky, which was covered by a white-colored energy. The sounds of explosions from the contact of energy repeatedly sounded in everyone's ears. The battle, which was extremely intense, caused the Misty Cloud sect disciples below to be completely stunned. Yunlang narrowed his eyes and watched the three elders who were suppressed until they repeatedly retreated in defeat. He then glanced at Xiao Yan, who was floated on another corner of the sky. A cold smile involuntarily left his mouth. His shoulders shook and a pair of Dou Qi wings slowly sprung out. With a flap of both wings, Yunlang's body began to swiftly rise into the air under everyone's gaze. Finally, he directly charged toward Xiao Yan. When he heard the sound of rushing wind from below, Xiao Yan hurriedly lowered his head. Immediately, his expression changed. The pair of wings on his back flapped and his body was swiftly pulled back. "Hey, you want to leave?" Regardless of why Haibuodong wants to protect you, as long as I take you down first, he would likely not dare do anything. Yunlang let out a cold smile as he spoke while watching Xiao Yan swiftly pull back. His toes pressed on the empty space and his speed once again soared. In the blink of an eye, he approached Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan eyed Yunlang approaching and hurriedly flapped his wings to escape. In the sky, two figures were flying, one chasing and one fleeing. The figure behind, however, was quickly narrowing the distance between the two. At one moment, he had finally entered into an attacking range. Yunlang violently stomped his feet on empty space. His body turned into blurry lightning. When he next appeared, he was actually blocking the path that Xiao Yan was using to flee. His body charged forward and the shriveled hand of his grabbed at Xiao Yan's throat like an eagle claw, which was carrying a sharp aggressive force that caused Xiao Yan's skin to feel a piercing pain. The speed at which Yunlang acted was as fast as lightning. When Xiao Yan had just noticed it, his hand claw was already less than half a meter in front of him. Within those dark black pupils, the hand claw which carried a sharp force was swiftly magnified in size. The hand claw which was carrying a sharp force cut through the empty space and directly pointed at Xiao Yan's neck. In the distance, Haibuodong had also noticed the situation happening to his side. His expression immediately changed drastically. He wanted to quickly rush forward to assist Xiao Yan, but the three Misty Cloud elders appeared to have gone crazy. They took the risk of being seriously injured and used all their might to perform a union attacking Dou technique, forcefully delaying Haibuodong, causing him to be unable to pull away. At this moment, the gazes all around were paused on the spot where Xiao Yan and Yunlang were at. If Xiao Yan was captured, the big fight this time around would completely come to a stop. Looks like it is about to be over. It is difficult for Haibuodong alone to successfully bring Xiao Yan away from the Misty Cloud sect. Jiaxing Tian smacked his lips together inside. Fa Mi nodded slightly. He was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. His gaze abruptly turned toward the direction Xiao Yan in. "That's not right." "What's that?" At this moment, another change once again occurred on the battleground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347, The Appearance of the Seven-Colored Heaven-Swallowing Python. Chapter 347, The Appearance of the Seven-Colored Heaven-Swallowing Python. Just as Yunlang was about to capture Xiao Yan in the distant sky, the latter's sleeve abruptly trembled. Immediately, a thick and large shadow shot forth. It instantly swung violently on Yunlang's hand with a terrifying strength that actually shook the air until waves of sharp explosive sounds were emitted from the vibrations. At the moment when the seven-colored figure appeared, Yunlang also sensed something. His face immediately changed wildly, but before he could hurriedly pull himself back, that seven-colored figure had already swung heavily at his hand. A flush instantly surged onto Yulang's face and numerous soft muffled groans were spat from his throat. His body was like a rubber ball that had been sent flying as it was swiftly forced back. The sudden change in situation in the sky directly caused Haibuodong and those three Misty Cloud sect's elders presently fighting in the square to involuntarily cease their attacks. Their gazes were stunned as they watched the direction which Xiao Yan was in. It was a little better for Haibuodong, but those who were unfamiliar with Xiao Yan were so shocked that their jaws nearly fell. In the Misty Cloud sect, other than Yun, there were few others who could defeat Yunlang, given his strength. However, they earlier was actually forced back by Xiao Yan, who was at the Dou Qi class? What was that thing just now? Jiaxing Tian's mouth widened as he stood in the huge tree. His face was a little serious and at a loss as he asked. Due to the terrifying speed at which the shadow attacked, he could not see it clearly even with the abilities of his eyes. He could only vaguely sense that something appeared which shot out from Xiao Yan's sleeve. That Yunling was forced back by that thing. It appeared to be a tail. Ma hesitated for a moment and said in an uncertain manner. Tail? Hearing this, Jia Xingtian was stunned. He frowned intently while staring at Xiao Yan in the sky. It is another trump card that was never revealed? Don't tell me that this fellow is really that mysterious strong person who killed Mo Chang? In the face of Xiao Yan revealing trump cards which were increasingly shocking, Jia Xingtian's heart also began to shake. The gaze which he used to look at Xiao Yan in midair began to have something more to it. Brat, what is that in your sleeve? Yunlang, who was forced back by tens of meters in the sky, finally got rid of the terrifying force which had been transmitted to his palm. His lowered hand trembled slightly as he cried out loud while eyeing the distant Xiao Yan with an ugly expression. The sudden turn of events also caused Xiao Yan to be startled. Quickly following this, however, he appeared to have understood something. A wild joy swiftly surfaced on his face. Before he spoke, his sleeve moved agitatedly and a seven-colored shadow shot out. As a clear hissing sound was emitted, a small seven-colored snake began to happily wander around Xiao Yan's body. The sunlight shone onto its small body, reflecting a seven-colored glow. At a glance, it appeared very beautiful. The small seven-colored snake was naturally the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python which had been in a deep slumber. It was really unexpected that this little fellow had actually awakened when Xiao Yan was at his most pressing moment, helping him avoid disaster. After the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python appeared, the expression of Yunlang, who had been staring at this spot, became gloomy. It was likely that he had recognized that the thing which had forced him back a moment ago was this beautiful thing which appeared completely harmless. A rank 5 magical beast. I didn't expect that you were hiding such a thing. Yunling twisted his wrist which was numb from the shock of the huge force, as he said with a cold smile. Xiao Yan glanced at him, but chose to ignore his words. His hand gently rubbed the body of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python whose body was as cool as jade. As he watched the pair of snake eyes which faintly had a flirtatious feeling to them, his heart trembled involuntarily. This little thing increasingly appeared to have a presence similar to Queen Medusa. Did the spirits of the two finally begin to merge? Xiao Yan's rubbing caused the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python to seem extremely satisfied. It repeatedly used its small head to press against the former's palm. Its snake tongue repeatedly licked at the storage ring on Xiao Yan's hand. A covetous look, which Xiao Yan was familiar with, once again appeared in those coquettish snake eyes. When he discovered the greedy action of it, Xiao Yan quietly sighed in relief within his heart. He flicked his finger and a bottle of amethyst lion birth essence appeared in his palm. His finger was extended into it and gently poked, allowing 2 drops to stick onto it. After which, he carefully allowed the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python to lick it clean. After eating 2 drops of delicious amethyst lion birth essence, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python closed its snake eyes and sensed the warm feeling emitted as the hot energy flowed within its body. Hey, little thing, you need to work after eating. Xiao Yan's finger gently tapped the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's head. His smiling manner was like a wicked uncle who was tempting an underage girl into do something wrong. If you defeat him, I will give you more of this. What do you say? Xiao Yan shook the amethyst lion birth essence in front of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python before immediately pointing toward Yunlang in front of him and smiled as he said. Perhaps it was due to Queen Medusa, but during this period of time, Xiao Yan could sense that the strength of this seven-colored heaven-swallowing python was growing increasingly strong despite this little thing being in a deep slumber. The strength which it had displayed when forcing Yunlang back would not be weaker than a rank 5 magical beast. If that was translated to the classification of humans, it would be equivalent to a Dou Wang. At this current moment, a helper who could contend with a Dou Wang was undoubtedly blessing sent by heaven for Xiao Yan, who had been chased until he was badly battered. When it heard Xiao Yan's words, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python widened its eyes and considered it for a moment. With its current intelligence, it could naturally understand the meaning of Xiao Yan's words. After a brief hesitation, it finally could not resist the temptation of the amethyst lion birth essence. It shook its tail, turned around, and stared at the distant Yunlang with its snake eyes. The seven-colored glow on its body abruptly soared. As the glow bloomed, the body of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python actually became like a balloon which had air blown into as it swiftly became larger. In front of the countless number of shocked eyes in the square, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, which was originally only a foot long, had turned into a huge being that was tens of feet long in just an instant. The seven-colored huge snake floated in the air. Its snake scales reflected a seven-colored glow. If its snake body possessed claws at this moment, it would be similar to a living dragon. following its body being enlarged, a powerful energy also slowly overflowed from within the body of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, causing the surrounding air to form a ripple much like a water wave. The huge snake lingered in the sky. Its enormous body was something that stunned not only the people below, but even Xiao Yan himself. He did not expect that this little thing, which had always been of small pocket-sized being, was actually able to transform into such an appearance, which was extremely eye-piercing. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, which had suddenly turned huge, also caused Yunlang to inhale a breath of cold air. His expression gradually became grave. Turning his head toward the battleground of Hai Buodong and the few others, he shouted, "Yunli, the few of you should temporarily stop Hai Buodong. Leave this thing to me. All the Misty Cloud sect's deacons, think of ways to capture Xiao Yan." After having come into contact with it earlier, Yunlang had managed to vaguely estimate the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's strength. Although the latter could also be considered a rank 5 magical beast, Yunlang had quite a lot of confidence if they were to really start fighting. The high-class Dou techniques which he had trained with were sufficient enough to cause this strange magical beast of unknown origin to suffer greatly. Hey, it is really unexpected that Xiao Yan was actually still hiding such a high-rank pet. I actually didn't even know of its existence. Hai Buodong could not resist smacking his lips and praising as his shocked gaze slowly moved away from the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's body. Yunlang, today, you better not lose unexpectedly in front of the younger generation. Otherwise, you will really lose a lot of face. Hai Buodong laughed out loud as his gaze once again turned toward the serious-looking Yunlang. Immediately, he flapped the icy-cold pair of wings on his back and charged violently toward the 3 Misty Cloud sect's elders who were sullenly waiting. He laughed coldly, "Hee, since I don't have to worry about the situation there, let me completely try and see whether your merging Dou techniques is stronger than the icy-cold Dou Qi of this old man." The corner of Yunlang's eyes drifted toward Hai Buodong and the others who had once again started fighting like rocks colliding against each other. His gaze then swiftly turned toward the distant spot where the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python was located. His expression was serious and his hands were slowly extended out of his sleeves. A somewhat grayish-white Dou Qi gradually appeared and finally covered his entire arm. At one glance, it appeared like a rock arm with an extremely great hardness. Hiss hiss. The forked snake tongue quietly extended and pulled back. After turning into a huge body, those snake eyes of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, which originally appeared somewhat bewitching, finally had some additional ferocity that was part of its nature. Poisonous fangs crossed each other within its huge mouth, emitting a thick cold glow. 2 strong presences in the sky were slowly being spread out from the human and the beast. Adding in the powerful force that was being emitted from the battleground where Hai Buodong was at, the faces of the Misty Cloud sect disciples on the entire open ground twitched involuntarily. Who would have thought that in order to capture a little fellow who was merely of the Dou class, they would end up provoking a strong Dou Huang and a rank 5 magical beast which was able to contend with a Dou Huang? As he watched the person and the beast who had began to emit pressure with their presence, Xiao Yan flapped the pair of wings on his back and hurriedly retreated some distance. His heart also quietly sighed in relief. The appearance of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python had really settled his predicament. From the looks of the situation now, the Misty Cloud sect should no longer have any more Dou Huangs within it. In that case, as long as he carefully controlled his flying height, the strength of those deacons should not be able to capture him. When that time came, all he needed to do was to wait for Hai Buodong to finish off those 3 Misty Cloud sect's elders and he could completely extricate himself from this predicament today. In the sky, a human and a beast faced each other from afar. Their imposing presence placed pressure on people, much like an imminent storm. At a certain moment, the imposing presences which were spread all over became stagnant. Yunlang's hands opened and closed and a large, gray-colored energy sword was extended out from his palm. The wings on his back were flapped and his body cut through the empty air, leaving behind a long scar in the sky. At the moment Yunlang's body moved, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python also abruptly raised its head. It let out a clear hiss and its huge body displayed a terrifying speed, which shocked everyone. A human and a beast cut through the long space and an instant later, collided with each other in front of everyone's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348, The Tragedy of Yunlang. Chapter 348, The Tragedy of Yunlang. 2 glowing figures instantly flashed across the horizon in the sky. Immediately, they met in a violent collision in front of a countless number of gazes. At the moment of collision, furious, explosive thunderous roars resounded across the sky, causing some people below to be unable to resist covering their ears. Their faces were filled with shock as they watched the spot where the 2 forces met. Perhaps it was because his chi technique was the type which was suitable for head-on fighting, but Yunlang had adopted the most ferocious and strongest close-ranged wild attacks the moment that he came into contact with the seven-colored heaven-swallowing serpent. As he moved, his attacks carried a sharp rushing wind sound as they borrowed the agility of his body to violently strike the eyes, nose, and other weak spots of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python. Although Yunlang was extremely agile, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python was not slow either. Not only did its huge body not reduce its speed, it also gave it an extreme increase in strength. As its huge tail was agilely swung, the terrifying force emitted a vast momentum which appeared almost as though it wanted to break the space. A sound like an explosion blasted the surrounding air until it created numerous vacuum spots. The two figures in the sky may have had completely different sizes, but they were both able to emit terrifying force and strength that was on par with each other. Yunlang's expression was grave as he tightly held the rock sword in his hand. The pair of wings on his back repeatedly flapped and his body did not pause at any one spot for more than 3 seconds. Each time his body moved, the rock sword in his hand would carry a ferocious force that would draw out numerous afterimages that would cause people to be dazzled as it heavily hacked at the body of the heaven-swallowing python. Unfortunately, after their earlier contact, Yunlang had already discovered that this seven-colored magical beast of unknown origin had a strength, agility, and even a grasp of danger that was not inferior to any ordinary Dou Wang. Each time he unleashed his Dou technique, the other party would instantly coil its body up. If it could dodge, it would do so. If it could not, it would use its incomparably hard snake scales to forcefully withstand the attack. The rock sword is a Qi sword, but because his attribute is earth it appears like a sword made of stone. Therefore, despite the unceasing attacks of Yunlang, just like the waves in the sea, he was unable to cause much damage to the other party. Moreover, the thing which caused Yunlang's heart to sink was that this seven-colored magical beast had great intelligence. It appeared to have far surpassed the wisdom that an ordinary rank 5 magical beast possessed. Its grasp of exploitations in combat was like a strong person who had experienced numerous battles. Its combat experience did not appear to be in any way inferior to his. This thought was swiftly calculated in his mind. At a certain moment, Yunlang's skin abruptly tightened. His body moved some distance left as a conditional reflex. The rock sword in his hand, which was agglomerated from energy, quickly pierced forward. Qi! The rock sword was shot explosively out only to face a cluster of seven-colored liquid that violently swarmed over. A chi-chi sound was emitted the moment that the rock sword came into contact with the liquid. The hard rock sword, which could withstand a full force blow from a Dou Ling, appeared to be like foam meeting fire, and was swiftly being incinerated and corroded. In an instant, merely half of it was left. What a potent poison! Yunlang's brows were knit together as he watched the corroded energy sword. The seven-colored liquid remained dissatisfied and it swiftly spread over towards his hand. Yunlang immediately made the decision to abandon the rock sword. Having lost the Dou Qi needed to maintain its form, the rock sword which had left his hand swiftly became illusionary and finally slowly disappeared. After the rock sword left his hand, Yunlang did not have the time to do anything else when a low and deep explosion sounded suddenly above his head. He abruptly raised his head as a huge shadow came smashing downward, carrying an incomparably terrifying energy. Shoshanite Shield. Yunlang's hands quickly formed some seals and the Dou Qi in his body flowed swiftly. There was some sort of energy in the surrounding air with similar affinity as the Dou Qi in Yunlang's body that instantly aggregated. A soft sound immediately followed and a huge rock shelf that was a few meters thick appeared above his head from nowhere. Bang! Dot! The huge tail violently smashed downward and landed heavily on the rock shield. A force which was incomparably fierce directly caused numerous crack lines to spread on that thick shield. Once again, the tail violently pressed down and the rock shield, which appeared hard, burst apart. Rocks shot in all directions. As the rock dust permeated the place, a figure suddenly shot out from within it. In an instant, it appeared on the head of the heaven-swallowing python. A loud cry was emitted and a grey-white glow suddenly soared on a fist. A rock glove that was over a foot thick appeared on Yunlang's hand in the blink of an eye. With an angry stare, he punched the head of the heaven-swallowing python, which could not dodge in time. Bang! This furious attack by Yunlang smashed solidly against the head of the heaven-swallowing python. The seven-colored scales at the spot where the fist landed finally cracked. Threads of fresh blood seeped out. Hiss! Dot! A pain that was transmitted from the head caused the heaven-swallowing python's eyes to immediately become red. The ferociousness that was hidden within its bones also finally completely erupted. Its huge tail abruptly drew back and once again carried a dark shadow as it violently smashed toward Yunlang, who was pulling back, but the tail moved at lightning-like speed that could not be dodged. The dark shadow arrived in the blink of an eye. Yunlang, who could not pull back in time, could only hurriedly lift his arm, which was covered by a rocky substance, placing it in front of his head. An instant later, the huge force abruptly penetrated into his arm. The huge force directly smashed Yunlang into the ground. Finally, a loud bang sounded and his pair of legs were like long pikes that were directly inserted into the hard square. Numerous crack lines began to spread out from where his legs were in front of everyone's stunned gazes. What a terrifying force! As they eyed the crack lines which had almost spread to the edge of the open ground, some Misty Cloud sect disciples swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered extremely nervously. Yunlong's legs shook, breaking free from the ground where his legs were stuck. He flapped his wings and once again soared into the air. His expression was a little pale. Only at this moment did he realize that he had truly underestimated this snake-shaped magical beast of unknown origin. His original hope of relying on his Dou technique to swiftly push it back was already something that was impossible. His gaze swept over to the battle where Hai Buodong was at. There, the three elders had already been suppressed by Hai Buodong until they could merely retreat together and defend themselves. It appeared that the three of them would lose quite soon. With a tight frown, Yunlong once again swept his gaze toward the other side of the sky. At that spot, Xiao Yan was flapping his wings and watching their fight as though he was watching a show. I must capture him. But all those people who can use Dou Qi wings are already involved in a fight with the other party's strong person. The rest of the people may have combat ability that is stronger than Xiao Yan's, but they are disadvantaged in that they are unable to fly for an extended period of time. Yunlang furrowed his brows as he softly mumbled, I can only try to get those elders who practice wind-type Qi methods to try. As long as Xiao Yan is captured, all of these battles will naturally cease. After thinking of this, Yunlang lowered his head and displayed a hand gesture to the few elders seated on the stone platform. Immediately, he turned around once again and headed toward the heaven-swallowing python. The 10+ elders on the high platform were slightly startled as they eyed Yunlang's gesture. They exchanged glances and 4 old men nodded. The 4 stood up and a pale green-colored Dou Qi from within their bodies shrouded them. A gentle breeze suddenly surfaced around them and blew their clothes until they fluttered in the wind. Borrowing the lift from the breeze, the 4 white-robed old men actually rose slowly into the air. Immediately, they separated in a well-coordinated manner as they began to surround Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan noticed this the moment the 4 white-robed elders rose into the air. Immediately, he flapped his wings and carefully maintained a safe distance from these 4 elders. Although these 4 people were not as strong as the 3 elders who were holding off Hai Buodong, one could tell from their forceful Qis that they were strong people who were at least of the Dou Ling class. Xiao Yan did not dare to directly exchange blows with them. The 4 elders did not appear anxious upon seeing Xiao Yan pulling back. They still rose slowly in the air. The 4 of them formed a quadratic shape, hinting that they wanted to lock Xiao Yan in their middle. Xiao Yan's body was suspended in the air as he intently watched the white-robed elders approach him from 4 different directions. As he had the experience of being nearly trapped by those 3 elders earlier, he paid more attention to the spots where these fellows stood. Therefore, when he saw that the positions where they stood was a little strange, he hurriedly moved his body and escaped the enclosure of the 4 of them from a lower height. He was like a housefly with no direction as he began to scurry around randomly in the air in order to prevent the 4 of them from forming a certain orderly position. The 4 elders felt extremely helpless in the face of the crafty actions of Xiao Yan. Without the support of a pair of Dou Qi wings, their flying speed could not keep up with Xiao Yan. Therefore, they could only carefully move closer, waiting for the other party to reveal a certain opening before swarming in together. However, the 4 of them had underestimated the degree of caution Xiao Yan possessed. Even if this fellow had to use all his strength and repeatedly use Dou Qi, he did not come into any contact with any of the 4 of them. After this completely meaningless chase persisted for a while, the 4 elders finally felt a little impatient. Immediately, a huge blanket of never-ending wind blades appeared in the empty sky and shot wildly toward Xiao Yan. They aimed to use this as an attempt to create an opening which they could use to carry out their capture. Unfortunately, however, Xiao Yan, who had the protection of the heavenly flame, was not too concerned about those wind blades. He even summoned out the Dou Qi armor. Even if some of those wind blades passed through the defense of the green flame, it would merely leave a white-colored scar on his armor. Xiao Yan's body repeatedly flashed and dodged. He borrowed the gap in the time between the attacks to glance all over with the corner of his eyes. At Hai Buodong's side, the 3 Dou Wangs of the other side had already fought to the point where they did not have the strength to resist. Their combined defense was also becoming increasingly weak under that seemingly wild attack of Hai Buodong. From the looks of it, the 3 of them should not be able to last much longer. On the other side, Yunlong's strength had clearly far exceeded those 3 elders if one were to compare them individually. Therefore, even though the heaven-swallowing python was very strong, it had some difficulty defeating him. Currently, both parties had entered into a tough battle where neither could do anything to their opponent. With narrowed eyes, Xiao Yan glanced at the heaven-swallowing python which was locked in a bitter battle with Yunlang. He held the heavy ruler tightly in his hand and he moved his body once again to dodge the wave of wind blades while waiting for an opportunity. The fierce fighting in the sky continued for a few minutes. Finally, as an intense energy explosion sounded, 3 human figures, in extremely terrible conditions, slid down from the sky. Finally, they smashed into the ground, leaving behind 3 deep indentions in the hard ground. Everyone quickly swept their eyes over only to find that the 3 people who had fallen were actually the 3 Dou Wangs who were fighting Hai Buodong. Currently, the expressions of the 3 were a little green from the low temperature. Cold air curled upward as it began to seep into the air above their heads. Their bodies repeatedly shivered. There is my icy cold qi within your bodies. If you quiet down and expel them, you will be fine after an hour. However, if you continue to use Dou Qi during this period of time, the cold air will corrode your qi paths. When that time comes, your internal injuries will have reached a point where they cannot be recovered without at least 10 days to half a month's time. Hai Buodong slowly exhaled while he was in the air before glancing at the 3 of them and speaking faintly. Hearing this, the expressions of the 3 Misty Cloud Sect's elders changed. They exchanged glances with one another and could only hurriedly sit cross-legged in a bitter manner. They circulated their Dou Qi and began to expel the cold air from their bodies. TSK, old Hai's icy cold qi is not any weaker than it was back then. Jia Xingtian smacked his lips and laughed as he had Hai Buodong, which was able to temporarily cause 3 Dou Wangs to lose their ability to fight within a short 10+ minutes. The strength of those 3 fellows is only around that of 2 to 3 stars Dou Wangs. Although they managed to delay Hai Buodong for a period of time by borrowing the effect of their merging Dou techniques, they did not last long. Ma nodded slightly. His gaze swept toward where the heaven-swallowing python was and said, frowning, "What species in this magical beast? Why have I never heard of it? Its strength is quite good and is actually able to reach a stalemate with Yunlang." Jia Xingtian's face was similarly a little lost. His gaze stared at the huge snake-shaped body and muttered, "For some unknown reason, this thing keeps giving me some sort of familiar feeling. But after thinking carefully, I have also never met such a 7-colored snake-shaped magical beast." Ma let out a sigh. In his heart, he felt that Xiao Yan was someone whom he couldn't figure out. He really did not know where Xiao Yan had gotten this mysterious and strong magical beast. After Hai Buodong managed to defeat and force back those 3 Misty Cloud Sect's elders in the sky, his body instantly began to move. He swiftly appeared at the edge of the energy cover. With a sudden wave of his hands, waves of incomparably powerful cold energy surged out and repeatedly collided against the energy cover. Each time they collided, they would cause the faces of 1 or 2 among the nearly 100 deacons of the Misty Cloud Sect to instantly become pale as their bodies immediately swayed, reaching the point where they were about to fall. Under this wild attack of Hai Buodong, that thick white-colored energy cover was repeatedly becoming blurred at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Hai Buodong, you better not go too overboard." As his anger-filled eyes watched the energy cover which had become shaky and about to fall, Yunlang, who could not extract himself from the entanglement with the heaven-swallowing python, could only cry out angrily. The furious cry had just fell when Yunlang's expression changed. One could see that the heaven-swallowing python had took the opportunity of him being distracted to once again abruptly spit out a huge cluster of 7-colored liquid from its huge mouth. "Damn it!" Yunlang let out a soft curse. He hurriedly pulled back while his hands danced and numerous thick rock walls repeatedly appeared on the path which he was using to retreat. The 7-colored liquid destroyed everything in its path as it corroded past. The hard rock wall appeared to have very little effect. However, as Yunlang was pulling back in a somewhat flustered manner, he did not notice that his distance from Xiao Yan was growing increasingly close. "If I find an opportunity to force Yunlang back, it is likely that there will be no one left in the Misty Cloud Sect to prevent me from leaving." As Xiao Yan did not need to put in much effort to keep the 4 elders in check, he had been paying close attention to the battles in the sky. That Yunlang, who was pulling back in a panicked manner, was also noticed by him. Xiao Yan's palm abruptly held the ruler's hilt tightly. He suddenly turned his body and he actually directly flew toward Yunlang under a countless number of gazes. Is this fellow allowing himself to get caught? As they watched Xiao Yan's action, nearly everyone's hearts began to mutter in this stunned manner. Ignoring those puzzled gazes, Xiao Yan held the ruler's hilt tightly with both hands. He slowly lifted it and inhaled a deep breath. At this moment, the Dou Qi in his body was like boiling water as it abruptly began to fluctuate. The dark black ruler's body had suddenly become fiery red, much like superheated iron. A flush also instantly swarmed up Xiao Yan's face following the change in the heavy Xian ruler's color. The diamond-shaped Dou crystal within the vortex of his body quavered gently, emitting waves of enormous Dou Qi energy. After which, the energy moved along his qi paths and completely poured into the heavy Xian ruler. "First Elder, be careful." As they eyed the heavy ruler of Xiao Yan which had suddenly become fiery red, the 4 elders who had been chasing Xiao Yan in the air hurriedly let out a warning cry. "Humph, a little fellow who doesn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth." Yunlang had sensed Xiao Yan when the latter was flying toward him. However, most of Yun Lang's attention was placed on the heaven-swallowing python, which was chasing after him. In the face of Xiao Yan's attack, he randomly summoned a rock wall that was around half a foot thick. He thought that with Xiao Yan's strength, this rock wall would be enough to block any fierce attack of his. A cold smile surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as he eyed that rock wall, which was not considered very thick. The Dou Qi in his body poured unceasingly into the ruler's body. Following the pouring of the Dou Qi, the temperature around it also grew increasingly hot. Finally, it caused the surrounding air to become a little blurry. At a certain moment, when Yun Lang was placing all his attention on the heaven-swallowing python which had broken through the last defense, his expression suddenly changed. He abruptly turned around and eyed the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand, which was emitting an intense red glow. His eyes suddenly shrank. The energy contained on the ruler had already far exceeded his estimation. First Elder Yun Lang, try this. In an icy cold manner, Xiao Yan watched Yun Lang, where panic had finally surfaced on his face. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth parted while the heavy ruler in his hand was violently smashed downward like a setting sun. Flame-splitting tsunami. In an instant, that rock wall was blasted apart. Under the countless number of shocked gazes below, the red-colored huge ruler carried a hot fire wave and smashed ferociously toward Yun Lang's head. At this moment, the entire square was completely quiet. At this moment Nalan Yanran, who was in the square, had a face which was shocked in disbelief. She did not expect that Xiao Yan was actually able to display such a strong attack. From the looks of it, he had actually hidden his strength in the battle with her earlier? Her red, sleek, small mouth was slightly open. A long while later, Nalan Yanran finally lowered her head in a listless manner. She admitted that this strong attack of Xiao Yan was something that even she could not withstand. What a terrifying fellow, but... She softly mumbled as a bitter expression surfaced on her pretty face. That useless person back then had repeatedly displayed many miracles in front of her at this moment. These kinds of blows caused a sour, painful feeling to appear in Nalan Yanran's heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 349, Covering Sun Cloud Formation. Chapter 349, Covering Sun Cloud Formation. A fiery red light that was like the setting sun suddenly appeared in the sky. In an instant, the fiery red glow had banished the sunlight from the square. The hot wave of fire caused everyone to feel like they were in a furnace. Under the countless number of gazes, the fiery red light smashed into Yun Lang's head with a bang, when he was unable to react in time. A muffled thunder-like noise sounded throughout the sky. Bang, dot. The fiery red light ferociously smashed into Yun Lang's head and an incomparably ferocious force instantly exploded. An intense pain began to spread out from Yun Lang's head at this moment, as though his head was about to be ripped apart. Ah! High in the sky, Yun Lang's hands grasped his head, where blood was flowing unceasingly. His mouth emitted a mournful wail. His body had also become like a bird which had lost its wings as he directly fell toward the ground. His body fell swiftly. Just as he was around 10+ meters from the ground, Yun Lang flapped his wings and forcefully steadied his body. A gray-white colored powerful blow surged out of his body. In an instant, the strong blow carried a furious emotion and instantly suppressed the fiery red line by using a force that possessed pressure that one could not resist, forcefully dispelling it with this attack. Would the counterattack that contained the fury of a Dou Wang be something ordinary? The fiery red light slowly disappeared and the strong gray-white light that erupted from Yun Lang's body was swiftly withdrawn back into his body. The strong light disappeared and Yun Lang once again appeared in everyone's sight. However, when all the gazes below saw Yun Lang's current appearance, the square instantly turned to deathly quiet. A long while passed and the sound of numerous people inhaling cold breaths appeared one after another. In mid-air, the wings on Yun Lang's back flapped in a sluggish manner. His chest rose and fell intensely. Fresh bright red blood seeped out from between his fingers and let out a dripping sound as it landed on the ground. It almost dyed his face with a blood-red color. Yun Lang's hands slowly left his head. Immediately, a deep cut that was over half an inch thick that spread from the left corner of his forehead till the side of his right ear was revealed. In the deep wound, one could shockingly see the dense white bone. This was a terrifying injury. Had Yun Lang reacted a little slower a moment ago, his head might have been cut off by this blow from Xiao Yan. Originally, with Xiao Yan's strength, it was impossible to cause Yun Lang to have such a terrifying injury even if he had used a D-class Dou technique. However, the latter had taken the opponent far too lightly. If he had been able to place an energy film on his forehead earlier, this blow would at the very most cause him to suffer a slight injury. An injury like this where Yun Lang had nearly lost his life was definitely not going to appear. Yun Lang's hands slowly trembled. His chest repeatedly rose and fell. He endured the intense pain and lifted his head. That old face of his currently appeared extremely savage. The pair of eyes stared at Xiao Yan in the sky perniciously. That manner indicated that he was anxious to cut the other party into tens of thousands of pieces. Good, good. What a good fellow. This old me has underestimated you. Yunlong clenched his teeth and laughed coldly. The intense pain that was transmitted from his head caused Yunling to feel a little giddy. However, compared with the intense pain, the fury of his spirit nearly caused Yunling to lose his sense of reasoning. In front of nearly 1,000 Misty Cloud sect disciples in the Misty Cloud sect, he had actually nearly lost this life of his to a young fellow that was not even 20 years old. He had really lost a large amount of face. Yunling swiftly took out a few bottles of healing medicine from within his storage ring and applied all of them to his wounds. He sensed a cool feeling slowly spread around his wounds. Only then did Yunling feel that the pain was subsiding and had become a little soothing. With vicious eyes, he stared at Xiao Yan and inhaled a deep breath of air before speaking in a fierce manner. Xiao Yan, you can forget about leaving the Misty Cloud sect in one piece today, but... Xiao Yan indifferently glanced at Yunling, whose head was filled with fresh blood. He felt a little pity in his heart. After displaying a D-class Dou technique, he had only ended up causing Yunling to receive a slightly more serious injury. Originally, Xiao Yan had thought that he could directly use the ruler to finish off this old fellow. The Dou technique which Xiao Yan used just now should be a D-class Dou technique, no? On the huge tree, Jia Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at Yunling, whose face was covered with fresh blood. He then turned toward Xiao Yan as he softly muttered. Ah, he was able to hurt Yunling with just that Dou sheer strength of his. I think that the Dou technique class would not be lower than the D class. Ma smiled and nodded as he spoke in a surprised voice. It is really unexpected that he was hiding it. In his fight with Nalan Yanran earlier, it was not very difficult for him to win even if he did not use any tricks. Jia Tian let out a sigh. He frowned and said, where exactly did this fellow get so many things from? First, it was the Heavenly Flame, then it was a Dou Wine class pet. Now, it's a D-class Dou technique. Don't tell me that there is some huge faction that we do not know of supporting him from behind? Ma shook his head. Honestly speaking, he felt that it was overly strange for Xiao Yan to be able to take out these trump cards which shocked even them. At the very least, it was definitely impossible for the Alchemist Association to take out any Heavenly Flames or a Dou Wang class pet, given its strength. Don't tell me it's the Xiao clan? Once these words left his mouth, Ma mocked himself and shook his head. With the Xiao clan's ability, being able to take out a Xian class Dou technique was already something difficult. If they wanted to possess a D-class Dou technique, it was undoubtedly nothing more than a fantasy. The two exchanged glances and frowned while letting out a sigh. With their faction's information which they controlled, they actually did not have an information channel that could obtain the exact news of Xiao Yan's location during these 3 years. The Xiao clan's useless person appeared to have suddenly risen after Nalan Yanran went over to cancel the engagement. Was this due to the stimulation of Nalan Yanran's act of canceling the engagement? The two of them laughed bitterly. If this really were so, could Nalan Yanran be considered to have done something that she will regret forever? The thick, ferocious force in the sky that was emitted from Yunlang's body was immediately sensed by the Misty Cloud sect's disciples below. They quickly faced each other and did not dare to create the slightest sound to avoid causing Yunlang, who was ready to explode, to burst out in anger. This act of Xiao Yan is really ruthless. Hai Bodong, who was at the edge of the energy cover, was also shocked by the turn of events in the square, causing him to turn his head over. When he saw the terrible-looking Yunlang who was beaten until his head was cut with blood flowing all over the place, he could not help but shake his head and quietly laugh. Old Hai, hurry up and break the barrier. It is best not to stay here for long. Xiao Yan raised his head, eyed the direction Hai Bodong was in and opened his mouth to hasten him. Give me 3 minutes. Hai Bodong nodded his head. He ceased saying anything nonsensical as he turned his head and began to unleash violent devastation on the energy cover. However, that energy cover that was created in unison by nearly 100 Misty Cloud sect's deacons was quite strong. Although the energy ripples were repeatedly emitted, it ultimately did not shatter. Hai Bodong, since you don't give us, the Misty Cloud sect's face, this old me doesn't need to give you, who was once the Ice Emperor, any face. Yunlang's ferocious face eyed the energy cover which was repeatedly swaying as he cried out furiously. Hai Bodong ignored Yunlang's cry. He continued to unleash wild and powerful attacks on the energy cover. Now that things had already reached this stage, anything else would have to be discussed at a later date. He really did not believe that the Misty Cloud sect had the boldness to really do anything to the Primer clan. After all, a mad, vengeful Dou Huang was sufficient to cause anyone to be terrified. Xiao Yan clenched his fist tightly. The originally furious Yunlang, however, suddenly became quiet. He lowered his head and with an icy cold tone, he loudly ordered all the nearly 1,000 Misty Cloud sect's disciple present, all Misty Cloud sect disciples listen up. Form that covering Sun Cloud formation, dot. This fellow actually even decided to use the Misty Cloud sect's great formation. It looks like Xiao Yan has really caused him to become a little crazy. Gu He was startled upon hearing Yunlong's cry. His brows were slightly knit as he shook his head and spoke softly. As they heard the cold order that resounded throughout the square, countless of Misty Cloud sect disciples were startled. They hesitated for a moment before responding with a united cry. Finally, they closed their eyes and threads of white-colored energy began to seep out of the heads of the Misty Cloud sect disciples a moment later. The unceasing amount of white-colored fog slowly rose into the air. Finally, it almost covered the entire sky. At a glance, it appeared that one was in a sea of clouds while that Yunlang appeared to be at the middle of it all. All elders, support me. Yunlang once again let out a cold cry as he eyed the fog energy surrounding him. The bloodstains on his face had already formed into bloody scabs, appearing extremely terrifying. Following Yunlang's cry, the 10+ white-robed elders on the stone platform immediately stood up in an orderly manner. Their bodies leaped forward and swiftly spread apart. After which, they shot onto some of the tall trees that surrounded the square. The seals formed by their hands were identical. As their hand seals changed, the sea of clouds that was spread in the sky also began to fluctuate suddenly. In the center of the sea of clouds, the cloud energy began to swiftly agglomerate. A moment later, it actually solidified into a white-colored energy spiraling sphere around 10 feet wide in front of Yunlang. Yunlang slowly lifted his stone hand and controlled the white-colored spiraling sphere from a distance. A viciousness flashed across Yunlang's eyes. With a wave of his sleeves, that spiraling sphere, which had gathered energy from all the Misty Cloud sect disciples, shot toward the sky where Xiao Yan was with an extremely terrifying speed. The white-colored spiraling sphere had an extremely terrifying speed. At any space that it passed by, a long vacuum appeared. At that spot, even air was oppressed by the enormous energy until it turned into nothingness. Xiao Yan, be careful. The moment the formation was formed, Haibuodong sensed something. Therefore he hurriedly cried out when he saw that energy ball shooting toward Xiao Yan. The energy contained within that energy ball was likely impossible for Xiao Yan as a didosher to withstand. It's too late. With his speed, he cannot dodge it. Ha ha. Yunlang laughed wildly. He abruptly waved his hand and the spiraling ball flashed and arrived in front of Xiao Yan, whose face had changed drastically. It carried a terrifying force as it smashed forward violently. Xiao Yan's expression was ugly as he watched the enormous energy ball that shot explosively toward him. Some panic finally began to appear in Xiao Yan's heart. This kind of energy appeared to have far exceeded the energy that an ordinary Dou Wang could unleash. However, its attack speed was also something that did not allow one to escape. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the energy ball which was moving increasingly closer. Xiao Yan was about to clench his teeth and risk his life to fight it when a seven-colored shadow abruptly flashed from the corner of his eyes. A huge shadow fell from the sky. The incomparably huge body of the heaven-swallowing python flashed downward. It waved its enormous tail and its body floated upward, securely protecting Xiao Yan within it. Bang! A deafening sound like that of a thunderstrike resounded throughout the sky. A snake's shrill hissing also rang out along with it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350, The Appearance of a Mysterious Dou Huang. Chapter 350, The Appearance of a Mysterious Dou Huang. Under a countless number of anxious gazes, the fallout of the energy began to slowly scatter, revealing the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python that had been struck. The current heaven-swallowing python had quite a miserable appearance. Over half of its originally beautiful smooth seven-colored snake scales had burst apart under the terrifying attack earlier. Bright red fresh blood seeped out from the cracked snake scales and emitted a dripping sound as they began to fall like a light drizzle. Its huge body moved slightly, releasing the unhurt Xiao Yan within it. Xiao Yan lifted his head and eyed the glow in the snake's eyes, which had become much weaker. The fresh blood that dripped onto his face appeared somewhat warm. Hiss! The heaven-swallowing python flicked its tongue toward Xiao Yan. Its snake eyes held an extremely human-like concern. Currently, the heaven-swallowing python had already been promoted to a rank 5 magical beast and already possessed an intellect that was not inferior to that of humans. If it was not being suppressed by the spiritual strength of Queen Medusa, it was likely that it would already be able to speak the human language. Ever since the heaven-swallowing python was born, the first person which it had seen was Xiao Yan. After which, it had been living harmoniously with Xiao Yan. Although it was a beast, it had already formed a kinship-like feeling toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth tightly. He eyed the heaven-swallowing python. Most of the scales on its body were cracked. A fury that had nearly washed away his reasoning had rose within him, especially after seeing the human-like concern in the eyes of the heaven-swallowing python. However, it was fortunate that his reasoning suppressed his fury. Xiao Yan glanced at Yunlang below in a dark and cold manner. After which, he hurriedly took out bottle after bottle of healing medicine from his storage ring and smashed them against the heaven-swallowing python's body. When the bottles smashed on those scales, they suddenly broke apart. A warm healing liquid flowed over the wounds, helping to ease the heaven-swallowing python's pain. What a lucky fellow. Last time this beast saved you, but what about this time? Yunlang coldly laughed as he eyed the heaven-swallowing python which had suffered somewhat serious injury. He waved his hand and a huge energy spiraling sphere once again agglomerated within the sea of clouds. The energy on the surface of the sphere spilled out and a terrifying force shattered the surrounding air until nothing was left. Go to hell! A savage appearance surfaced on Yunlang's face. His hands pushed forward suddenly and an enormous energy ball once again carried the sound of compressed wind, a whizzing sound that could be heard from the horizon, shot explosively toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stared intently at the energy ball which was expanding in his eyes. He tightly clenched his teeth and held the heavy Xian ruler with all his might. The Dou Qi in his body was also circulated wildly. Hey, Yunlang, with your status as the first elder of the Misty Cloud sect, you actually used such a vicious attack against someone of the younger generation. You are actually this shameless? As the energy ball was about to shoot toward Xiao Yan, Hai Buodong's cold laughter finally rang out. 10,000 ice flower mirror. As a cry rang out, a huge ice mirror that enveloped tens of feet of space suddenly expanded in front of Xiao Yan. Countless tiny small planes covered the surface of the mirror. Under the sunlight, it appeared like a mirror which was formed from sunlight. Bang! The energy ball heavily collided into the ice mirror. The incomparably large energy immediately scattered countless tiny planes. After the energy ball disappeared, the icy mirror had taken some damage, but it was maintained until the cloud energy that permeated the surroundings disappeared. Only then did a crack sound appear and the mirror was burst apart into slowly falling ice crystals that filled the sky. Hey, are you alright? A human figure flashed and Hai Buodong appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The former had his back facing Xiao Yan as he asked. I'm fine. Xiao Yan shook his head, held the ruler tightly and softly spoke. It is going to be troublesome this time around. It is really unexpected that this fellow has become so furious that he actually unleashed the covering sun cloud formation. This is the Misty Cloud sect's largest formation that is usually used in order to protect the sect. The price to activate it does not appear small. Many years ago, it helped the Misty Cloud sect overcome an unknown number of difficulties. Hai Buodong's gaze slowly swept across the sea of clouds below. He smiled bitterly and said, as long as there is still energy remaining within the Misty Cloud sect's disciples, then it will be equivalent to us fighting with nearly 1,000 Misty Cloud sect disciples. Even a Dou Huang cannot forcefully withstand its entire power. Xiao Yan frowned as he heard this before speaking in a deep and soft voice, then what do we do? Hai Buodong lifted his head and looked at the energy cover that enveloped the square. He said, unless we can break this thing, as long as it breaks, I should be able to bring you away from this place. However, I need to protect you now and cannot split my attention to do it. When he spoke up to this point, he then glanced at the enormous heaven-swallowing python behind Xiao Yan and said, that energy wall is created by over 100 Misty Cloud sect deacons. With its Dou Huang class strength, it will likely take a long while in order to break it. Yet, the thing that we lack the most of now is time. The heaven-swallowing python and I will go and try. Old Hai, help us defend against those fellows' attacks. Xiao Yan mused for a moment, made a prompt decision before he replied. Currently, they did not have any extra time for them to expend. Ah. We can only do it this way. That covering sun cloud formation of Yunlang can only be withstood by a strong person of the Dou Huang class. It is fortunate that Yun is absent. Otherwise, if she used her Dou Huang strength to take charge of this large formation, even a strong person of the Dou Zone class will fear her. Although he knew that there was quite a great amount of difficulty for Xiao Yan to break the energy barrier given the latter's strength, Hai Buodong did not have any other solution after having reached this situation. If they did not shatter the energy cover, they would only be forced to fight head-on with nearly 1,000 Misty Cloud sect disciples. It was not a difficult thing for a strong person of the Dou Huang class to fight 1,000 people by himself. Unfortunately, with the agglomeration of the covering sun cloud formation and their cohesion which had been groomed for over a decade or even a few decades, the strength of these nearly 1,000 Misty Cloud sect disciples appeared to be superimposed on Yunlang, who was in the middle of the formation. In the face of this kind of special fighting method, even Hai Buodong could only find shelter to avoid it. Hai Buodong, since you are unrepentant, don't blame old me for not taking into account our old friendship. Yunlong coldly watched Hai Buodong in the sky. He was far from being vague. Once again, a cloud ball was summoned from the sea of clouds. This time around, the ball's size appeared to be double that of the previous ones. A seriousness appeared on Hai Buodong's face as he eyed the large energy ball, which was at least 40 to 50 feet in size. A cold air shrouded his hands and countless number of tiny ice crystals slowly appeared in the air around him. Ah, it looks like the issue has become quite big. As he eyed the two parties which were about to begin a truly large fight, Jia Xingtian sighed and shook his head. For just a mere Mo Chang, they are willing to fight with a Dou Huang and someone with a terrifying potential, who will become a strong person in the future, to such an extent. Is it worthwhile? It is not because of Mo Chang. He, as an external Decan, does not have such a great ability. Ma shook his head and laughed bitterly. The Misty Cloud sect wants reputation. However, the trouble caused over this matter is indeed a little overboard. That earlier attack of Xiao Yan caused Yunlang to lose a great amount of face. Therefore, he activated the large formation to defend the sect. If we were to talk about it, he has selfish motives. Ah. Jia Xingtian let out a sigh and bitterly laughed. With things having progressed to this extent, it was impossible for the matter to be peacefully resolved regardless of who stepped forward to be the mediator. Bang! Dot. The heavy ruler carried a ferocious force as it violently smashed against the energy cover. However, it only resulted in a tiny little ripple. Other than this, it did not have even the slightest effect. Xiao Yan's expression was dark and solemn as he eyed that firm and unshakable energy barrier. He turned his head and eyed the attack by that heaven-swallowing python. The waves of ripples that spread out had some momentum. However, there was still a huge gap between it and destroying the energy barrier. Bastard! Xiao Yan turned around and watched the sharp force that was emitted from the battle between Hai Buodong and Yunlang while softly and viciously scolded. I don't believe that I cannot break this crappy thing of yours. Xiao Yan breathing gradually became more intense. His eyes became red. As he tightly held the heavy ruler, Dou Qi surged wildly. He let out a loud cry as he violently smashed it into the incomparably strong energy cover. Bang! Dot. Following the swing of Xiao Yan's heavy ruler, an extremely loud sound suddenly appeared in the square. Countless people lifted their heads and watched as crack lines instantly spread out on the energy cover while having completely stunned faces. After their shock persisted for an instant, they immediately turned toward the similarly stunned Xiao Yan who was holding the black ruler. This energy cover, which even a Dou Wang would need a long period of time in order to break, was actually broken by a random swing of his ruler? Impossible! Within the sea of clouds, Yunlang was also stunned as he eyed the energy barrier that was covered with crack lines. Immediately, he cried out in a flustered and exasperated manner. Haha, it is really unexpected that the Misty Cloud sect, whose name shakes the entire Jiama Empire, is actually this shameless. The sect's nearly 1,000 members have actually joined hands to deal with a young man who is not even 20. You really disgraced the face that Jin Bo Tian had fought to gain for the Misty Cloud sect on the continent back then. Just as everyone in the entire square was dull, a somewhat hoarse laughter suddenly sounded from the sky. Who are you? You actually dare to insult a predecessor of our Misty Cloud sect. A person who only knows how to hide around. If you have the ability, appear in front of the old me. Yunlang's face changed as he lifted his head and cried out sternly. Ha ha. If you want me to reveal myself, I will reveal myself. Other people may be afraid of your Misty Cloud sect, but I am not the least bit afraid. A loud laugh once again sounded. As the laughter fell, the energy barrier, which was already about to collapse, finally turned into shattered energy pieces that permeated the air after a bang, before slowly disappearing. Grug, dot. With the shattering of the energy barrier, the faces of the nearly 100 Misty Cloud sect's deacons on the surrounding trees became abruptly pale. Immediately, mouthfuls of fresh blood were wildly spat out. Yunlang ignored those deacons who vomited blood. He lifted his head and his eyes were locked intently on an empty space. At a certain moment, the air at that spot suddenly began to ripple. A black shadow slowly appeared after a while. A mere instant later, a human figure who was wearing a black robe appeared in front of everyone's eyes out of nowhere. As the black figure appeared, the expressions of Hai Buodong, Jia Xingtian, Fei Ma, Yunlang, and the others on the square suddenly changed drastically. It is another strong Dou Huang? Jia Xingtian slowly inhaled a breath of cool air. His voice contained a shock that could not be concealed. It looks like he is Xiao Yan's reinforcement. There is indeed an extremely large strength behind this fellow. Fei Ma's expression was unusually grave as he mumbled, this time around, the Misty Cloud sect is really quite unlucky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 351, Dou Huan, Linging. Chapter 351, Dou Huan, Linging. With the appearance of the black-robed person, the entire square descended into a complete silence. Although some of the ordinary Misty Cloud sect disciples were unclear of the strength of this mysterious black-robed person, they could tell from those elders whose faces had suddenly turned extremely grave that this mysterious black-robed person should be strong to the point of being a little terrifying. Otherwise, he would not cause them to be so shocked. Who are you? Yunlang's eyes stared intently at the black-robed person in the sky. The other party's body, which was overflowing with threads of strong qi, caused the tip of Yunlang's finger to involuntarily tremble a little as he demanded with a brave front. You may call me Linging. The black-robed person slowly lowered his head and revealed a dark old face while he smiled and replied. You are not a citizen of the Jiama Empire. Yunlang's gaze carefully inspected the body of the black-robed person who called himself Linging. Immediately, he appeared to have discovered something and let out a cry in surprise. I am naturally not someone from the Jiama Empire. However, who set the rule that no one other than a citizen of the Jiama Empire can enter this country? The black-robed person who called himself Linging laughed. Yunlang frowned tightly and inhaled a deep breath of air. He suppressed the panic in his heart, cupped his hands together and said in a deep voice to Linging in the sky, this friend. The Jiama Empire does not prevent anyone from entering this country. However, the matter today is an internal matter of the Misty Cloud sect. Please do not carelessly interfere. After this matter is over, our Misty Cloud sect will treat you as a VIP guest. Although our Misty Cloud sect has not stepped outside of the Empire for a long time, we will gladly welcome the strong people of the continent who have come to visit the Jiama Empire. Haha, you really have a way with words. Linging laughed, but he shook his head. He turned around and his eyes drifted toward Hai Buodong and Xiao Yan who had moved together inside. Unfortunately, the old me is under the orders of someone. Today, I must bring this little fellow called Xiao Yan away without him losing even a strand of hair. Hearing this, Yunlang's expression gradually grew dark and solemn. The corner of his mouth twitched and a haunted look flashed across his eyes. Friend, even though I don't know exactly who you are, it is not a wise action to offend our Misty Cloud sect in this manner. Yunlang softly and gravely said. Haha, is the Misty Cloud sect that great? Although its words do have some weight within the Jiama Empire, it is but a second-rate faction if it is compared to the others of the Dou Qi continent. Do you have any right to talk to me in this manner? These few years, you have not gone and understood the outside world. It is really unexpected that the Misty Cloud sect has groomed such frogs in the well. Ha, the reputation that Yun Bo Tian had used all his effort in order to create back then will likely be destroyed by your hands. Linging laughed loudly. His laughter contained a ridicule that caused Yunlang's face to turn green. However, due to the other party being strong and possessing an unknown background, Yunlang did not dare to directly attack him. So it is a strong person that has come from the continent. Jia Tian narrowed his eyes and watched Linging in the sky. Although the imperial family has also sent out a large number of people throughout the continent, I don't have the slightest impression of this person called Linging. I think he should be someone who was training in seclusion. However, how did Xiao Yan come to be related to this kind of strong person from the continent? With his strength, he does not have the right to come into contact with someone of this level. Not the Dou Qi continent. Fa Ma laughed bitterly and shook his head. The events currently happening were becoming increasingly messy. Xiao Yan's background was also becoming more and more mysterious. From the looks of things, if one counted Hai Buodong and this Linging, Xiao Yan's side actually has 2 Dou Huangs. If we add that mysterious magical beast, the Misty Cloud sect does not seem to be able to keep Xiao Yan behind in the face of this lineup before Yun returns. Jia Tian slowly fondled his short beard and said. With the situation developing to this point, Yunlang should carefully weigh his gains and losses. Offending Xiao Yan who possesses such a lineup for just Mo Chang is simply losing more than he will gain. Fa Ma said softly. Now, we can only see what Yunlang plans to do. If he could put aside the embarrassment that Xiao Yan gave him and let the other side leave safely, nothing much will happen. If he does not let them leave and insists on keeping Xiao Yan behind, a large battle is inevitable. Jia Tian nodded slightly. He raised his head to watch the livid face of Yunlang as the latter clenched his fist tightly. He muttered, hopefully he will not be too stubborn in his choice. Everyone in the square lifted their heads and watched the sky. The back of Nailin Yenron's teeth bit her red lips. Her emotions were as complex as a bottle of 5 flavors which had been overturned. She had never expected that the matter today would actually cause 2 Dou Huangs to appear. Moreover, these 2 were strong people who did not appear to be weaker than her teacher. Yet, all of them were focused on Xiao Yan and put in all of their effort to ensure he could leave safely. A bitterness appeared in the corner of Nailin Yenron's mouth. The useless person of the Xiao clan back then had currently nearly turned the entire Misty Cloud sect upside down. All of this was because of the act to cancel the engagement back then. Perhaps it was due to her provocation that really caused this originally useless young master of the Xiao Yan to completely transform. If back then, had I not, Nalan Yanran mumbled softly. Suddenly she woke up abruptly. Her hands were clenched. The faint regret that had unknowingly appeared in her heart caused her to be a little appalled. Her hand held her chest as she deeply inhaled a breath of cool air. Compared to Nalan Yanran's bitterness, Nalan Jia on the huge tree also sighed dejectedly. As more and more strong people appeared to support Xiao Yan, he also gradually felt the terrifying strength that this young man of 17 had hidden behind his back. Originally, this young man, who might soon become the strongest person in the Jiama Empire, would have become a member of the Nalan clan and lead this clan toward becoming unprecedentedly powerful and prosperous. However, the impulsive act of Nalan Yanran back then has completely shattered this hope. At such a moment, Nalan Jia finally felt what is called true regret. However, besides feeling regret, some shame also rose within his heart. If he had stood up and helped Xiao Yan say a few words when Yunlang had attacked Xiao Yan earlier, that would have been also something good. Moreover, even after clearly knowing that Xiao Yan was Yan Xiao who had saved his life back then, he had not stepped forward. It appeared that there was a certain latent thought in him that did not wish for Xiao Yan, who possessed some enmity toward the Nalan clan, to successfully leave the Misty Cloud sect. As he thought of this possibility, Nalan Jia's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. His limbs were also entirely icy. What was the difference between this act of his and being ungrateful? To think that he had actually made the promise back then that Xiao Yan could find him when faced with any problem. Nalan Jia's heart was filled with shame. He did not cause Xiao Yan to throw his gaze over. The gaze of the latter was currently completely focused on the body of Ling Ying who had appeared. How boudon-eyed Ling Ying who had appeared. His brows were knit abruptly. A long while later, he let out a soft sigh and said in a deep voice, "It's him." "Who?" "Old Hai, do you know him?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan was surprised. He immediately asked hurriedly. This Dou Huang class helper who had just appeared had also caused him to be totally puzzled. He could not recall when he had come to know this person. "Back at the capital, did you not sense that there was someone spying on us? I told you back then that I also had a similar feeling. However, that feeling was far too vague, so I did not dare be too certain. Only until this person appeared a moment ago could I be certain. The qi on his body is completely the same as the person who was watching us." Hai Bodong said in a deep voice. Xiao Yan frowned. He softly said, "Why does he wants to spy on us?" "How would I know?" Hai Bodong waved his head. He aimed his gaze at Xiao Yan and said, "From the way he acted, it is clear that he is here because of you. You should ask yourself, when did you come to befriend such a strong person? I am also totally at a loss. I can be certain that this is the first time that I have seen this person. As for why he wants to help me, this is also something that I am ignorant of." Xiao Yan laughed bitterly. "Hey, that is strange. Don't tell me that there really are stupid people in this world who would stop and help just because they witness an injustice?" Hao Bodong raised his brows and said as he gave a faint smile which did not appear like one. "Alright, let's not worry about his identity. Now that the energy barrier is broken, let's leave." Xiao Yan shook his head, appearing not to have heard the ridicule in Hai Bodong's words as he hurriedly said. Hai Bodong nodded and the wings behind both of their backs started to flap. As they faced Yunlang, they slowly started to back away. The two of them had just began moving when Yunlang sensed them. His gaze turned and he glanced at Xiao Yan in a dark and cold manner. An intense pain was transmitted from his head, causing a ferocity to involuntarily surface on his face. As his palm quivered, a bright red color suddenly appeared in his eyes. He said sternly, "Xiao Yan, where are you going? If I cannot hold you here today, how will I, Yunlang, help the sect leader manage this large sect? Go!" Xiao Yan ignored Yunlang's ferocious cry. His expression did not change as his body continued to pull away. "Bastard! Halt!" Yunlang's face gradually became blood red. In his fury, his hands waved abruptly and the sea of clouds around him rolled and surged. A moment later, a huge cloud bow around 10 feet long was actually agglomerated from within the sea of clouds. He waved his hand and the bow was automatically drawn back. On the body of the bow, cloud-colored energy swiftly gathered. An instant later, it turned into an enormous cloud arrow that was around 2 to 3 meters in length. "Die!" Yunlang stared at Xiao Yan viciously. Some cold sweat slowly surfaced on Yunlang's forehead. It appeared that the summoning of the cloud bow and arrow consumed a very large amount of energy, to the point that even with his Dou Wang class strength, he was lacking a little to support it. "Go!" With a low cry from Yunlong's mouth, the cloud arrow suddenly burst forth. In an instant, it was like an arrow to shoot down the sun, passing through the obstruction of the air and shot directly toward Xiao Yan. Be careful! As the front side of the two of them were facing Yunlang, Haibuodong was first to discover when the latter made an action. He let out a loud cry and pulled Xiao Yan behind him. Both of his hands were waved swiftly and the cold air surged. Bring Xiao Yan and leave. I will stop him. Just as Haibuodong was about to contend with that arrow, a black shadow suddenly surfaced in front of him. The shadow turned his head and spoke with a smile. Haibuodong was slightly startled. He narrowed his eyes and weighed Ling Ying. He did not say anything as he pulled Xiao Yan and quickly retreated. However, just as he was retreating, the cautious him was not only taking precautions against Yunlang attack, but remained vigilant toward Ling Ying. With Haibuodong's experience, he was naturally unable to swiftly trust this fellow who had suddenly appeared. After seeing Haibuodong pull back, Ling Ying slowly turned his body around. He indifferently eyed the terrifying arrow which appeared to be splitting the sky as it flew over. With a gentle wave of his sleeves, black-colored shadows suddenly burst out from behind his back. In an instant, the soaring black shadows appeared to have covered the entire sky. This huge amount of force immediately caused some of the faces of the Misty Cloud sect disciples below to turn pale. With his body suspended in the middle of the black shadow that permeated the sky, the black-robed elder was like a demon that had come into this world. He unleashed a wild laughter. Within it, there was an insolence that was difficult to hide. Ha, today, I want to see just who dares to hurt the person whom the young lady of my clan wants me to protect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352, The Misty Cloud Sect's Trump Card. Chapter 352, The Misty Cloud Sect's Trump Card. The black shadows covered the sun in the vast and mighty sky. Even the sunlight which was pouring down actually had difficulty penetrating through it. Currently, the open ground had already descended into complete darkness. Everyone could only use their Dou Qi to cover their bodies in order to use the weak glow to observe the fight in the air. The moment the darkness covered the sky, the huge cloud arrow which was shooting through the air also came to a sudden stop. The terrifying force contained within the tip of the arrow also caused circular wave-like ripples to appear in the surrounding air. The sharp sound of explosions could be heard repeatedly. 10,000 binding shadows. Ling Ying's body appeared to have completely merged with the black-colored darkness that had permeated the entire sky. The seal formed by his hands was abruptly formed and the black curtain that permeated the sky suddenly moved. Black-colored darkness spat out from it in all directions. They intertwined with one another and pounced on the cloud arrow which had been shot explosively over. With one white and one black, the two completely different colored lights, carrying similarly terrifying energies, cut through the vast sky. Under the watch of a countless number of gazes below, they collided. All of a sudden, a furious blast, like that of thunder, appeared in the air. An enormous energy force surged out turbulently from the point where the two had met an instant later. The terrifying force actually managed to disperse most of the black curtain that permeated the sky. Sunlight shone in from the gaps of the black curtain and lit the square in a scattered pattern. This person's strength is really not weak. Jia Tian raised his head to watch the black-robed person who appeared and disappeared in the black curtain. His face was grave as he said, seeing the manner of his attack earlier, his strength should at least be around that of a 7-star Dou Huang. He is indeed very strong. Moreover, the elemental affinity of his Qi method appeared to tend towards darkness. That kind of element is not commonly seen. Fa-Mi nodded his head. His gaze glanced around and suddenly said, if this trouble continues in this manner, do we need to act? Regardless of how one puts it, the Misty Cloud sect is a faction within our Jiama Empire, but... Jia Tian furrowed his brows as he mused for a while before saying, let's wait and see first. This mysterious Dou Huang does not appear to have the intention of creating havoc in the Misty Cloud sect. As long as Xiao Yan can safely leave, I think that he will not stay for long. Moreover, we are currently uncertain if there is some huge faction behind him. Therefore, it is better to not act rashly. Fa-Mi nodded slightly as he heard Jia Tian's words. He did not continue speaking. Haha, it seems that you actually have some ability, no wonder you were so arrogant. Ling Ying slowly surfaced from the black curtain in the sky. He eyed Yunlang below, whose face was a little pale, as he laughed out loud. Yunlang clenched his teeth. His gaze passed through the cracks in the black curtain and saw Xiao Yan, who was about to leave the square. The corner of his mouth twitched. An intense pain was transmitted from his head, causing the fury in his heart to repeatedly erode his reasoning. Stay behind. With a soft but furious roar, a flush once again surged up on Yunlang's pale face. A surge of Dou Qi slowly overflowed from within his body, shaking the sea of clouds that permeated the air around him until it was in turmoil. Humph! Stubborn fellow. Don't think that the old me does not dare to kill you. Linging eyed Yunlong, who actually still refused to give up, and a darkness gradually appeared on his face. He slowly extended his hand out of his sleeves. A dark, black energy fog swiftly gathered above his palm. In an instant, it agglomerated into a long black-colored lance that was over 2 meters long. The surface of the long lance was covered with densely placed black-colored lines. The energy was like that of water waves, flowing repeatedly. Black air surged upwards, causing the lance to have an even more ghastly aura against the dark background. As Ling Ying's hand grasped the long black-colored lance, he glanced at Yunlong below and skimmed his lips. He abruptly tightened his grip and took half a step back with his right leg, causing his body to twist slightly. His right hand held the long lance while his body stilled for a moment. Immediately, it suddenly began to turn, and the long lance in his hand carried a sinister aura as it shot toward Yunlong in the sea of clouds below. Devil's snake bite. The long black-colored lance was like a black falling star that cut across the sky. The black aura which shrouded the lance actually faintly agglomerated into the shape of a huge black-colored serpent. As the large serpent hissed through the sky, the air began to vibrate. Sensing the terrifying force which was shot explosively from the sky, Yunlong's face suddenly changed drastically. He could sense that this time around, the other party really did not have any intentions of holding back. A horror rose within Yunlong's heart. His hands hurriedly moved, and the surrounding sea of clouds immediately began to fluctuate. Waves of cloud energy rose and continued to gather above his head. In a mere blink of an eye, it was constructed into a cloud-colored shield that was around 3 meters wide. Light flickered on the surface of the shield, causing it to appear substance-like and extremely hard. After the cloud-colored shield appeared, the surrounding sea of clouds also became much thinner. Clearly, this cloud shield required quite a large amount of energy to create. The large, black-colored lance covered in a sinister aura did not show any signs of stopping because of the appearance of the cloud shield. It continued to carry a ferocious force as it charged ahead. Under the alarmed gazes of everyone, it violently crashed onto the cloud shield. Immediately, a ground-shaking, deafening noise exploded forth, causing the misty cloud sect disciples below to involuntarily cover their ears. The black-colored light and the cloud-colored glow began to mingle with one another in the sky. At the spot where the two call died, a space actually began to have a somewhat distorted feeling to it. This attack by Ling Ying was actually this strong. He was undoubtedly a strong person of the Dou Huang class. Humph, break it! Ling Ying watched the two colored energies clashing below. His hand slowly formed a seal, and a moment later, a soft roar was suddenly emitted from his throat. As Ling Ying's roar fell, the black glow on the dark, black, long lance sword. A huge black-colored energy serpent, that was around 70 feet long, lifted its body from the shaft of the lance. Its huge mouth carried a bloody and ghastly aura, which became whiter and whiter. After which, it actually swallowed the cloud-colored shield in one go under Yunlong's stunned gaze. Although the black-colored lance had become much weaker after swallowing the cloud shield, it undoubtedly gave Yunlong, who had lost his greatest defense, an extreme fear. However, the long black-colored lance did not even pause for a slight moment because of his fear. It pointed downward and violently shot toward Yunlong's heart. The sharp tip of the lance continued to grow larger in Yunlong's pupils. At the last moment, he could only clench his teeth. Dou Qi covered his hands, and he used all his strength to tightly grab the long lance with both hands. At the same time, his body swiftly twisted. Glug! When his hands came into contact with the long, black-colored lance, the terrifying force contained within it caused Yunlong to violently spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body was also shaken by that enormous energy until it fell toward the ground. The moment Yunlong left the sea of clouds that permeated the sky gradually began to become thinner. Finally, it actually completely turned into nothingness. Following the disappearance of the sea of clouds, the faces of all the elders on the four corners of the square became pale. Their hands grasped their chests, and a muffled groan that contained pain was emitted from their throats. Compared with the expressions of all the elders, those misty cloud sect's disciples on the square who had added their strength to the sea of clouds appeared to be in a little more miserable position. Quite a number of disciples, whose strengths were not as strong, spat out mouthfuls of blood on the spot. Immediately, their faces paled and they fainted. Those who were a little stronger forcefully endured. However, their sluggish expression allowed others to know that there were severe implications when the sea of clouds was forcefully broken. One attack from Ling Ying appeared to have caused the entire Misty Cloud sect to descend into a crippled state. A Dou Huang was actually strong and terrifying to such an extent. Bang! In the sky, the huge force that was contained in the long, black-colored lance directly and violently threw Yunlong into the ground. After which it smashed heavily into the square. Immediately, rocks flew and numerous large crack lines began to spread from the spot where Yun Lang had landed, as though an earthquake occurred. These crack lines were very large, causing those Misty Cloud sect disciples to have little choice but to get up to avoid them. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying this attack was. Linging stood in the sky and eyed the open ground, which was in complete chaos. He waved his hand and the dark shadows which permeated the sky once again flowed back into his body. Following the shrinking of the black shadow curtain, the warm sunlight once again poured down. A faint warm feeling caused those icy cold bodies of the Misty Cloud sect disciples to sigh in relief. After they sighed in relief, all the gazes in the square were hurriedly thrown onto the spot where Yun Lang had landed. A deep pit which had been formed there caused those Misty Cloud sect disciples to involuntarily swallow their saliva. He hasn't died. Jia Xingtian eyed the dark deep pit inside softly. The current situation had really developed to the point where it was difficult for anyone to control. As Jia Xingtian's voice fell, an intense cough was emitted from within that dark deep pit. A human figure slowly climbed up from within it. Which part of his dire appearance had even a little of the imposing manner of the first elder of the Misty Cloud sect? Currently, Yun Lang's clothes were destroyed and his face was bloodstained. Moreover, fresh blood was repeatedly flowing out from a wound on his waist, almost soaking the ground. Clearly, he may have forcefully caught the black-colored lance earlier and avoided being struck in a fatal spot, but he was still hurt by the sharp force contained within it. As they eyed the first elder, who was in such a dire state that he was similar to a dog which had lost his hope, all the Misty Cloud sect members softly sighed. The expression of Yun Lang, who had climbed out of the deep pit unexpectedly, did not have the slightest fury. Instead, he was calm like still water. He coldly glanced at the fresh blood dripping from his waist, then used his hand to softly touch the savage scar which Xiao Yan had left behind. He suddenly began to laugh softly. In his laughter, there was a craziness that was difficult to hide. You are indeed very strong. Yun Lang lifted his head and laughed thickly at Linging. Linging frowned slightly. His hand slowly moved and black air shrouded him. His voice was indifferent. You are indeed not easy to kill. If you are tired of living, this old man can help you. Ha ha. Yun Lang suddenly laughed out loud as he stared at Linging. His laughter affected his injuries, causing him to once again cough out a few mouthfuls of fresh blood. He wiped off the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth and suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were as savage as a wild beast. I don't care who you are, but you are the first person in so many years that has caused our Misty Cloud sect to be this embarrassed. If all of you are allowed to leave today, I'm afraid that our Misty Cloud sect will no longer have any reputation to speak of within the Jama Empire. Therefore, for the sake of the sect, today, all of you can forget about leaving. You don't have the ability to do so. Linging mocked. Indeed, I do not have this ability, but, Yun Lang laughed in a dark voice. Under everyone's gaze, he suddenly took out a white cloud-colored whistle from within his storage ring. He placed it by the side of his mouth and blew it hard. Immediately, a strange sharp sound was suddenly transmitted from the whistle. The sharp whistle shrouded the entire Misty Cloud Mountain and did not disappear for a long time. Everyone on the square became quiet due to Yun Lang's action. For a while, one could only hear the whistle repeatedly resounding within the entire mountain. Jia Xingtian narrowed his eyes. He exchanged glances with Fa Ma and suddenly appeared to have recalled something. His eyes contracted suddenly. It is that old fellow. He has indeed not died. As Jia Xingtian's and Fa Ma's voice fell, a mighty and majestic force from deep within the Misty Cloud Mountain descended. It was like an ancient huge dragon had just awoken while carrying an incomparable pressure. The moment that this majestic force emanated out, a white-colored ray of light around a few hundred kilometers from the Misty Cloud sect suddenly stopped. A beautiful figure appeared in mid-air. Currently, she was staring in the direction of the distant Misty Cloud sect. Her indifferent and otherworldly pretty face was now covered with shock. Why has teacher awoken? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353, the previous sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, Dou Qi. Chapter 353, the previous sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, Dou Qi. The majestic force, that was like a huge dragon being awoken, instantly covered the entire Misty Cloud Mountain. An enormous pressure that Xiao Yan had never felt before spread out from deep within the Misty Cloud Mountain. Finally, it permeated the entire square. At that moment, all the Misty Cloud sect disciples could not resist the reverence they felt in their hearts and knelt down toward the spot where the force was spreading from. Although Yun Lang and some of the other Misty Cloud sect's elders did not kneel down in respect, they still respectfully bowed. This presence. Nalan Yenron's pretty eyes stared in the direction of the deep regions of the Misty Cloud sect. A shock also surfaced on her pretty face. She did not expect that today's matter would actually disturb this grand teacher who has been in seclusion for so long. This is bad. That old fellow really has not died. The moment that Qi was released, Hai Buodong's expression suddenly changed. His soft voice contained a shock that could not be hidden. Is it the former Misty Cloud sect leader, Yunshan? Xiao Yan's expression had also become much gloomier at this moment. He recalled what Hai Buodong said earlier and asked with furrowed brows. Yes. Hai Buodong nodded his head. In a soft voice, he said, seeing this presence, he has really broken the barrier of a Dou Huang and advanced to the Dou Zone class. A strong Dou Zone, huh? Xiao Yan's hands gently trembled a little. The strongest person that he had seen in his lifetime was Queen Medusa and Jiaxing Tian. Although a Dou Huang and a Dou Zone were merely a one-class difference, the gap between them was like that of the heavens and earth. Earlier, Hai Buodong was able to use his strength to swiftly attack the three Dou Huangs. As for a strong person of the Dou Zone class, it would similarly not be too difficult to take on three Dou Huangs. Damn it! It is always this troublesome. Xiao Yan pursed his lips. His heart had become a little impatient because of these events that were occurring one after another. Each time he thought that he could leave, there would always be something unexpected that happened. Old Hai, since Yunshan has really appeared, then I am afraid that you are going to step aside, no? Xiao Yan suddenly remembered Hai Buodong's words and softly sighed. Hearing this, Hai Buodong was at a loss. His expression was volatile. A long while later, he suddenly clenched his teeth and said, although a person like me does not like to get involved in things that have nothing to do with me, I must see something that I have already begun doing, until the end. Even if Yunshan really wants to stop us today, I will try my best to bring you away from Misty Cloud Mountain. Xiao Yan was startled as he turned to look at Hai Buodong, who was clenching his teeth. A warmth immediately appeared in his heart. Part of the reason Hai Buodong chose not to give up at this moment may be due to the spiritual recovery purple pill, but no matter how one put it, his willingness to help Xiao Yan escape in the face of offending the Misty Cloud sect suggested a friendship that far exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. At the very least, he was far better than some people. Thank you very much, old Hai. I, Xiao Yan, will remember your help today deeply in my heart. I will definitely return the favor in the future. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath and cupped his hands toward Hai Buodong. His delicate and handsome face was extremely serious. We will talk about the matters of the future another time. Now, we need to shake off that old fellow in front of us. The moment Yunshan woke up, this entire Misty Cloud Mountain was covered by his aura. Currently, even if we wanted to leave, it will not be easy. Hai Buodong smiled bitterly and shook his head. The corner of his eyes glanced at the enormous heaven-swallowing python that was suspended behind Xiao Yan. He then glanced at Linging a short distance away. In his heart, he was repeatedly calculating the fighting strength of both parties. As the two of them were conversing softly, the majestic force from deep within the Misty Cloud Mountain had become increasingly dense. Finally, a clear howl suddenly rushed toward the sky. Under a countless number of gazes, a white figure suddenly appeared from deep within the Misty Cloud sect. Immediately, his feet stepped in the sky and slowly moved toward the square of the Misty Cloud sect. The white figure did not summon Dou Qi wings, but the speed at which he was walking through the empty air was not any slower than Hai Buodong and the others. Each time his footstep landed, a circular ripple would be formed in the empty space. The ripple then disappeared and the human figure suddenly appeared over 100 meters away in an extremely mysterious manner. By taking a few strides in this manner, the human figure flashed and appeared on top of the stone monument in the middle of the square in merely a few moments. His indifferent gaze swept across the ground that was in a mess and his brows furrowed slightly. The pressure that covered the entire ground had also become much more dense at this moment. Xiao Yan was suspended in the air as he swept his gaze toward the white figure that had appeared. He carefully looked up and down as he weighed this previous sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect. The white figure was wearing an extremely plain, white-colored long robe. The gentle breeze brushed by and his long robes fluttered, giving him a kind of otherworldly and elegant aura. His age did not appear very old and his face did not have the wrinkles that an old man ought to have. Instead, it was like warm jade that was emitting a glow. If it were not for his long hair being snow white, Xiao Yan would really have difficulty thinking of him as a strong person of the same generation as Hai Buodong. However, from the reverence that had appeared on all the faces of the Misty Cloud sect disciples below, it was clear that this person was the previous Misty Cloud sect leader, Yunshan. Hey, after this old fellow broke through to the Dou Zone class, he actually became a little younger. Looks like the benefits of breaking through that barrier are indeed not small. As Hai Buodong studied Yunshan's exterior appearance, he could not resist smacking his lips. The envy in his soft voice was not concealed. Yunlang, give me an explanation. You should know that I have said not to disturb me in my quiet training unless there is some big matter. Yunshan's gaze turned toward Yunlang below as spoke blandly. Old sect leader, you have finally come out. If you were a little later, I'm afraid that the Misty Cloud sect would be destroyed by other people. As Yunshan's gaze swept over, Yunlang's legs immediately softened. His knees involuntarily knelt down. The bloodstain on his face gave him an extremely miserable look. Where is Yun? Yunshan frowned slightly and asked. Sect leader has gone out, and has yet to return. Yunlang hurriedly replied. Give me a short summary of what has happened. In so many years, this is the first time that the Misty Cloud sect has been damaged by another to such an extent. Yunshan's hands were inserted into his sleeves as he calmly said. Hearing this, Yunlang braced up his spirit. He pointed at Xiao Yan in the sky with his hand and loudly said, Old sect leader, what has happened today is entirely caused by him. As he spoke, Yunlang hurriedly told him of the suspicion Xiao Yan had with regards to Mo Chang's death. Of course, one must say that Yunlang had quite a great ability when handling such matters since he was able to become the first elder of the Misty Cloud sect. Therefore, when he was explaining, his action of forcing the Xiao Yan to stay behind was described as tactfully wanting Xiao Yan to temporarily rest at the Misty Cloud sect for a few days until the matter was clarified. These words were indeed something which Yunlang had said, however, the tone in which he tried to get Xiao Yan to stay behind was completely different. Therefore, even though he said it in this manner, no one could refute his words. After which, he talked about how Xiao Yan resisted and the strong people behind him appeared one after another. Finally, Yunlang used his stance of being a protector and used the strength of the entire sect to protect the sect's reputation, but was still no match. Only then did he have little choice but to use the whistle and invite Yunshan, who was in seclusion, out. Most of what Yunlang had said was the truth. However, after embellishing some of the things he said, the responsibility of the entire event now had completely become Xiao Yan's. The entire square was completely quiet. Only Yunlang's voice, which carried some anger, was repeatedly heard. A long while later, when Yunlang finally said all that had to be said, he finished up in a grieved manner, Old sect leader. Although Mo Chang was only a deacon within the sect, his contributions to our Misty Cloud sect these few years were extremely great. If we allow him to be randomly killed and do nothing about it, who would dare work for our sect in the future? Won't it cause them to be disillusioned? It is also not that our Misty Cloud sect is one of those sects who randomly wrongs people. We only ask that Xiao Yan live in the Misty Cloud sect temporarily, for a short period of time. After we finish investigating the matter, I, Yunlang, would have personally apologized to him if we had falsely accused him. However, he simply ignored my suggestion just because there was someone backing him. After the discussions became ineffective, he actually launched an attack. Although his own strength is nothing great, he has quite a number of helpers. Currently, the sect leader is absent, and I can only take the risk of disturbing old sect leader and ask for your assistance. Xiao Yan folded his hands across his chest as stood in the air. He coldly watched Yunlang, who was repeatedly listing his offenses and had long since given up trying to explain anything. This was because he knew that it was of not much use. People always favor their own. Could Xiao Yan hope that Yunshan would help him by speaking to him? After hearing Yunlang's explanation, Yunshan's face did not have any expression. He slowly lifted his head and his gaze swept across his surroundings. He laughed faintly. It is really unexpected that the matter today has blown up until it is this big. Even Jiaxing Tian, Fa Ma, you two old fellows have also come. Jiaxing Tian and Fa Ma exchanged glances and smiled. They pointed toward the sky and said, there is one more person there. I know, Hai Guodong, right? Just now, I sensed his qi when I came out. It is just that I did not expect that he was actually still alive after so many years. I originally thought that he had been killed by Queen Medusa. Yunlang lifted his head, eyed Hai Guodong as he spoke. Isn't it the same for you, you old thing? Hai Guodong parted his mouth, stepped forward and said with a smile. Coincidentally, he blocked Xiao Yan behind him as he did so. He is Xiao Yan, right? Yunshan glanced at Xiao Yan behind Hai Guodong and asked. I pay my respects to sect leader Yunshan. Xiao Yan intently watched Yunshan, whose entire body was emitting a pressurizing force. He smiled and said in neither an inferior nor arrogant manner. Your bearing is not bad. Unfortunately, you are a little weak. Yunshan said faintly. Yunshan, when you were 17, forget about Douzone, even if you were to see a Douwang, you would be agitated like it is something very great. Hai Guodong curled his lips and said. A 17 years old Dou, huh? Some shock flashed across those eyes which had been as indifferent as the breeze. He shook his head before lifting it and asked, after listening to what Yunlang had to say earlier, do the both of you have nothing to say to refute him? Coco, since sect leader Yun Shan believes his words, why do we need to do something unnecessary? Xiao Yan smiled and replied in a somewhat mocking manner. I believe half of what Yun Lang has said. I understand his character. Yun Shan unexpectedly shook his head. However, regardless of who is right or wrong with regards to this matter, the few of you need to bear some responsibility for turning the Misty Cloud sect into this mess. Then what does sect leader Yun Shan want to do? I shall not say any courteous words such as letting you stay as guests. Today, you have created a lot of trouble here which has damaged quite a bit of the Misty Cloud sect's reputation. We must redeem our reputation. Since the few of you have caused my Misty Cloud sect to turn into such a dire state, then let me spar with the few of you. Yun Shan's hands slowly extended out of his sleeves as he calmly spoke. Yun Shan then indifferently glanced over Haibuodong, Ling Ying and the enormous heaven-swallowing python that was suspended in the air. All of you can attack together. Yun Shan lowered his head, pulled his sleeves and carelessly added. Hey, it is really unexpected that the Misty Cloud sect has a strong dozone. Now, it can barely squeeze into a top-tier strength in the continent. Unfortunately, compared to Yun Bo Tian back then, it appears that you were still lacking by quite a bit. Ling Ying's body flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He faced Yun Shan below and laughed. This is the strong person from the continent, right? Which faction do you belong to? Although I have been in seclusion for a very long time, I still do know one or two things about the factions on the continent. Yun Lang's hand which was pulling his sleeves came to a stop as he lifted his head. This is something that I cannot reveal. Ying Ling waved his hand. His face immediately turned grave as he said in a deep voice, however, I will give you a reminder here. Don't think that you can do as you please after becoming a dozone. I advise you to not rashly touch him. Otherwise, you will definitely regret your actions. There are many people on this continent who can destroy your Misty Cloud sect. Yun Shan knit his eyebrows slightly together. He stared at Ling Ying. Is that a threat? You can think of it as such. Do not doubt the truth of the words I have said. Ling Ying gave a tit for a tat as he stared at Yun Shan and said in a soft and deep voice. You can all attack together. The reputation the Misty Cloud sect has accumulated over many generations cannot be destroyed in my hands. However, if you all can leave the Misty Cloud sect from my hands, we will call it quits after today's events. Yun Shan sighed and did not say anything else. His body slowly rose into the air without any warning. The surge in energy actually caused the surrounding empty space to fluctuate a little. Haibuodong's expression was a little grave as he watched Yun Shan slowly rise into the air. He and Ling Ying exchanged glances. The former then turned his head toward Xiao Yan and said in a deep voice, You should let that large snake protect you. He and I will go and block Yun Shan. The both of you be careful. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. His gaze suddenly turned toward Ling Ying and said, This old sir, I wonder if you don't ask anything regarding me. Once you leave the Misty Cloud sect, I will also leave the Jiama Empire. When the time is ripe in the future, you will naturally know. Ling Ying waved his hand and took the initiative to interrupt Xiao Yan's words. Xiao Yan was startled upon hearing this. He immediately smiled bitterly as he nodded his head. All he could do was flap his wings and pull back. Ah, it is really unexpected that in the end, they managed to disturb Yun Shan, this old fellow, and got him to come out. As he watched the situation in the sky, Ma shook his head and sighed. Dou Zone. Hey, this old fellow actually succeeded. Jia Tian sucked his lips. An envy which he could not hide appeared on his face. He was currently at the peak of the Dou Huang class. As long as he advanced further, he could similarly enter that realm which many yearn for. Unfortunately, that one-step difference was something that Jia Tian could not cross even after training for so many years. What should we do next? Should we go and mediate? Ma frowned and asked. It's no use. Jia Tian shook his head. His gaze swept across the square below. As he eyed those Misty Cloud sect disciples who had fainted in the damaged square, he smiled bitterly and said, This time, Xiao Yan's group has really given a tight slap to the Misty Cloud sect. In order to redeem its reputation, Yun Shan must defeat them in front of all of us. Of course, after this matter is over, he might not make things too difficult for them. After all, there is the mysterious supporter behind Xiao Yan's back which also caused him to be extremely fearful. Therefore, before he clearly investigates the mysterious faction behind Xiao Yan's back, Yun Shan will not carelessly touch him. Can Haibuodong and that Ling Ying defeat Yun Shan? Ma nodded slightly before immediately asking. If they can, it will be very difficult. In the square, Yun Lang eyed the rising Yun Shan. He glanced over to Xiao Yan a distance away and a dark viciousness and a gloating cold laugh flashed across his eyes without anyone knowing. Hai Bodong, on account of our old friendship, I will not take your actions earlier into account. Yunshan faintly said as he floated on the same level as Hai Bodong and Linging in the sky. Ah, just do it. It is a little late to talk about all this now. Hai Bodong sighed and shook his head. As his fist rotated, a white-colored ice-cold air overflowed from his body. Immediately, the surrounding temperature fell. Let me see just how much stronger you are compared to back then after you have advanced to the Dou Zone class. Hai Bodong gently exhaled. His fist abruptly twisted and 10 plus snow-white circular-shaped icicles suddenly appeared in front of him. They rotated at high speed and after images repeatedly appeared. They even emitted waves of humming sounds. Beside him, Ling Ying's expression had also gradually grown serious. He waved his sleeves gently and strange black-colored shadows continued to be spat out from under his feet. His palms gripped slightly and the black-colored cheese swiftly agglomerated. An instant later, it actually once again formed a long black-colored lance that was 20 to 30 feet long. The long lance waved gently and the air formed ripples at the tip of the lance. Xiao Yan, go! Hai Bodong let out a deep cry. He pushed his hand forward and the 10 plus huge circular ice blades suddenly cut through the sky and shot explosively toward Yunshan. The moment Hai Bodong attacked, Linging also grabbed the long black-colored lance. His body twisted and immediately launched the lance out. The ice blades and the lance carried intense, frightening pressure as they directly shot toward Yunshan a short distance away. Along the way, they actually left 2 long scars in the air wherever they passed. The moment these 2 people unleashed their attacks, Xiao Yan flapped his wings. He gently landed on the head of the heaven-swallowing python and urged it on. The heaven-swallowing python immediately turned its body. Its body may have been very large, but it displayed an extremely fast speed. Seeing the response of Hai Bodong and Ling Ying, Yunshan shook his head. He did not say any more nonsense. Lifting both his hands slowly, he aimed at the circular ice blades and the long black-colored lance from a distance. His mouth moved slightly and a faint voice was softly emitted, "Wind wall." When Yunshan's voice fell, a violent gust of wind appeared. Quickly, a deep green wind wall that spanned over half of the sky formed. The size of the wall was so large that it made everyone below it awestruck. Bang! The circular ice blades and the long black-colored lance instantly arrived in front of the wind wall. The 2 collided and a thunderclap-like explosion resonated throughout the sky. Numerous energy ripples were emitted from the point of collision. However, the dark green-colored wind wall, that was a little overly large, did not show the slightest hint of crumbling. The combined attack of Hai Bodong and Ling Ying appeared to have not posed much of a threat to Yunshan's defense. Hai Bodong's and Ling Ying's expressions changed slightly as they eyed the enormous wind wall that spanned across the sky. The corner of Yunshan's eyes glanced at the heaven-swallowing python that was flying away. His right hand waved in the direction which it was flying. The sound of the wind caused a great tremor and a huge wind wall suddenly appeared in front of the heaven-swallowing python. The latter was shocked and it hurried to forcefully move its body in order to avoid colliding with it. 10,000 wind bind. After blocking the flying path of the heaven-swallowing python, Yunshan's hand suddenly made a fist in the direction of Hai Bodong and Ling Ying. Immediately, an essence wind rope that was agglomerated from wild wind appeared from all directions. The wind ropes were entangled with one another and finally shot through the air, like numerous long snakes. In an instant, Hai Bodong and Ling Ying suddenly realized that the 2 of them had been tied up without them even knowing. Immediately, the Dou Qi in their bodies flowed precipitously. However, each time they convulsed and broke some wind ropes, there would be more that whizzed and appeared in the air, binding the 2 of them even more firmly. He is indeed worthy of being a strong Dou Zone. The attack method which he uses cannot be considered outstanding, but 2 Dou Huangs do not have the strength to fight back in his hands. Is this the difference between the 2 levels? Jia Xingtian and the others involuntarily sighed as they watched Hai Bodong and Ling Ying being tied up by Yunshan after just a mere exchange in the sky. It looks like Xiao Yan and the others are really completely defeated this time around, but... After tying Hai Bodong and Ling Ying up, Yunshan's eyes glanced at the heaven-swallowing python which was planning to make a detour around the wind wall that was blocking its path. His foot stepped forward. When he next appeared, he was actually in front of the heaven-swallowing python. The heaven-swallowing python widened its snake eyes and glared at Yunshan who had appeared in a flash. It opened its huge mouth and the 7-colored liquid which contained a potent poison shot explosively toward Yunshan. Yunshan waved his hand and a wind wall appeared in front of him. The 7-colored liquid poured down and swiftly corroded the substance-like wind wall into nothingness. The heaven-swallowing python was preparing to continue attacking, however, a massive strength was abruptly transmitted from its tail. It twisted its head to take a look only to find that Yunshan, who should have been in front of it, had unknowingly appeared at its tail. Go down! Yunshan's leg gently stepped on the heaven-swallowing python's tail. An enormous strength caused that heaven-swallowing python to emit a shrill hiss. Its body immediately and abruptly fell. Bang! The heaven-swallowing python smashed heavily on a corner of the square. Immediately, the hard ground was compressed by the enormous body until it cracked. Grug! Earlier, when Yunshan unleashed a hidden force, Xiao Yan was also corroded by the hidden force as he was coincidentally on the body of the heaven-swallowing python. With his Dou strength, even a mere drop of the hidden force still caused his expression to pale as he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiao Yan rolled down from the heaven-swallowing python's head. He wiped off the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. Turning his head, he watched the heaven-swallowing python with its snake eyes dimming. Its teeth involuntarily bit down and emitted a crunching sound. You guys have lost. As a gentle wind blew across, Yunshan's figure once again appeared in midair in front of Xiao Yan in a ghost-like manner as he said faintly. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched slightly. With a choking sound, he pulled out the heavy Xian ruler from his back. From a distance, he pointed at Yunshan and spat out a mouthful of blood. He said with a cold smile, "There is still me." Yunshan slowly landed on the ground. After which, he walked toward Xiao Yan under everyone's gaze. Hiss! Seeing Yunshan closing in, the heaven-swallowing python emitted a few sharp hisses from its mouth. Unfortunately, this did not cause Yunshan's footsteps to pause. A moment when Yunshan was increasingly close, the heaven-swallowing python's huge tail was abruptly swung. It carried an enormous, dark shadow as it violently smashed toward Yunshan. The dark shadow that came from all directions did not cause any change in Yunshan's expression. He waved his hand upward in a careless manner. A green-colored energy palm that was 70 feet tall appeared in the mid-air. Immediately, it struck the huge tail of the heaven-swallowing python. The huge force that was contained within it caused the tail of the heaven-swallowing python to fan over in the other direction. Over 10 large trees with huge roots were smashed in the middle of their trunk through the area where the tail passed by. Hiss! The intense pain that was transmitted from the tail once again caused the heaven-swallowing python to emit a wave of hissing sounds. Its hiss contained a pain that was difficult to hide. Yunshan indifferently watched the huge heaven-swallowing python. He furrowed his brows slightly. This large fellow's ability to withstand being hit had already far exceeded an ordinary rank 5 magical beast. The snake's eyes contained a crimson color as they stared intently at Yunshan who was approaching. It widened its mouth and the 7-colored liquid was once again spat out. This time around, however, Yunshan did not even make the slightest move to dodge. He strolled directly through the liquid. Even the clothes on his body were not damaged as he did so. Yunshan's footsteps came to a slow stop. Yunshan stared at Xiao Yan in front of him in an indifferent manner. He raised his palm and allowed it to fall gently down toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stared intently at the palm which was moving increasingly closer. His face was completely flushed. This was because he had realized that at this moment, he was actually unable to move his body by even the slightest. Stop resisting. Stay at the Misty Cloud sect for half a year. I will not harm you. However, you must pay a little price for your own recklessness. Yunshan said calmly as he watched Xiao Yan who was going all out to break away from his restraints. Hiss! Behind him, the heaven-swallowing python's huge mouth violently bit at Yunshan. Unfortunately, it was sent rolling with just a slap from the ladder. The palm of Yunshan was becoming larger and larger within those dark black eyes of Xiao Yan. The hand which Xiao Yan held the heavy Xian ruler with was also trembling with a great intensity. His mind was completely quiet at this moment. There was only the sound of his heart pounding continuously. In that quiet world, there appeared to be some sort of extremely large force that was about to flow out turbulently. However, the moment when that enormous energy was about to surge out, it abruptly paused. Immediately, it retreated in a lightning-like manner as though it had never appeared. During the time that the enormous force was retreating, Xiao Yan's quiet state was also broken with its retreat. He lifted his head. Yunshan's palm was merely half a centimeter from his own arm. Immediately, a hopeless emotion climbed into his heart. Hiss, dot. At this critical moment, the heaven-swallowing python behind Xiao Yan suddenly emitted a long hiss toward the sky. An intense glow abruptly surged violently from within it. The unusual change of the heaven-swallowing python immediately attracted the gazes of everyone present. Even Yunshan frowned intently at the cluster of intense glow. A moment later, however, an abrupt change finally appeared on his face which had been calm. In the intense light behind Xiao Yan, a long mellow female's hand suddenly extended dexterously. It appeared very slow, but it coincidentally blocked Yunshan's palm. The moment the two hands came into contact, the ground suddenly trembled. Numerous, terror-inducing, crack lines spread out over the ground, as though an earthquake had occurred. "Old fellow, have you enjoyed the beating you gave me?" A bewitching yet cool voice that nearly caused men's bones to become numb slowly spread throughout the square. Immediately, the faces of some of those with weaker mental strength turned as red as a cloud of flames. A countless number of gazes turned toward the location of that voice. When they saw the enchanting and bewitching woman standing behind Xiao Yan, they involuntarily held their breath. However, those like Hai Buodong who recognized her had terrified faces. Xiao Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As he slowly turned his head, an icily alluring, bewitching, and lovely beautiful face appeared in his sight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354, Descending the Mountain. Chapter 354, Descending the Mountain. Following the appearance of the bewitching person, the square descended into a temporary silence. The silence persisted for a long while before it was finally broken by a terrified involuntary cry, "Queen Medusa." Only 2 words had been said, but it suddenly caused everyone in the square to give a cold shiver. This name was something that almost all the citizens of the Jiama Empire had heard of. That icily alluring, beautiful yet vicious woman had personally killed an unknown number of renowned strong people during the war with the Jiama Empire. In this empire, there were very few people who had the ability to contend with this bewitching woman. This woman used her vicious means, that did not lose to those iron-blooded emperors, to frighten the few empires around the Tager Desert, causing them to be afraid of rashly starting a war. Many people used the word frightening to describe her. In the sky, the expression of Hai Buodong, which was originally grave, had completely turned to one of fear at this moment. He might be able to remain calm in front of Yan Shan, but in front of Queen Medusa, he was ultimately unable to hide the terror he felt for her within his heart. The fight in the Tager Desert back then had left a lingering fear in his heart that was still currently present. Additionally, that seal which had caused him to suffer the fate of living in isolation for decades further resulted in Hai Buodong fearing Queen Medusa like he feared vipers and scorpions. Besides feeling frightened, he suddenly shivered again. Seeing that intense blow earlier, it was clear that the huge 7-colored snake earlier had transformed from Queen Medusa. Just thinking of how he and this terrifying woman had lived together for an unknowingly long amount of time without him even realizing it, caused a shiver to run down Hai Buodong's spine. Xiao Yan, this fellow. He had Queen Medusa beside him and yet he did not tell me about it. Bastard. Does he want to get me killed? Hai Buodong was somewhat furious in his heart as he silently scolded. TSK, Queen Medusa. This little fellow is worthy of being someone Xiao Ji's fancies. Although his strength is nothing great, the strong people protecting him just keep getting stronger and stronger. I think that he should be able to successfully leave after this journey to the Misty Cloud sect even without even needing me to appear. Linging praised and shook his head. This sudden appearance of Queen Medusa also caused him to be extremely surprised. TL, Xiao Jie, young miss of a rich/powerful/noble family. The expressions of Fa Ma and Jiaxing Tian and the huge tree had also become extremely grave at this moment. The two of them exchanged glances and inhaled a deep breath of air. However, they were unable to even say a word. The blow this time around was indeed a little too surprising. Didn't Queen Medusa fail in her advancement? Gu He was stunned as he eyed that bewitching beautiful woman. His gaze slowly swept across Xiao Yan by the side. He frowned and softly said, "It looks like she did not fail, but was brought away by Xiao Yan after her advancement without anyone knowing. This fellow is really bold to the point that it causes people to be speechless. For this woman, killing a person is not much different than killing a chicken. He is really lucky to actually be able to live until now." Behind him, Lu Ling laughed bitterly. The strength that Xiao Yan had currently displayed clearly separated him from the younger generation. Even some people of the older generation could not compare with him. Beside Gu He, Nailan Jie, Mu Chang, and the others faced each other. Under the vicious reputation of Queen Medusa, they did not dare to emit even the slightest sound. Xiao Yan's throat quietly rolled for a moment. Without leaving a trace, his body shifted a little away. His gaze swept across the beauty behind him. Although this was not the first time that Xiao Yan had seen her, he still could not resist quietly praising her beauty in his heart. The body of the current Queen Medusa was nearly wrapped by a pale purple robe. Her black hair moved along her shoulders and fell all the way to her raised but before it stopped. Her tempting figure with the front protrusions and the raised backside was like a honey peach that had been ripened to its limit, repeatedly releasing a charm that caused people's hearts to boil. Xiao Yan's gaze moved down and was somewhat surprised to find that the snake's tail that was originally there had turned into 2 long, fair human legs at an unknown time. Her snow-white small legs were suspended around half an inch from the ground. They were crystal clear without the slightest stain or dust. Queen Medusa, it is really unexpected that you were actually that strange, large python. No wonder I kept feeling that something was not right. Yun Shan's hand gently moved and an energy ripple was unleashed from his palm. He used that force to move his body a few steps back. That indifferent face of his once again had some seriousness appear on it. Queen Medusa's long finger elegantly gave a gentle flick. The energy ripple that was spreading over automatically disappeared. She slowly took a step forward and was coincidentally in line with Xiao Yan. Those pupils which were filled with a unique addictive charm swept across Yun Shan as she said blandly, I also did not expect that you actually broke through the Dou Huang barrier and entered the Dou Zone class. Didn't you also successfully evolve? Yun Shan smiled. His gaze glanced toward Xiao Yan and said, it is just that I really feel a little surprised. With your character, you actually take action to help a human? If you did not touch that heaven-swallowing python, I would not have appeared. I am not very concerned over his life or death. Queen Medusa's eyes drifted over Xiao Yan as she said softly. Xiao Yan spread his hands. His hand held the heavy Xian ruler tightly and Dou Qi swiftly circulated within his body, preparing to hurriedly pull back at any moment if Queen Medusa were to make any strange moves. He was similarly filled with caution toward this woman whose character was strange and unpredictable. Now that you have appeared, what do you plan on doing? The white-colored long hair of Yun Shan's drifted with the wind as he asked in a seemingly careless manner. Bring him away, Queen Medusa played with her delicate finger as she casually mentioned. It is possible for me not to touch the large snake you have transformed into. Yun Shan knit his brows and said. After the lightning-like exchange earlier, he clearly understood that the current Queen Medusa had a strength which was not much weaker than his own. If they were to really fight, it was difficult to say who would emerge victorious. If I do not bring him away, that little fellow will immediately revolt. I am able to come out because of his danger. Only then did the little fellow abandon its suppression of me. Queen Medusa's delicate finger rubbed her clean forehead. There was a faint helplessness on her brows. Clearly, she was somewhat unwilling to save Xiao Yan. Yun Shan appeared to have understood the words of Queen Medusa, which did not seem to make any sense. Immediately, the frown formed on his forehead deepened. His gaze slowly swept once around him as his expression continued to change. No one knew what he was thinking. The square once again became quiet following Yun Shan's silence. The other people temporarily did not have the qualification to interrupt when these two strong people at the peak were conversing. Yun Lang rubbed his hands and watched Yun Shan, who had begun to hesitate. His heart immediately became impatient. Naturally, he did not wish for Xiao Yan to successfully leave the Misty Cloud sect after exhausting such a large effort. His palm gently touched the somewhat horrifying wound on his head. At this moment, it had already formed into a blood scar, but the intense pain still lingered in his head, causing the fury in Yunling to become increasingly great. Old sect leader, if you were to let Xiao Yan leave like this, it will definitely damage our Misty Cloud sect's reputation. The fury accompanied by an intense pain repeatedly corroded Yunling's reasoning. All of a sudden, he finally could not resist any longer and he cried out loud. Discordant. Queen Medusa picture-like brows knit slightly. She turned her head and watched Yunlong, who had cried out with her bewitching pupils. The bewitching glow within them became more intense. Seeing that bewitching glow in Queen Medusa's eyes, Yunlong suddenly felt anything but reassured. He was about to hurriedly pull away when his head felt a sudden giddiness. He lowered his head to take a look, only to realize the gray-colored rock beneath his feet had suddenly began spreading up along his legs. TL, Metas. Stop. A soft cry abruptly appeared. Yun Shan's figure instantly appeared by Yun Long's side. One of his legs ruthlessly stepped on the latter's feet. A surging force penetrated out, directly shattering the rock that was spreading upward into pieces. Only after the rock turned into dust did Yun Lang's body escape from his restraints. Cold sweat appeared on his head as he swiftly took a few steps back, hiding behind Yun Shan. He did not dare to say anything more. Take him and leave. Yun Shan sighed. Waving his hand abruptly, he spoke in a deep voice after staring intently at Queen Medusa. Countless relieved sighs immediately reverberated from the square upon hearing these words of Yun Shan. The matter today had really been blown a little out of proportion. All of them simply hoped that the matter would be swiftly over. If this trouble were to continue, they did not know just how many strong people would get involved. Old sect leader. Yun Lung said somewhat unwillingly. Shut your mouth. Yun Shan's expression was gloomy as he coldly cried out. His gaze turned toward Xiao Yan and said, I have also heard about the 3-year agreement between you and Yanran from Yun Yun. She was indeed a little impulsive with regards to this matter. However, the agreement is already over. I hope that there is no longer any association between the two of you in the future. I do not wish to pursue the matter of the few of you creating a big mess in the Misty Cloud sect today. However, this will be the one and only time. If you dare to do this in the future, my Misty Cloud sect will properly exchange some pointers even if you have Queen Medusa protecting you. TL, exchange some pointers, to fight. Sect leader Yinshan, you can be rest assured that it is sufficient enough for me to come to such a place once. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He cupped his hands toward Yinshan and said with a faint smile. Get going. Yinshan's expression did not appear nice as he waved his hand. Queen Medusa glanced at Xiao Yan. She did not utter any other nonsense as she turned around and walked toward the rock stairs outside the square. Xiao Yan lifted the heavy Xian ruler and took a few steps back while facing Yinshan. Finally, his gaze swept toward Nailin Yanran in the crowd. He realized that the other party had coincidentally thrown her complicated gaze over. The two gazes entwined with one another. They were completely different emotions compared to the time that Xiao Yan arrived. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze. He lowered his eyes, turned around and followed Queen Medusa under the watch of a countless number of gazes. In the sky, Hai Buodong's expression was volatile as he watched Queen Medusa for a long time. Only then did he flap his wings. He stayed high in the sky and refused to descend no matter what happened. Under the watch of all the gazes in the Misty Cloud sect, the back of Xiao Yan and Queen Medusa slowly disappeared beyond the endless rock stairs that were shrouded by clouds. Ah, it is finally over. As they eyed the two people who disappeared from the edge of their vision, the strong people in those huge trees heaved a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Who would expect that a mere competition that was agreed between two people of the younger generation would end up actually drawing out this terrifying lineup which actually left them breathless? Everyone. The matter today will end like this. I'm really sorry for letting everyone see a farce of the younger generation. Yinshan lifted his eyes, took one look around his surroundings and laughed slightly. Coco, sect leader Yinshan really knows how to joke. Since the matter is over, we shall not stay any longer. If we have time in the future, we will come and visit the Misty Cloud sect. Everyone standing on the tops of the huge trees could naturally hear the order to chase away the guests, within Yinshan's words. Immediately, they knew that it was not wise to stay for long in such a place. Therefore, after saying a few courteous words, all of them brought their people, flashed down the trees and flew toward the foot of the mountain. Old sect leader, are we just going to allow Xiao Yan to leave like this? He has turned our Misty Cloud sect until it is in this state. Yun Lang eyed the people who left before looking at the spot where Xiao Yan had disappeared from with a face that was filled with unwillingness. Finally, he could no longer resist speaking. What do you want to do? Yinshan glanced at him faintly and said, even I do not have the confidence to defeat that Queen Medusa. Moreover, there are the other two strong Dou Huangs. With this lineup, what kind of large price must we pay in order to get Xiao Yan to stay behind? Yun Lang clenched his teeth and said, but from this matter today, it is clear that Xiao Yan does not give our Misty Cloud sect any face. If we do not find an opportunity to redeem ourselves, won't we become a joke once this matter spreads? Yinshan frowned slightly and said, what do you plan to do? Seeing the helpers behind Xiao Yan today, I dare to guarantee that Mo Cheng's death definitely has something to do with him. Since he doesn't wish to stay at the Misty Cloud sect, we can perhaps go to Wu Tan City to invite his father over. Yun Lang softly said. Stupidity. Yun Shan's expression sunk as he softly reprimanded, I think you have really become muddled in your old age. Since you know that Xiao Yan has quite a number of helpers behind him, you are still going to offend him because of Mo Cheng? Is it really worth it? The matter ends here. Don't mention it again in the future. After saying these words, Yinshan waved his sleeves. He turned around and walked toward the middle of the square, where he began to arrange for men to sort out the mess. Yun Lang's expression was green and white as he eyed Yinshan, who had brushed his sleeves and left. He slowly rubbed the horrifying wound on his head and his pale old face had once again become savage. The gaze which he used to watch the spot where Xiao Yan had disappeared was filled with enmity and a dark viciousness. Not long after the situation at the square came to an end, a rushing wind sound suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately, a graceful and elegant shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above the open ground. Her beautiful eyes swept across the mess on the ground and her pretty face involuntarily sunk abruptly. Teacher. In the square, Nailin Yanran was the first to discover the graceful beauty who had slowly descended from the sky. She was slightly startled. Her pretty eyes immediately became completely red as she swiftly rushed over. After which, she knocked into the latter's chest. The grievances in her heart finally turned into a moaning cry. Sect leader. Sect leader has returned. As all the Misty Cloud sect disciples in the square looked at the moon-robed woman who had appeared, they were so excited that they knelt down. All right. Yanran, stop crying. Tell teacher what exactly happened. The moon-robed woman warmly rubbed Nailin Yenron's soft long hair. She slowly lifted her head. That noble and graceful beautiful face was shockingly the same person who had lived a dubious life with Xiao Yan at the magical beast mountain range back then. Yun Ji. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355, Separation and Transaction. Chapter 355, Separation and Transaction. On a small path which was lush with greenery, two human figures, a man and a woman, with one in front of the other, slowly walked. The quiet atmosphere shrouded the both of them. In the sky above the two people's heads, two figures were also following far behind. At a certain moment, the woman, who was ahead of the others, stopped walking. Her delicate hand gently twirled the black hair in front of her forehead. With a cool voice, she spat some words from her alluring red lips. The two of you above. Aren't you tired of flying? Although her voice was not very loud, the two human figures in the sky stopped simultaneously a moment later. They exchanged glances and could only slowly land in a huge tree behind Xiao Yan. Old Hai, what is your intention now? Until now, I have yet to gather all of the medicinal ingredients needed for the spiritual recovery purple pill of yours. Xiao Yan carefully took a step back. His head turned toward Hai Buodong as he spoke. Hai Buodong was startled upon hearing this. He frowned slightly as his gaze, which contained some fear, swept over Queen Medusa who was leaning on a tree trunk, casually playing with a fallen leaf. He mused for a while and smiled bitterly. Little fellow, since you have successfully left the Misty Cloud sect, it is likely that you don't need me to continue protecting you from now on. As for the spiritual recovery purple pill, if you are able to gather the necessary ingredients in the future, you can help me refine it and then find a person you trust to hand it over to me. Henceforth, I will likely continue to be in the capital. Xiao Yan pursed up his lips and nodded in silence. He solemnly bowed toward Hai Buodong in the tree and said in a deep voice, Old Hai, regardless of what happens, I, Xiao Yan, will remember the help that you have given me today. In the future, if Old Hai has any matters that are difficult to solve or needs to gather people, the little me will use all my strength to help you if it is within my capability. Cuckoo, alright. Since it is like this, then let us part ways here. If you need any help in the future, you can directly come to the Primer clan in the capital. Hai Buodong smiled, nodded his head as he replied. Yes. Remember, little fellow, I may not know what your relationship with Queen Medusa is, but regardless of what happens, you should take a more cautious approach when dealing with her. The viciousness of this woman is far beyond your expectations. The corner of Hai Buodong's eyes once again glanced over at Queen Medusa in front of them. His mouth moved slightly and a voice which was so soft that one could not hear was rapped by Dou Qi and quietly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ear. Xiao Yan nodded without anyone noticing. Goodbye, little fellow. Hai Buodong once again cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan. He then glanced at Ling Ying beside him and also gave him a friendly smile. After which, he flapped the wings on his back and suddenly shot into the sky, disappearing in the blue sky. This old sir. Once he had sent Hai Buodong off with his eyes, Xiao Yan once again threw his gaze toward the smiling Ling Ying and said respectfully, Cuckoo, according to my orders, my mission was completed once you left the Misty Cloud sect. Therefore, I should also return. Ling Ying smiled and raised a thumb toward Xiao Yan. Little fellow, this time around, you have done well. You have courage. Old sir has given me too much praise. The little me is only emboldened because there are the few of you supporting me. Otherwise, no matter how brave I am, I would not dare to act presumptuously at the Misty Cloud sect. Xiao Yan smiled and said. Ling Xiao had a good laugh as he replied, Little fellow, your character is the kind that I like. However, I have other missions to complete and cannot continue to stay any longer. I will bid you goodbye here. If we meet again in the future, the old me will invite you to drink with me to our heart's content. Thank you very much. Xiao Yan watched Ling Ying slowly rising and nodded with a smile. Additionally, on account of us having similar character, I will leave some words for you. Ying Ling's pair of wings came to an abrupt stop. He looked directly at Xiao Yan and said in a serious manner, The Dou Qi continent is very big. You must hurry up and make yourself stronger. Otherwise, you will not even have the right to choose the person whom you love. Alright, that is all I have to say. Look out for yourself. You will know the meaning of these words of mine in the future. Ling Ying waved his hand while his body swiftly rose into the sky. Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, his body turned into a blurry black shadow which swiftly disappeared over the horizon. Ah, everyone has left. Xiao Yan stood in the spot and let out a soft sigh. He immediately frowned a little as he watched Ying Ling who had disappeared into the horizon, feeling a little unsure about the words the other party had left behind. Alright, you should have finished saying your goodbyes, no? While Xiao Yan was staring stupidly into space, a faint numbing voice pulled him back from his absent-mindedness. Xiao Yan turned his body around and watched Queen Medusa, who was using her pair of bewitchingly beautiful eyes to stare at him. He pulled at the corner of his mouth and revealed a somewhat ugly smile as he said awkwardly, "That, Your Majesty, why have you not transformed back, Transformed back?" Queen Medusa raised her eyebrows as she stared at Xiao Yan in a half-smiling manner. "Who says that I am going to transform back? Don't tell me that you have completely assimilated with the spirit of the heaven-swallowing python?" Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. The fists in his sleeves abruptly tightened. Queen Medusa faintly glanced at Xiao Yan. The tiny change of his body could not escape her. She straightened her body and stretched her lazy wrist. Her alluring curves were extremely eye-piercing. However, the current Xiao Yan did not dare to leave his gaze on those spots in a presumptuous manner. As long as he made the slightest inappropriate move in front of this person who was feared by even a strong person like Yin Shan, the other party could instantly take his life. As the price of rescuing you, that little fellow will not be able to appear for 3 days. A faint smile was present on Queen Medusa's lips. Clearly, she was extremely satisfied with their exchange this time around. Oh. Xiao Yan sighed in relief within his heart. He rolled his eyes and smiled as he said, "In that case, is Queen Medusa planning to use a human shape to follow me around during these 3 days? Don't think any funny thoughts. That will cause you to lose your life." Queen Medusa moved her feet, carrying a unique fragrant wind that caused a fire to rise within people's belly. She arrived in front of Xiao Yan. That smiling manner of hers, however, caused Xiao Yan's entire body to stiffen. Her snow-white hand suddenly extended in front of Xiao Yan. That fair, tender, delicate smooth small hand gave people an impulse to bite at it. "Give that thing to me," Queen Medusa said in a gentle and soft manner. "What thing?" Xiao Yan's face was at a loss regarding this. "The medicinal formula for the thawing spirit pill. Queen Medusa slowly and leisurely relieved Xiao Yan of his ignorance. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched. Xiao Yan immediately smiled bitterly inside. His hand gently tapped on his storage ring and the medicinal formula for the thawing spirit pill which he had spent a tremendous amount of effort to obtain was easily handed over to the other party's hand in this manner. Queen Medusa's delicate hand held the medicinal formula for the thawing spirit pill. For the first time, an emotion that suggested she could no longer wait appeared on that bewitching face of Queen Medusa. Her hands pulled open the medicinal formula and her beautiful eyes read in detail the effect of the thawing spirit pill which had been recorded on it. A long while later, she exhaled a long breath of air. She folded the medicinal formula, waved her delicate finger and the medicinal formula began to agilely rotate above her hand. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart as he watched Queen Medusa who had descended into silence. He too, could only remain quiet. Pa! The rotating medicinal scroll suddenly hit softly in her hand. Queen Medusa lifted that pair of bewitching pretty eyes, which caused people to involuntarily be obsessed with them. She stared at Xiao Yan and waved the medicinal formula in her hand at him. She asked, "You should have already seen it, right?" "Yes." Xiao Yan honestly nodded. "Can you refine it?" Queen Medusa softly asked. At this moment, Xiao Yan could sense that the former's breathing had quietly hastened. "I am only an alchemist who is not even at the 4th tier. This thawing spirit pill is a tier 6 medicinal pill." Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and spread his hands out. Before his words fell, however, he was interrupted by a cold laughter from the opposite side. "Although my spirit has been suppressed by the heaven-swallowing python, I am vaguely aware of some of the matters regarding you. Back then, wasn't the medicinal pill you gave Hai Buodou to break the seal which I had placed also of the 6th tier? I may not be sure why at times your strength is not in tune with before, I clearly know that you can refine a tier 6 medicinal pill. If you are able to refine a tier 6 medicinal pill, you have the qualifications to speak with me. If you really cannot, I don't mind, at this spot." Queen Medusa's hand gently cut across Xiao Yan's neck. The latter immediately felt his neck turn cold and he hurriedly touched it. He was shocked to realize that drops of fresh red blood had actually appeared on his neck. What old Hai said is true. This woman is really vicious. Xiao Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he quietly cursed in his heart. After musing for a moment, he no longer continued to conceal the information. He looked directly at Queen Medusa. "Alright, I can help you refine the thawing spirit pill. But what benefits can I get? Benefits? I can forget about the matter of you offending me earlier," Queen Medusa said faintly. In that case, you can find someone else to refine it." "I am not interested." The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled upon hearing this as he coldly laughed. Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. An ice-cold killing intent slowly shrouded her. A seven-colored energy had suddenly surged out of her delicate hand like waves of water. She watched the seven-colored water like waves and softly asked with a smile, "Do you have the qualification to discuss terms with me? If you were to really kill me, I'm afraid that the heaven-swallowing python spirit will also instantly launch a counterattack, no?" Xiao Yan took a step back. A green-colored flame quietly appeared on his hand that was covered within his sleeves. The killing intent that shrouded Queen Medusa suddenly became sluggish. She furrowed her eyebrows slightly and said, "You are indeed quite intelligent to actually know how to rely on your relationship with the heaven-swallowing python to suppress me." Seeing this, Xiao Yan sighed in relief. From the looks of things, it appeared that the heaven-swallowing python still had some use in suppressing Queen Medusa. "I am not someone who would extort an extravagant sum from others. However, your majesty's attempt to harness a white wolf with your bare hands isn't very kind. Refining a tier 6 medicinal pill is an extremely troublesome and tiring thing. Yet, you want me to go all out to refine it with just a casual mention from you. Where can you find such a good thing in this world? Don't you agree, Queen Medusa?" Xiao Yan appeared somewhat helpless as he spoke. Harness a white wolf with your bare hands, to force someone to do something without the appropriate reward. Stop giving me this glib tongue of yours. Just tell me your conditions. Queen Medusa said faintly. Now that Hai Bodong and that linging old sir have left, I suddenly no longer feel safe. Xiao Yan rubbed his head and laughed awkwardly. As long as Queen Medusa is willing to promise to protect the little me for 3 years, I will help you refine the thawing spirit pill no matter what. TSK, protecting you for 3 years? A smile immediately surfaced on Queen Medusa's bewitching pretty face. Her hand was gently placed on Xiao Yan's shoulders. That smile of hers was extremely moving. In which case, isn't it better to simply take the risk of being suppressed by the heaven-swallowing python and kill you now? In other words, there is nothing to discuss then? Xiao Yan pulled his shoulders back and widened his hand. Alright, you can forget about those unrealistic thoughts. I am not as stupid as Hai Bodong. I will give you 1 year's time. In this 1 year's time, I will not be your fighter. I will only come out and help you get rid of the trouble only when you are in a situation where you are about to die. During other times, I might take action if my mood is good. Of course, if you are unable to take out the thawing spirit pill in this 1 year's time, don't blame me for being ruthless. These are my conditions. Do you agree or not? Queen Medusa said in a somewhat impatient manner. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He finally raised his head a long while later to look at the pretty face of Queen Medusa, which already contained a little ice-cold killing intent. He could only nod his head unwillingly. All right. Hearing this, the killing intent on Queen Medusa's pretty face immediately changed into an enchanting, gentle smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356, The Journey Back Home. Chapter 356, The Journey Back Home. As Xiao Yan eyed Queen Medusa, who had withdrawn her killing intent in only an instant, he could only laugh bitterly. This woman indeed did not simply rely on her reputation to cause so many strong people within the Jiama Empire to greatly fear her. Where do you plan to go next? Queen Medusa returned the thawing spirit pill formula to Xiao Yan and randomly asked. Xiao Yan carefully received the medicinal formula. He mused for a moment before saying, I think I will make a trip back to Wutan City first. After which, I might have to leave the Jiama Empire for a period of time. Leaving the Jiama Empire, huh? Queen Medusa frowned slightly upon hearing this before immediately nodding slightly. She lazily said, up to you. In any case, those few leaders within the snake people race can temporarily take over in my absence. Until you refine the thawing spirit pill, I will continue to follow you. Xiao Yan sighed in relief upon seeing that she did not oppose his plan. His hand gently patted the huge black ruler on his back and smiled as he said, since it is like this, let us go. The matter with the Misty Cloud sect is already over. The current you should not be in a hurry for some time, no? When we pass by some huge cities during this trip back to Wutan City, help me look for the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the thawing spirit pill, but... Queen Medusa said faintly. Her words indicated that she was discussing the manner, yet her tone did not allow Xiao Yan to object to the suggestion. With regards to this, Xiao Yan could only helplessly nod his head. His eyes glanced at that enchanting, bewitching face of Queen Medusa before shrugging his shoulders and saying, I suggest for you to cover your face when you enter the city. Otherwise, there will be some unnecessary trouble that will cause quite the headache. Queen Medusa nodded her head slightly. She turned around and slowly walked along a small path within a dense forest. Xiao Yan shrugged as he eyed the curvy and attractive figure. He turned his head and his gaze shifted toward the edge of his vision, where the green-colored rock stairs were partially visible. His gaze slowly moved upward and finally stopped at the mountain peak which was shrouded by fog. After being silent for a moment, he let out a gentle sigh. This agreement which had shackled him for 3 years was finally completed. As the 3-year target which had caused him to put in effort and struggle faded away, his heart suddenly felt somewhat empty. However, this loss did not last for very long. A young lady's elegant smile suddenly appeared in his mind, caused a warm smile to appear on his face. "Xun Er, are you living well there? Wait for me," Xiao Yan softly muttered. A cluster of heat rose in his heart as he thought of the young lady whom he had not seen for nearly 2 years. Xiao Yan turned around. His gaze glanced at the moving figure which had already walked out of the dense forest. With a smile, he hurriedly chased after her. Xiao Yan did not return to the capital after leaving the Misty Cloud Mountain. Instead, he and Queen Medusa changed their direction and flew toward Wutan City. The distance between the capital and Wutan City was almost half an empire away. Even with Xiao Yan's and Queen Medusa's flying speed, to cover this huge distance would require at least 2 to 3 days. Moreover, due to Queen Medusa's request, Xiao Yan had to stop whenever they passed by bigger cities and wait for the auction houses and trade fairs to open. As a result of all this, the time they took for their journey was greatly increased. It was fortunate that the 3-year agreement was currently over, and that Xiao Yan had already escaped the kind of life in the past where he had to squeeze out all the time he had. Along the way, he did not have any constraint or burden in his heart. He swayed leisurely, appearing very relaxed. This was the first time that he had truly enjoyed such a laid-back life after the start of the 3-year agreement. During the 3 days that he was hurrying home, the two of them may have lingered about some large cities for some time, but Queen Medusa was somewhat disappointed that they did not even find one of the unique medicinal ingredients that were needed to refine the thawing spirit pill. She was also helpless with regards to this. After all, if it were so easy to find the ingredients needed to refine a Tier 6 medicinal pill, its value would also not be so expensive. The two of them walked and stopped along the way, like a walking horse observing the flowers. However, Xiao Yan was somewhat surprised that Queen Medusa still did not transform back into the shape of the heaven-swallowing python despite the 3 days that she mentioned being over. With regards to this, she explained that she had privately discussed with the spirit of the heaven-swallowing python and thus delayed the time that she was to transform back. Xiao Yan may have felt somewhat astonished at this explanation, but he did not have any other choice. If she did not transform back, did he have the ability to force her to do so? When that time came, a slap would come swinging over. Vomiting blood and being seriously injured would be a small matter by then. As time quietly passed, Xiao Yan and Queen Medusa came increasingly closer to Wutan City's territory. Due to them being delayed by searching for medicinal ingredients, almost 5 days had been used for what was originally a mere 2 to 3 day journey. Heian City, a huge city in the northern province of the Jiama Empire. From here, it was not far from Wutan City. With Xiao Yan's and Queen Medusa's speed, they should be able to reach it within half a day. Since this city was famous for medicinal ingredients in the northern region, however, Queen Medusa swiftly landed without seeking Xiao Yan's opinion. At the city's outskirt, she used a thin green yarn to cover her face before she grandly walked toward Heian City. Behind her, Xiao Yan could only, in a resigned manner, resist his desire to return home, and helplessly follow behind her. The two of them strolled into the city. During that time, no one came to stop them. Although the eyes of the soldiers guarding the city involuntarily and repeatedly swept over Queen Medusa's mature and beautiful body, that high and noble aura of hers caused those soldiers, who were ready to create trouble, to not even think about stepping forward to interrogate them. After entering the city, Xiao Yan led the way and walked a distance along the street. After which, he entered a restaurant where there was quite a large amount of human traffic. The people of the northern part of the empire were sturdy folks, therefore it was only possible to commonly see such a restaurant in the northern region of the empire. It was not common to see them in luxurious places like the capital. People from all trades gathered at such a restaurant. A lot of the news and information among the common people in the empire were spread from such places. Therefore, it could swiftly inform Xiao Yan where the best and widest variety of medicinal ingredients were located within the city. The two of them walked into the restaurant and sat at a table beside the window. Queen Medusa supported her cheek with her hand as her pretty eyes stared out of the window. Her expression was that of disregard and indifferentness. During these few days, all the matters regarding getting information were entirely handled by Xiao Yan. Seeing this manner of hers, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head. He waved his hand and called a female servant over. After ordering some wine, which was not very potent, he stood up and headed toward some spots which were crowded with people. After doing this again and again for a long time, Xiao Yan finally withdrew back to the table with a face covered in perspiration. He eyed Queen Medusa, who was comfortably sipping the wine and could not resist sighing dispiritedly. Was this woman not a little too arrogant? How was it? Have you asked clearly? Queen Medusa's pretty eyes glanced at Xiao Yan as she softly asked. It is said that there is a herb hall with great fame in this city. There are some stocks for many rare medicinal ingredients there. It is just that the price for them is extremely expensive. Xiao Yan lifted his wine cup and poured it into his mouth before growling. Take a rest. After this, we will go to that herb hall to take a look. Queen Medusa nodded in satisfaction as she replied with a smile. Xiao Yan gently patted the black ruler on his back, but was too lazy to continue speaking. Hey, have you heard of the matter with regards to the Misty Cloud sect? Just as Xiao Yan and Queen Medusa were resting quietly, a secretive voice could be heard not far from their table, causing Xiao Yan to throw his gaze over. Qi, you are talking about the matter of the young man called Xiao Yan creating a huge mess at the Misty Cloud sect, no? A man curled his lips in disdain at his companion, who had a mysterious-looking face. You already knew about it? The person who spoke earlier was immediately startled as he embarrassingly asked. A matter as big as this has already been spread around 2 days ago. That Xiao Yan beat the Misty Cloud sect's junior sect leader Nailin Yenran in an official match. I heard that it seems to be because of Nailin Yenran cancelling their engagement 3 years ago. Looking at it now, the news of Nailin Yenran being forcefully divorced by Xiao Yan back then does indeed have some reliability to it. Seeing the strength and talent that the current Xiao Yan has displayed, he is more than enough to be worthy of being married to Nailin Yenran. What happened after that? After that, it seems that the Misty Cloud sect wanted to forcefully retain Xiao Yan. He. Although he is young, the strong people behind him are really terrifying to the point of leaving others speechless. I have heard that in that battle back then, not only two strong Dou Huang, but also Queen Medusa from the Snake People race appeared. The Misty Cloud sect may have used all their effort, but they still ended up letting Xiao Yan leave in one piece. Queen Medusa? When this word left his mouth, the surrounding people exclaimed. According to reliable information, that Xiao Yan is also the champion of this season's Alchemist Grand Meeting. The shocked gazes surrounding him caused the vanity of that man to inflate. He laughed and once again exposed surprising information. Isn't the champion of the Alchemist Grand Meeting called Yin Xiao? A soft voice abruptly appeared. Yin Xiao, Xiao Yan. Isn't it him if we were to read it in reverse, haha? The man gloatingly said with a smile. The surrounding people were momentarily blank. Immediately, they came to a sudden realization. Although this matter regarding the name was worth nothing once it was pointed out, what kind of normal person would have nothing better to do but read a name in reverse? This fellow is really incredible. At such an age, he has already done such earth-shaking things. In the future, once he grows up, won't he be even more incredible? The man violently poured a potent wheat wine into his mouth and sighed with envy. Which man did not have a hot-blooded dream of doing something huge? Due to their limited ability, however, many people were destined to only fantasize about such things. Xiao Yan was somewhat stunned to hear the conversation that was transmitted over, and could not help but bitterly smile and shake his head. He did not expect that the matter at the Misty Cloud sect had actually spread over to the other side of the empire in merely a few days. You are now a renowned person. Queen Medusa shook the wine cup in her hand and teased. Xiao Yan spread out his hands and said, I am not interested in such thing. Alright, let's go and see whether the herb hall has the medicinal ingredients we need. Yes. Xiao Yan and Queen Medusa stood up and were about to leave the restaurant when the conversation from the table beside them was once again transmitted over, causing Xiao Yan's expression to change slightly. That Xiao Yan seems to be someone from the Xiao clan at Wutan City, no, what? That's right, the Xiao clan can really show their face this time around. With this clan member who is a totally terrifying person, who in the northern region would dare to be disrespectful to the Xiao clan. That may not be so. Coincidentally, I have just come over from Wutan City a short while ago. I heard that the Xiao clan has met some trouble during these 2 days. There is actually someone who dares to go to the Xiao clan to find trouble at this time? I am not sure about this. The Xiao clan is very strict on maintaining its secrets. I am also uncertain about the exact news. That man shook his head before lowering it to drink a mouthful of weak wine. However, he abruptly stilled. He raised his head slowly and looked at the black-robed young man who had appeared in front of him. A powerful force shrouded the latter's body, causing him, who was merely a 2-star doja, to swallow a mouthful of saliva. He carefully said, Sir, is there something wrong? What you just said. What problem did the Xiao clan encountered? Xiao Yan asked in a deep voice. The little me is not very certain. I have only heard that an overly intense fight had erupted at the Xiao clan 2 days ago. After that, the Xiao clan denied any outside guest from entering. Moreover, from that day on, clan leader Xiao Zhan, who had frequently made appearances, no longer appeared. I think that he should be sorting out the matter within the clan," the man said in a perturbed manner. Xiao Yan's expression gradually became dark and solemn. His heart suddenly felt an uneasiness. After saying his thanks to the man, he turned around and hurriedly walked down the stairs with Queen Medusa. "The weapon on that person's back is rather strange," one person suddenly said in a soft voice as they watched Xiao Yan, who had disappeared from the spot where the stairs was. "Weapon? Ruler?" The man earlier was startled. Suddenly, he appeared to have recalled something. A shock gradually surfaced on his face as he cried out involuntarily, "He is Xiao Yan? He is actually this young?" The current Xiao Yan naturally did not pay attention to the commotion in the restaurant above. After going down the stairs, he stood on the street and tightly furrowed his brows. He eyed Queen Medusa and said, "I cannot stay here. I need to return to Wutan City now." Hearing this, Queen Medusa's eyebrows were gently knit together. She faintly said, "Let's take a look at the medicinal shop here first. If there is the medicinal ingredient that I need." I said, "I want to return to Wutan City now." Xiao Yan's gaze was fierce as he stared at Queen Medusa while voicing each word with a pause as he spoke in a deep voice. Queen Medusa was startled at Xiao Yan's attitude, which had suddenly become firm. During these few days, Xiao Yan had never gone against what she said. It was really unexpected that he would actually directly contradict her at this moment. This caused Queen Medusa, whose identity was a queen of a race, to be a little furious. This queen wants to find the medicinal ingredients. Her bewitching pupils stared icily at Xiao Yan as Queen Medusa slowly said. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the pair of pupils, which caused men to be obsessed over. He abruptly extended his hand, and under Queen Medusa's stunned gaze, he tightly grabbed her delicate hand, which was so soft that it appeared to be boneless. Before the latter was about to explode, he coldly said, "If you want the thawing spirit pill, then don't put on your airs that belongs to a queen in front of me. Earlier, I respected you because you had helped me escape. If you continue to pester me annoyingly and become unreasonable, don't blame me for not giving you face. Go!" Once he said those words, Xiao Yan pulled her along and swiftly ran toward the exterior of the city. Queen Medusa appeared to have suffered a severe shock because of Xiao Yan's sudden explosion, which was completely different from the period of time earlier. At this moment, she actually did not have any reaction. Only her eyes carried some shock as she stared at the former. She had never thought that there would actually be someone who dared to roar at her in such a fierce manner given her status. For a time, an emotion where she felt neither able to laugh nor cry suddenly rose within Queen Medusa's heart. How many years had it been since she was treated in this manner by someone? Moreover, this was from a young Dou Qi whom she could send flying with a mere slap of hers. Did he think that his life was too long? Xiao Yan pulled Queen Medusa and dashed out of the city. He swiftly summoned out the purple cloud wings and quickly flew toward Wutan City. By pushing himself to the limit, a partially visible city's outline vaguely appeared in Xiao Yan's sight in merely 2 hours. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357, The Turn of Events in the Xiao Clan. Chapter 357, The Turn of Events in the Xiao Clan. The two of them landed at a spot not far from Wutan City. Xiao Yan ignored Queen Medusa by his side after landing. His expression was somewhat dark as he swiftly walked toward the city's gate, which was wide open. Once he walked closer to the city's gate, Xiao Yan lifted his head to glance at the enormous 3 words Wutan City above the city's gate. His footsteps halted involuntarily. As he eyed the crowded and noisy human voices which were transmitted faintly through the tunnel of the city gate, he sighed gently and muttered to himself, "Wutan City. I, Xiao Yan, have finally returned home." Xiao Yan lifted his feet and walked to the city's gate and passed through the somewhat dark tunnel into the city. After which, the space in front of his eyes suddenly brightened under the sunlight. He lifted his head slightly and a dear and familiar intersection on the street appeared in his sight. It has been 2 years, but almost nothing has changed. Xiao Yan laughed softly. The faint warm feeling of returning home caused the dark and solemn look on his face to weaken a little. He turned his head and glanced at Queen Medusa, who was walking at a steady pace that was neither fast nor slow behind him. After which, he turned his head back, lifted his leg, and swiftly walked down the street which he had walked for over a decade. As Xiao Yan was worried about the event that had happened to the clan in his heart, Xiao Yan did not stop along the way. He hurriedly and swiftly walked on the street from his memory. Along the way, when he passed by a few markets which had belonged to the Xiao clan, he halted his footsteps slightly. He frowned as he saw that the markets had few people. After which, his footsteps gradually became quicker. Over 10 minutes later, Xiao Yan, who had passed through a few streets with great familiarity, suddenly stopped his footsteps. He lifted his head and looked at a large courtyard located at the edge of the street. The door of the courtyard had two large words, Xiao Clan. This caused him to slowly sigh in relief. Xiao Yan stood in front of the door to his own clan, but he was much quieter. His gaze swept over the surroundings of the Xiao clan. When he had left home back then, this place had been extremely crowded. Currently, however, it was now very deserted. Not one domineering guard standing orderly by the main door could be seen now. Just what exactly happened? Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He tilted his head and glanced at Queen Medusa behind her. After being quiet for a moment, he suddenly asked softly, "Can you promise me something?" No, this woman appeared to still be bearing a grudge over Xiao Yan's attitude earlier. Therefore, she had cleanly rejected him the moment she heard his words. The price is a medicinal ingredient that is needed to refine the thawing spirit pill. Xiao Yan said faintly. You have one? Queen Medusa's pupils immediately brightened upon hearing his words. I have a tomb monster needle fruit. Xiao Yan had brought back quite a number of medicinal ingredients from that small valley in the magical beast mountain range before he left back then. The tomb monster needle fruit that was required to refine the thawing spirit pill was coincidentally among them. What thing? Today, you will obey me. I can kill people. Queen Medusa merely mused for less than 2 seconds before nodding. In her heart, killing people was far more affordable compared to other things. Xiao Yan smiled, turned around and walked through the main door. However, just as his footsteps stepped through the door, a somewhat tender, furious voice was emitted from behind the door. Who are you? Do you really think that our Xiao clan is easy to bully? As he heard the voice, Xiao Yan's footsteps could not help but pause. He turned his head and looked at the direction where the voice had sounded. Behind the main door, a tender and lovely little girl who was merely around 12 to 13 years old was angrily looking at him with widened eyes. Xiao Yan's gaze slowly swept over the little girl's body. The memories from a few years ago rose from deep within his mind. His face became a little softer as he softly said with a smile, I recall that you are called Xiao Cheng, no? Cousin Xiao Mei's younger sister. You have actually grown so much since I last saw you 2 years ago. When she heard Xiao Yan readily call out her name, the little girl was clearly startled. Her intelligent pupils first stopped on Queen Medusa's body for a moment. Although she was currently still young, she was still shocked at the beauty of this enchanting woman whose face was covered by a veil. She was shocked for an instant before her gaze paused on Xiao Yan's face. The little girl eyed the faintly familiar outline while she knit her slim brows and pondered hard. After knitting her brows and remaining deep in thought for a long while, Xiao Qing appeared to have suddenly recalled something. Her small face, which was facing Xiao Yan, turned red in an instant. Those intelligent eyes were pulsating with a pleasant surprise and excitement. A moment later, the little girl who could not control her excitement suddenly pounced on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan Biaoji? It's really you. You have finally returned. TL, Biaoji, to address an older male cousin. Xiao Yan took a step forward and caught the little girl who had pounced over. He smiled and rubbed Xiao Qing's hair as he said in a gentle voice, Little girl, after not having seen you for 2 years, you seem to be quickly catching up to your elder sister. You will definitely be a great beauty in the future. Biaoji, cry, you have finally returned. Something big has happened in the clan. Those bad fellows are taking advantage of us. They come to the Xiao clan daily. I heard from my mother that they want to snatch our market. Recently, we don't even dare to leave our home. Xiao Qing lifted her crying, small face, which was in a mess, from Xiao Yan's chest. Her eyes were red as she wept. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He smiled as patted Xiao Qing's back and softly said, All right, little girl, you don't need to be afraid. Hand all these matters to Biaoji, bring me to take a look. Yes. Xiao Qing hurriedly nodded her small head. As Xiao Yan had helped the Xiao clan become the largest faction in the Wutan city in one fell swoop back then, Xiao Yan's reputation was extremely great among Xiao Qing's generation. Moreover, in these 2 years, the Xiao clan had also gradually expanded due to the healing medicine which Xiao Yan had left behind. Therefore, this Xiao Yan Biaoji, who had left the home to train, was pictured to have almost supernatural powers like that of a god within the hearts of these little fellows. Xiao Yan stood up straight and watched Xiao Qing, who was bouncing around on the small path as she advanced due to her joyful mood. However, his face slowly darkened. His palm patted the heavy Xian ruler on his back. The dark and cold killing intent that had suddenly risen within him caused Queen Medusa to twitch her eyebrows in surprise. Following behind Xiao Qing, Xiao Yan's footsteps gently stepped on the small path made of rock fragments. The familiar surroundings which he was absent from for 2 years caused his childhood memories to slowly seep out from his mind. Xiao Yan followed Xiao Chang and passed through a few small paths. A somewhat spacious large hall gradually appeared at the edge of his vision. Those bad people are inside. First Elder and the others are also inside. However, all of them are injured. Otherwise, those fellows would not dare to act so presumptuously. Xiao Chang waved her small fist toward the large hall and angrily said, "Injured? Something has indeed happened to the clan." Xiao Yan pursed his mouth up tightly. He stepped on the stone stairs and finally paused outside the main door, which was tightly shut. As he heard the sound inside, a cold smile was gradually lifted from the corner of his mouth. The large, spacious hall was somewhat dark and the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. There were at least 100 people who were packed into this large hall. These people were divided into 2 groups which faced each other. They were eyeing each other menacingly, appearing as though a riot was about to break out. There were a few people seated in front of the 2 groups. In front of the Xiao Clan's group, the 3 elders of the Xiao Clan were seated. However, the faces of the 3 were currently pale. From their exterior appearance, where they could not hide some Dou Qi overflowing from their bodies, it was clear that they had suffered quite a few serious internal injuries. On the opposite side of the people of the Xiao Clan, there was a group of large men with fierce looks. There were 3 people in the Grandmaster seat, where the leaders of the group sat. One of them was clearly the clan head of the Jiali clan, which was once turned into a battered shape by Xiao Yan, Jiali Hua. Xiao Yan also knew another person. He was Aoba Padden, the clan head of one of the 3 large clans which had stood side by side with the Xiao clan in Wutan City back then, the Aoba clan. The third person was someone unfamiliar. The person was wearing an alchemist's long robe. His expression was cold and stern and his age was around 50 or more. Additionally, the most attracting thing was the cauldron badge that was drawn on the chest of this person's long robe. There were 3 silver-colored ripples on the badge which was gently moving as though it was a living thing. A Tier 3 alchemist. In Wutan City, which had never even possessed an alchemist association, a Tier 3 alchemist was someone who could cause any faction to feel a great reverence. This unfamiliar Tier 3 alchemist was also currently the person whom the 3 elders of the Xiao clan had the greatest fear of. These 2 clan leaders, our Xiao clan may have met some trouble recently, but do the both of you really think our Xiao clan is mud that can be kneaded? The marketplaces within Wutan City is something that our Xiao clan has worked hard to build. You want to purchase them with that low price of yours? Are you dreaming? The second elder's face was as dark and deep as water. His gaze swept across the group of people opposite him who were like tigers and wolves as he coldly spoke. Haha, second elder must be joking. During these 2 years, your Xiao clan has basically earned all the money in Wutan City. If this were to continue, it is likely that we wouldn't have an alternative other than to leave this place. This place is where our roots are. If we leave, it would not be an easy matter to settle in another place. We also have no choice in order to survive. I hope you 3 elders can bear with us. As long as you agree with the conditions that we have put forth, our clan will not make things overly difficult for the Xiao clan in the future on the account of our past relationship. Isn't it very good for all of us to make money together? Aoba Padden smiled as said. 10,000 gold coins for 1 marketplace, are you robbers? The third elder, whose character had always been aggressive, stared at Aoba Padden with red eyes. He involuntarily slammed the table as he pointed at Aoba Padden and scolded angrily. Third brother. The first elder pulled the third elder, who was about to stand up, and softly cried, "Don't mess up your priorities." The third elder sat down violently. The teacup he held in his hand was crushed until it exploded. Cuckoo, third elder's anger is as great as it has always been. Being angry will hurt your body. Jiali Hua, who has been silent, suddenly laughed darkly as he said, "Unfortunately, all of you do not have any choice in the matter today. If you sell, the place will be sold. If you don't sell, the place will also be sold. Jiali Hua, we really should not have been merciful back then. Letting you, a dog, live." The first elder said darkly. "I'm sorry, there is no medicine for regret that is sold in this world." Jiali Hua smiled. The dark viciousness on his face caused people to feel a coldness in the heart. Today, Jiali Hua, will return all the injuries that our Jiali clan had suffered 2 years ago. If you all really want to use force, our Xiao clan will also fight until the both of us suffer great losses. The first elder was silent for a moment as he watched that poisonous snake like Jiali Hua. He then spoke in a thick voice. Currently, he can only hope that the other party was reluctant to act forcefully and choose to delay time. Haha, old bastard, what qualifications do you currently possess to fight with us? If you have the ability, go and call Xiao Zhan out. With the condition that you 3 old fellows are in right now, I, myself can completely finish you all off. Zhao Lihua coldly laughed. The corner of the first elder's eyes twitched slightly. The first elder waved his hand, and blocked the group of furious members of the Xiao clan behind him. His gaze stared at Zhao Lihua in a cold and dark manner as he coldly said, "If you dare to touch our Xiao clan's descendants will definitely cause you to be unable to sleep or eat peacefully. You can all await his wild revenge once he returns." His? The corner of their eyes suddenly twitched. For some unknown reason, not only did Zhao Lihua and Aoba Padden become silent, but even the hand of alchemist stranger by the side, which was placed on a chair, involuntarily jumped. A young figure slowly surfaced within everyone's mind. 2 years ago, it was this young man who was merely 15 years old that sent the Jiali clan, who was flourishing by the day, into a deep abyss. 2 years later, that young man back then had already directly picked on the Misty Cloud sect and even managed to leave in one piece. It should be known that in the eyes of Jiali Bai and these factions, the Misty Cloud sect was like a god. Anyone from within the Misty Cloud sect would be sufficient to sweep away all of these factions in Wutan City. When they heard the rumors of the little fellow from the Xiao clan fighting against the Misty Cloud sect for the first time, almost all the people within the entire Wutan City were startled for a minute. Those factions, which were enemies with the Xiao clan, even felt a chill being emitted from within their bones. If it were not for that mysterious strong person with a background unknown to even Zhao Lihua telling him the news of Xiao Yan being quietly murdered by the Misty Cloud sect, it was likely that Zhao Lihua would not dare to come to the Xiao clan and loot them while they were in trouble, even if he had 10 guts and had found a tier 3 alchemist to back him. TL, 10 guts, 10 times the courage? Hey, then you can wait. When you wait until you die, you may once again see that little bastard called Xiao Yan. Zhao Lihua coldly laughed, planning to use this to hide his fear toward a certain someone. Old brother AO, we don't need to continue delaying. Since they refuse to agree, then we should directly take action. The monopoly of the Xiao clan during these few years has nearly caused us to be bankrupt. We can no longer be courteous. Zhao Lihua turned his head and spoke in a grave voice to Aoba Padden. Since you 3 elders do not show any understanding of the situation you are in, don't blame me for not showing any feelings. Aoba Padden sighed regretfully. He waved his hand and 10 plus large men behind him immediately drew their weapons from their waists with a clang sound. They stared at the members of the Xiao clan on the opposite side with faces full of killing intent. Since you wish to finish all of us off, then our Xiao clan will cause you all to suffer even if we were to fight until there is 1 man left. The first elder, who had been suppressing himself, suddenly smashed his hand heavily on the table as he finally erupted. He abruptly stood up and angrily shouted. First elder, the Xiao clan does not have any cowards who will flee. Let's fight to the death with them. Behind him, 10 plus members of the Xiao clan had faces which were flushed red due to anger. As long as we can withstand it until the young clan leader of the Xiao clan returns, we will be able to take back the grievances that we have endured today. The first elder grasped out some coarse air as he clenched his teeth and cried out. Young clan leader. This form of address represented the approval of the elders in the clan toward a certain future successor of the Xiao clan. The news that had been spread from the Misty Cloud sect caused every member of the Xiao clan to feel proud of the clan member called Xiao Yan. This included the 3 elders who had looked down on him back then. I'm sorry, but you may not have that opportunity. Back then, Xiao Yan killed my student. Today, I will let your Xiao clan die with him. That alchemist who had been silent suddenly stood up and said in a hoarse voice. The alchemist slowly raised his head as his gaze slowly swept across everyone of the Xiao clan. He said faintly, I forgot to inform you that my student is Dou Qi, who had helped the Jiali clan create healing medicine back then. As the alchemist's words slowly fell, a strong force that was at least a 6-star Dou suddenly erupted from within his body. Under the pressure of this force, the first elder and the others who were already seriously injured hurriedly took a few steps back. Their expressions were a little pale. Kill them. Don't let anyone live. Zhao Lihua coldly smiled as he said in a dark, thick voice while watching the furious eyes of the members of the Xiao clan. It seems that the heavens want our Xiao clan to perish today. A mouthful of fresh blood was spilled out of the corner of the first elder's mouth as he watched the group of people who were grinning fiercely as they surrounded them. His expression was filled with hopelessness and gloominess. Squeak. Just as all the members of the Xiao clan decided to put up a desperate fight with their lives, the clear sound of a door being pushed open suddenly interrupted the massacre that was about to erupt. The door was slowly pushed open and an eye-piercing sunlight followed the gap of the door as it creeped in until it finally reached the other side of the hall. Everyone in the large hall turned their heads toward the main door. The figure of a skinny young man was slowly walking in from there. I'm sorry that I have returned late. The young man's faint apologetic voice appeared. Hearing this faintly familiar voice, the first elder was initially startled. Immediately, his tightened body completely relaxed. 2 drops of turbid tears of excitement moved along his old face and rolled down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358, Leave No One. Chapter 358, Leave No One. Following the sunlit path that was extended from the gap of the door, the skinny figure of a young man slowly walked in. He passed by those large men whose hands were carrying weapons as though they weren't present. Finally, he slowly passed by the side of Jia Bailai and Aoba Padden, whose faces were filled with dullness. The atmosphere was so quiet that even the crows and sparrows dared not to create noise. Only the sound of slightly hurried breathing could be heard. Under everyone's gaze, the young man slowly came to the front of everyone of the Xiao clan. He lowered his head, eyed the old man, who was so excited that he was in tears, and bowed slightly. Xiao Yan. Under the support from the clan members behind him, the first elder excitedly looked at the young and handsome face in front of him, which had a little less immaturity and more rigid lines compared to 2 years ago. His voice trembled involuntarily as he said, "Is it really you?" But Xiao Yan lifted his head, and eyed the old face which he had always wanted to stomp violently on in the past. He smiled and nodded, feeling a lament within his heart. After 2 years of training, he had indeed become much more mature. The grudges that he had held back then had also paled with the flow of time. No matter how one wanted to put it, this clan of his had a blood relationship that was difficult to erase. First Elder, it really is young Master Xiao Yan. Young Master Xiao Yan is back. Our Xiao clan is saved. The faces of the members of the Xiao clan who were supporting the First Elder revealed a wild joy. They were so excited that their mouths could no longer say the words they wanted to speak. As they inspected Xiao Yan's face, they could still see some familiar outlines from 2 years ago. The members of the Xiao clan, whose spirits were extremely strained for the past 2 days, finally sighed as though they had been released from a heavy burden. Immediately, a joyful atmosphere replaced the earlier hopelessness. Some of those who had weaker mental strength could not resist emitting a joyful cry. The second and third elder glanced at each other. Their hearts quietly sighed in relief. Their gazes stared at the indifferent, smiling, young, and handsome face and nodded their heads in a gratified manner. After 2 years of training, this eye-piercing younger generation of the clan who failed to show any restraint had finally discovered how to weaken his vigor. Something which was too stiff was easy to break. Overly revealing one's power was not completely a good thing. Hiding a precious sword in its case and using the sword's aura in secret was the right way. Compared to the cheers of everyone in the Xiao clan, Jia Bailai's group on the opposite side, which originally had an overbearing manner, had their flame instantly extinguished. Everyone looked at each other. The hands of those who were tightly holding weapons could not resist trembling. During these few days, almost everyone in Wutan City had heard at least 10 different versions of the shocking incident of Xiao Yan having a big fight with the Misty Cloud sect. Everyone's heart was filled with reverence for this person who was like a legendary figure. Now that the legendary person had appeared alive in front of them, it was little wonder why these people who were overflowing with killing intent would feel terror. Jia Bailai, you bastard. Didn't you say that Xiao Yan had already been quietly killed by the Misty Cloud sect? Why is he alive now? Aoba Padden's eyes stared at the skinny back which was facing him. A fear that was difficult to hide flashed across his eyes. His face was green as he turned his body around and grabbed Jia Bailai by the collar and let out a soft, angry roar. There was a slight tremble in his voice. Jia Bailai's sight was similarly pasted on the back in front of him. The corner of his mouth repeatedly trembled. His legs had also become a little numb at this moment. He swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. His originally dark and vicious face had begun to sob a little. How would I know? That person clearly told me that Xiao Yan had already been killed. With his strength, he doesn't need to lie to me, a clan leader of a small clan, did he? Don't tell me that the person in front is Xiao Yan who had climbed out from the grave? Aoba Padden clenched his teeth and said angrily. Although part of the reason he had agreed to deal with the Xiao clan, which was in a battered shape, after Jia Bailai pressured him, was because of the fact that he had indeed been suppressed by the Xiao clan in an overly hard manner for 2 years. The greater part of the reason was because Jia Bailai had said that Xiao Yan was quietly killed by the strong people of the Misty Cloud sect. It was this that caused him to nod his head and put up a fight against the Xiao clan. It should be known just how shocked his heart was when he first heard that little fellow of the Xiao clan had actually managed to leave in one piece after having a huge fight with the large being known as the Misty Cloud sect. It was due to this that he nodded and agreed half-believingly after Jia Bailai swore under the most vicious curse. After agreeing, the delayed return of Xiao Yan caused Aoba Padden to increase his trust in Jia Bailai's words. However, just as he thought that everything he needed was about to fall into his hands, that Xiao Yan, who, according to what Jia Bailai had said, should have been killed, appeared in front of him. This kind of blow, and the terror that the human figure brought him, caused Aoba Padden to immediately descend into a furious and shocked state. Jia Bai Lai's expression was pale. The current him was now in a state where his entire body was ice cold. The throat of the Tier 3 alchemist rolled a little as his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. His face was volatile. The powerful force that had erupted before had also become much more sluggish. 3 elders, are you all fine? Xiao Yan's back was facing those people whose expressions were different from one another as he eyed the 3 pale-faced elders and asked softly. I'm fine. The first elder struggled to stand up. He shook his head and immediately bowed slowly toward Xiao Yan in a solemn manner. However, when he had bowed halfway down, a hand supported him back up. When he lifted his head, he saw a young face that contained a gentle smile. Immediately, his old eyes involuntarily became tearful. First elder, you are a senior. You cannot treat Xiao Yan in this manner. Otherwise, if father were to see this, I'm afraid that he is going to blame me. Xiao Yan smiled as he softly said. The few of us old fellows were overboard in the past. In the future, I, using my status as the first elder, guarantee you that those things in the past will never repeat themselves again. The first elder tilted his head, rubbed the corner of his eyes which was somewhat moist and sighed to Xiao Yan. Kuko, the young me back then was also not very likable. Moreover, the matter is already over. I am a person who is quite forgetful. Xiao Yan smiled and shrugged his shoulders. The moment when he had once again stepped into this clan, he knew that no matter what happened, his own blood belonged to this clan. At the very least, before he had become a useless person, this clan had given him a perfect childhood. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the familiar faces of the clan members behind the 3 elders. He smiled and said, but now, I think that we should first settle the trouble here before we reminisce the good times. Child, be careful. Jia Bai Lai and Aoba Padden are already 5 stars dedoshers while that old man is the teacher of Lu Ling back then. He is a Tier 3 alchemist and possesses the strength of a 6-star dedosher. The first elder nodded and warned softly. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and slowly turned around. The smile on his face gradually turned dark and cold as he turned toward Jia Bai Lai and the others. I have not seen you for 2 years, but clan leader Jia Bai Lai's infamy is not any less than back then. Xiao Yan gaze slowly swept past the groups of people on both sides before finally setting his gaze on Jia Bai Lai's body as he smiled and said. Jia Bai Lai's gaze stared intently at the face which still had the outline of the youth from 2 years ago. His body involuntarily shuddered. He swallowed his saliva as said in a trembling voice, Kuko, nephew Xiao Yan. It is really unexpected to be able to see you again. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He carelessly pulled out a chair from behind him and sat down with a big posture in front of everyone. His hand grasped the ruler's hilt and drew it fiercely. The heavy ruler carried a ferocious force as it slammed into the hard rock floor. Immediately, numerous tiny crack lines began to spread out from the point where the ruler landed. Clan leader Aoba, I didn't expect that you would also be here. As Xiao Yan spoke, his gaze turned toward Aoba Padden's by the side, whose expression was changing continuously. Oh, Kukuko, it has been 2 years since I have seen you. Nephew Xiao Yan's bearing is becoming increasingly extraordinary. It is really true that a tiger father doesn't have a dog son. If old brother Xiao were to see you, he would definitely be so happy that he cannot close his mouth. Aoba Padden's entire body trembled when he heard Xiao Yan's voice. He hurriedly accompanied Xiao Yan in laughing. TL, a tiger father doesn't have a dog son, means that someone strong/great does not have a child who is a weakling/useless fellow. You can swallow your nonsense. Xiao Yan glanced faintly at him. His hand slowly rubbed the hilt of the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. His voice had quietly become dense. I only want to know exactly what the 2 of you want to do by bringing your people to my Xiao clan. Haha. Nephew Xiao Yan, the matter today is entirely a misunderstanding. We came over because we heard that the Xiao clan had met some trouble. Therefore, we took the time to come over to take a look. You should also know that we have quite a number of areas where we are cooperating with the Xiao clan. It is only natural that we have to come over and show concern now that something has happened to the Xiao clan. Aoba Padden's expression once again paled a little as he hurriedly spoke with a smile upon hearing the thick and cold killing intent hidden in Xiao Yan's voice. Beside him, Jia Bai Lai's expression was alternating abruptly between white and green. Is that so? Xiao Yan lowered his head and laughed. His head was suddenly lifted. Those dark black pupils were like sharp knives, coldly staring at Aoba Padden and Jia Bai Lai. A soft, muffled sound suddenly appeared in the silent atmosphere. Immediately, a hot, green-colored flame surged out of Xiao Yan's body without any warning. In seconds, the temperature in the hall suddenly rose. Those Xiao clan members who were a close distance to Xiao Yan hurriedly pulled back. If the two of you are plotting something against our Xiao clan, then the both of you need not leave today. Xiao Yan's voice was incomparably icy, as the green-colored flame shrouded his entire body. As Aoba Padden, Jia Bai Lai, and the Tier 3 alchemist watched the green-colored flame rising from within Xiao Yan's body with dry mouths, terror appeared on their faces as they took 2 steps back. Nephew Xiao Yan, don't misunderstand. I do not have even the least bit of bad thoughts toward the Xiao clan. Today's matter is entirely a misunderstanding. I will now leave immediately. Aoba Padden swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His voice had become a little sharp due to his fear. After saying this, he hurriedly waved his hand. 10+ large men carrying weapons hurriedly neared toward him. After which, the group of people carefully withdrew out of the large hall. Junior clan leader? You cannot let him leave. These 2 days, quite a number of our clan members were injured by them. Some of them even, as he had Aoba Padden who was withdrawing, the third elder, who had an impatient character, could not resist saying. Before he could say all that he wanted to, however, he was stopped by a wave of Xiao Yan's hand. Immediately, he could only swallow the words in his mouth and pulled back. Seeing this manner of his, it was clear that he had already truly treated Xiao Yan as the mainstay which was supporting this clan. You. Seeing Aoba Padden who actually wanted to pull out in such a manner, Jia Bai Lai was startled. His face twitched slightly. His body was stiffened for an instant before he hurriedly turned his body around. He faced Xiao Yan who was seated on the chair and spoke to the calmed-faced Xiao Yan with a flattering smile. Nephew Xiao Yan, today's matter is entirely a misunderstanding. In the future, I will definitely personally pay a visit to apologize. There are still other matters in my clan today, goodbye. Once he finished speaking, he hurriedly waved his hand, turned around and led his subordinates away quickly. The face of the Tier 3 alchemist turned green as he eyed Jia Bai Lai and Aoba Padden who were both leading their subordinates and fleeing in an embarrassing manner. Although his heart was also a little afraid of Xiao Yan's reputation, his haughtiness as an alchemist did not allow him to leave like a dog which had lost its home. Immediately, he clenched his teeth and cried out sternly, "All of you stop. The Xiao clan is currently in a battered shape. Are you all reduced to such a state just because of a little fellow? What face will you have to survive in Wutan City in the future?" Upon hearing the alchemist's cry, Jia Bai Lai and Aoba Padden paused their footsteps. After their thoughts had hesitated for an instant, however, a horrible shriek sounded in the large hall. The two of them could not resist turning their heads and taking a look, only to shockingly see the Tier 3 alchemist being wrapped by a 7-colored energy film at the moment. Moreover, a 7-colored liquid was actually repeatedly being dripped from the energy film. The 7-colored liquid appeared to possess extremely strong corrosive properties. When each drop of liquid fell onto the alchemist's body, it would bring about blood-curdling scream. Under the numerous shocked gazes in the large hall, the body of the Tier 3 alchemist was being corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 10+ seconds, the 7-colored liquid had already filled half the energy film. Within it, the alchemist's body and even his bones were completely corroded. Gulp. The extremely miserable state in which the Tier 3 alchemist died caused the throats of the people in the large hall to involuntarily roll. Clang, the energy film abruptly burst apart. The 7-colored liquid gushed out and slowly began to merge into a graceful lovely body in front of everyone's sight. A moment later, a bewitching beauty appeared in the large hall. She lifted her beautiful pupils lightly. The denseness within them would cause the body of anyone who had come into contact with them to shiver. Jia Bai Lai's and Aoba Padden's teeth trembled as they watched that bewitching beauty. At this moment, a name which nearly caused one to be paralyzed surfaced in their hearts. Queen Medusa. Nephew Xiao Yan, goodbye. Today's matter was definitely a misunderstanding. Jia Bai Lai cupped his trembling hands toward Xiao Yan who was quietly seated in the chair like a wooden pillar. Jia Bai Lai and Aoba Padden finally could not resist the terror in their hearts. They led their subordinates and swarmed out in an embarrassing manner. They had already made a decision. Once they left this place, they would immediately pack up their things and go to somewhere far from Wutan City. As he watched Jia Bai Lai and the others who were swarming out of the large hall in a panicked manner, Xiao Yan, who had remained quiet, finally waved his hand gently. His calm voice caused everyone in the Xiao clan to feel an excitement extenuating from a great satisfaction. Leave no one. When Xiao Yan's voice fell, the figure of Queen Medusa in the hall slowly became illusionary. That large doors to the hall let out a bang and was tightly shut. Quickly following this, horrible cries repeatedly sounded outside the door. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.